Shopkeeper Wu rolled up the design scroll with a long sigh, the expression on his face somewhere between admiration and exasperation. He looked at Zhao Ming with narrowed eyes and asked dryly, "Anything else, young Master Zhao?" "A folding bed hidden in a fan? Perhaps a compass embedded in a hairpin?" Zhao Ming, arms crossed and eyes glinting with amusement, shook his head with mock sincerity. "No, that's all." "Good." Shopkeeper Wu gave a curt nod and turned toward his work table. "Then it's time to work." But before he could take more than 2 steps, Zhao Ming's voice casually drifted after him. One last thing: make 7 pairs of the hidden blade version, and 4 of the needle launcher." Shopkeeper Wu froze mid-step. Slowly, he turned his head, his eyes twitching. 7 a broken bar and 4. Zhao Ming smiled brightly, completely unrepentant. "Yes, don't forget the silken gloves underneath. The presentation matters." The older man let out a frustrated huff, snatched up a rolled piece of parchment, and hurled it at Zhao Ming's head. "Out! Get out, you blasted Stormbringer. Go bother some other poor soul before you think up more ways to drive me into an early grave." Zhao Ming laughed, deftly sidestepping the parchment as he made for the exit. "That's the spirit, Shopkeeper Wu. Your artistry shall be sung of in ages to come." Yu Ying, who had kept respectfully silent during the workshop dealings, trailed after Zhao Ming, unable to hold back her laughter once they stepped outside. "You really do stir up a storm wherever you go, young master," she said with a bright smile. "You gave Shopkeeper Wu another few gray hairs today." "He'll thank me one day," Zhao Ming said with a casual wave, stepping down into the stone street. "After all, where's the joy in a quiet day?" The two made their way through the crowded avenues of Beihai, the scent of roasted peanuts and steamed buns wafting from every other stall. Children ran between legs, trailing paper kites, and firecrackers occasionally snapped in the distance as early celebrants tested the season's new wares. Zhao Ming browsed with a practiced eye, stopping here and there to inspect sheets of fine calligraphy paper, rare inks imported from the south, and other scholarly goods. Yu Ying remained close behind, ever attentive, occasionally offering commentary when a shopkeeper tried to overcharge. As Zhao Ming handed silvertals to a vendor and arranged for the goods to be delivered to the Murong estate, a deep, resonant sound cut through the din of the market. A boom, boom, boom of the urgent pounding of the yeoman's drum. The market briefly hushed. Merchants paused mid-sale. Passers-by turned their heads. A drum at the yeoman only meant one thing: an emergency petition or public case. Zhao Ming turned his head in the direction of the sound, eyes narrowing. "Have them send the paper to the Murong estate," he instructed the shopkeeper, who quickly nodded and waved to a runner. "Come on," Zhao Ming said to Yu Ying. "Let's see what the fuss is about." They moved swiftly toward the square near the southern thoroughfare, where a crowd had already gathered around the open steps of the yeoman. Scholars in robes stood near the front, murmuring among themselves. Behind them were city folk, stall workers, and further back, a group of ragged refugees, dusty, gaunt, and desperate. Zhao Ming approached and tapped the shoulder of a middle-aged scholar wearing a jade pendant. "What's happened?" The man turned, recognizing Zhao Ming's bearing and clothes, and answered respectfully. "It's from the refugee camps near the south gate. Seems there's been a pattern: a broken bar, women disappearing. Mothers, daughters, wives are all vanished in the night." Another scholar leaned in. "They say the cases stretch back over a few months, but none of them were believed until now. Too many gone, too many coincidences." At the base of the yeoman steps, the scene unfolded with tragic familiarity. A hunched old woman sobbed openly, her wrinkled hands raised as she knelt before the gates. Beside her, a young man clutched a child in one arm, his other hand beating the flagstones as he cried for his missing wife. Behind them, more villagers dropped to their knees, their cries echoing with one voice, "We beg for justice." The yeoman guards, stern-faced and clearly unprepared for the volume of emotion, stepped forward to restore order, but the officials had already taken note. A senior assistant in grey robes emerged. Hearing their pleas, he turned to one of the guards. "Confirm the statements with our records. This is the third group from the southern camp this week." The guard saluted and moved quickly, ushering the petitioners inside. Meanwhile, within the hall of the magistrate's office, The atmosphere was tense but calm. Magistrate Han Yaking sat behind his desk, a portly man with a surprisingly shrewd gaze hidden behind sleepy eyes. A junior clerk whispered the fresh report into his ear, detailing the new arrivals and the confirmed pattern of disappearances. Next to him stood Exeter, dressed in understated but fine robes, a steward bearing the sigil of the Zhao household. It was one of Zhao Feng's men, a quiet, watchful sort who had shown up under the pretense of checking on city affairs. Magistrate Han nodded thoughtfully as the report concluded. Then, with all the composure of a seasoned bureaucrat, he folded the scroll and rose. "This is troubling news," he said, though his tone was carefully neutral. "Rest assured, the matter will be investigated thoroughly." He turned to the steward and added with a polite smile, "Your presence here is much appreciated. Let me escort you out personally. I wouldn't want your lord's business interrupted by the cries of the desperate." The steward bowed slightly, but his expression remained unreadable. The magistrate led him down a side corridor toward the rear exit. "Captain Zhu," Han called softly, and one of the Yeoman guards stepped from the shadows. "See our guest safely out the back." The door closed with a muted thud, and Magistrate Han adjusted his robes. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a calm, grave expression and turned back toward the main hall. "Summon the bailiff," he said. "We must address the people." Outside, the square was still filled with anxious murmurs when the doors creaked open and a small delegation of officials began to file out. Zhao Ming watched from among the crowd, his brow furrowed, his thoughts already racing. Something stank beneath the surface here, and he had a feeling he knew the direction the scent was coming from. Yu Ying looked up at him, her voice soft. "You think it's a broken bar related?" Zhao Ming didn't answer immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the magistrate's face as the man emerged, calm and in control. "I think," Zhao Ming said quietly, "it's time we start digging." The heavy oak doors of the Yeoman creaked open, and a hush swept through the gathered crowd. Refugees, scholars, merchants, and bystanders all turned their gazes to the stone steps, where Magistrate Han Yaking emerged in his ornate robes of office, flanked by a few scribes carrying inkstones and bamboo slips. A pair of guards carried a lacquered desk, quickly setting it up at the front of the building. 2 chairs were placed, one for the magistrate, the other for a record keeper, and a modest canopy was unfurled overhead to shield the proceedings from the sun. Magistrate Han sat down with practiced grace, folding his hands over his belly. His expression was one of forced solemnity, the sort a man wore when he wanted to appear compassionate but had already made up his mind. "Due to the number of complaints and growing unrest," he announced, voice carrying with official authority, "this court shall conduct a public inquiry into the disappearances reported by the refugee camps. All may bear witness." The murmurs in the crowd hushed, though tension buzzed just beneath the surface. One by one, several refugees were brought forward, an old woman with sunken eyes and trembling hands, a young man with a dirty tunic holding a weeping child, and others with hollow cheeks and desperate gazes. They knelt before the magistrate and began to speak, voices cracking with grief. "My daughter went to forage for roots 3 weeks ago," the old woman said, her voice thin but unwavering. "She never returned. The other girls with here a broken bar, they disappeared too." "My wife," the young man began, his hand clutching the child's shoulder tightly, "was given a task by a clerk helping sort grain sacks at a temporary warehouse near the southern wall. She left in the morning. That night, she was gone. No one saw her leave." Another woman cried out, "We sent our girls out to beg near the market, same as always. None of them came back. It's been weeks. We went to the guards, they say nothing. They say there's no record. But how can there be records when we have no homes, no names that matter?" Magistrate Han raised a hand, signaling for silence. His expression grew pained, whether from discomfort or boredom was difficult to tell. "Enough," he said. "These area broken bar troubling claims. I will now call on the city guard." A sergeant of the watch stepped forward, saluting crisply. "We have received reports of missing persons," he confirmed. "Mostly from the southern camps. However, none have official city permits or proper identification. Some may have wandered out of the city seeking food or work. We do not know where they've gone." The magistrate frowned, his eyes narrowing as he glanced back at the kneeling refugees. No evidence, no witnesses, no bodies. All we have are cries and claims. But the numbers keep growing. The young man shouted, desperate now. Dozens, magistrate. And not just women, some boys too. Gone, all gone. And what would you have me do? Magistrate Hand snapped, his mask of impartiality cracking. Chase phantoms beyond the walls? Deploy guards based on hearsay? The law requires evidence. The scribes paused in their writing. The crowd was silent, stunned. Then, the magistrate's voice dropped, colder than before. These complaints waste the court's time. You so panic. That is a crime. He turned to the guards. Select 5 of the healthiest among them. 10 strokes of the cane at you for disturbing public order. Return the rest to the camps. Let this be a warning. If you appear again without proof, the punishment will double. Gasps rippled through the onlookers as guards moved in. The refugees screamed, some begged, others tried to shield one another. The child began to cry louder as her father was dragged away. Zhao Ming stood still, expression unreadable, hands clenched behind his back. Around him, mutters surged through the crowd like a rising tide. Their silencing theme, a broken bar. Corrupt to the core, a broken bar. Those girls were stolen. Everyone knows it, a broken bar. Kong Rong's supposed to be upright, but look how his magistrate acts. A broken bar. It's all rotten. All of it. Yu Ying's face was flushed with barely contained fury. Her fingers curled into fists at her sides. They're punishing them for begging for help, she whispered, her voice shaking. Those women are broken bar. They're gone, and no one cares. Zhao Ming didn't answer at first. His eyes were still locked on the magistrate, who was now waving his hand dismissively as the cries of the beaten echoed across the square. The magistrate rose and returned inside, robes sweeping behind him like the curtain closing on a farce. Zhao Ming exhaled slowly, then turned to Yu Ying. His voice was low but resolute. We'll remember this, he said. But we move carefully, patiently. There's a time for swords and a time for silence. These are broken bar. This is why we must build our own strength, so we don't have to watch this happen ever again. Yu Ying looked up at him, the fire in her eyes simmering behind a nod. Yes, young master. They turned, stepping away from the murmuring crowd as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the bloodied stones of the Yamen courtyard. Back at the Murong estate, the late afternoon sun cast long golden beams across the polished floor of Zhao Ming's study. The room was quiet, filled only with the faint scent of ink and old paper. Scrolls lined the wooden shelves, and the pale glow of daylight filtered through the latticed windows. Yu Ying stepped in with a huff, her lips pressed tight, her brow furrowed with righteous anger. She marched past the low tea table and stood before Zhao Ming, hands balled into fists at her sides. I still can't believe it, she snapped, pacing the room. They didn't even try to investigate, not even the pretense of concern. The magistrate just dismissed them as though their lives meant nothing. Zhao Ming leaned back slightly in his chair, folding his hands on the table, allowing her to vent. Her fury rolled through the room like a summer storm. And we know who was behind this, she continued, her voice rising. It has to be Zhou Feng, that disgusting noble, and his twisted desires. You heard him at the inn. Those weren't empty boasts. Now people are vanishing, and no one's stopping him. She stopped pacing just long enough to meet Zhao Ming's gaze, eyes blazing. A Chen, too. That conniving rat is always by Kong Rong's side. He has his hands in everything, and Kong Rong, for all his elegant talk of virtue and scholarship, he's turning a blind eye, letting this all happen under his rule. Maybe he's involved too. Zhao Ming stayed quiet, letting the weight of her words settle. She stood by the window now, chest rising and falling as she tried to steady her breath. After a few moments, he asked gently, "Are you done?" Yu Ying blinked, startled, then let out a long sigh. "Yes, a broken bar. Just a broken bar." Her shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry, young master. I lost my temper." Zhao Ming stood and walked over to the tea table, pouring a cup of water and offering it to her. "Don't apologize. Anger is just proof that your heart hasn't gone cold." He smiled faintly. "But anger alone won't change anything. We need plans, actions." She took the cup with a small nod of thanks and sipped. The warmth in her chest helped ease the remaining tension from her frame. Zhao Ming returned to his seat, expression thoughtful now. Would Lady Yu be willing to help with what I'm about to plan? Yu Ying lowered the cup, eyes narrowing slightly. That depends on what you're planning. Lady Yu hates those hypocrite officials and rotten nobles more than Anya, but she won't allow anything reckless. We're merchants, not trebles. If we draw too much attention, we risk everything. I understand, Zhao Ming said, his tone calm and measured. That's not what I want either. No flames, no blood in the streets. Not yet. What I want a broken bar is knowledge. Quietly gathered, quietly used. I want to know what Kong Rong is planning. I want to intercept his letters, understand his connections especially with the capital. Yu Ying's eyes gleamed now, more calculating. You want to know if Beihai is worth investing in, she said slowly, for the long run. Zhao Ming nodded. Exactly, and more importantly a broken bar. I want Zhao Feng investigated. The missing women, the whispers we overheard at the inn, my gut says he's behind it. But I want proof. Cold, undeniable proof. A card I can play when the time is right. She looked at him for a long moment, then gave a firm nod. I'll speak with Lady Yu tonight. She'll be cautious, but she'll listen. Especially with those poor women gone. She won't act rashly, but she lacked. Zhao Ming leaned back, some of the tension easing from his posture. Good. And take your time. No need to rush back tomorrow morning. Sleep in if you need. You've done more than enough. Yu Ying smiled faintly, the earlier fire in her eyes still smoldering, but now tempered by resolve. Thank you, young master. I'll be careful. As she turned to leave, the study once again returned to stillness, but the weight of a new purpose lingered in the air like the scent of rain before a storm. The hour was late, and the streets of Beihai had long grown quiet, cloaked under the stillness of night and a pale moon that hung like a paper lantern in the sky. The bustling Jade Elegance Pavilion, once alive with chatter and clinking silver during the day, now stood like a silent jewel on Silk Street, to its windows dimmed, its doors closed, and its secrets waiting in the dark. Yu Ying walked swiftly through the inner corridor, her breath faint in the cold as she ascended to the third floor, where the private quarters of Lady Yu resided. This part of the pavilion was built in the traditional style, an open terrace that overlooked the street below, though the view was partially hidden by silken curtains swaying gently in the winter breeze. The scent of medicinal herbs and burning incense clung to the air as Yu Ying entered the room. There, beneath a hanging lantern with a soft amber glow, Lady Yu reclined gracefully on a bamboo chaise. Draped in a fur-lined robe of dark plum, she looked every inch a noble widow and merchant queen. In her hand, she held a long-stemmed pipe carved of polished wood, the bowl gently smoldering with a faint wisp of smoke curling around her like a dragon's breath. The rich scent of the herb, a calming blend Zhao Ming had given her for her nervous, mingled with the cold air. Lady Yu tilted her head slightly as Yu Ying approached and bowed. Her eyes, sharp as cold steel beneath her languid expression, flickered with amusement. Back again, Yinger? She said, her voice low and playful. I saw you just last night. What is it this time? Did your young master decide the profits weren't enough after all? Yu Ying smiled faintly, though her tone turned serious. Young Master Zhao was pleased, more than pleased, my lady. The rouge and cream sold beyond our expectations, and the monies secured in the vault. Lady Yu exhaled a ribbon of smoke, arching one brow as she studied her. Then why are you here again? You look like you've walked through a storm. Yu Ying bowed her head slightly. Because young Master Zhao is requesting something else. Not for silver or merchandise, but a broken bar for our eyes and ears. She paused. He wants our help, my lady, as informants. Lady Yu's relaxed posture subtly changed. The amusement in her expression faded, and the glow of the pipe flickered as she inhaled deeply. The atmosphere thickened. Yu Ying continued solemnly, her voice steady. Today at the Yamen, a broken bar refugees gathered to report their missing daughters, wives, some gone for weeks. The magistrate dismissed them, even ordered canings for the young men who dared to speak up. It was unjust, and a broken bar. Young Master Zhao believes Zhao Feng is behind it. At the mention of that name, Lady Yu's gaze sharpened. She leaned forward slightly in her recliner, the shadows from the lantern deepening around her. He also wants to learn more about Kong Rong, Yu Ying said, lowering her voice. To know whether Beihai is worth staying in, or if it's a sinking ship controlled by cowards and corrupted men. We heard Zhao Feng boasting before a broken bar, but now people are truly vanishing. For a long moment, Lady Yu said nothing. Her pipe rested between her fingers, smoke curling from its bowl as she stared ahead, the look in her eyes unreadable. Then, she exhaled slowly, and her presence shifted, her refined elegance giving way to something colder, something calculating. Her gaze swept over the room with an intensity that made even Yulan and Yum, who had entered quietly and stood nearby, shiver slightly. A chill passed through their spines, not from the cold wind blowing through the open terrace, but from the silent storm that gathered behind Lady Yu's poised exterior. Then, suddenly, Lady Yu laughed. It wasn't a loud laugh, but it was rich and full of something unspoken, a sound like silk being torn. "So the boy has chosen his path," she murmured, rising gracefully from her seat and moving toward the open railing of the terrace. She stared out at the darkened sprawl of Beihai beneath her, the winter wind catching strands of her hair. "I suppose I owe him at least this meek broken bar for helping secure our foothold here." She turned her head slightly, her expression thoughtful. "Very well." She turned back to the girls, her voice clipped and clear now. Yu Ying returned to him. "Tell him I will do what I can. When I have real information, he'll know. Until then, he is to remain patient." Yu Ying bowed deeply. "Yes, my lady." Lady Yu's eyes then shifted to Yulan. "We begin preparing to infiltrate Kong Rong's household and office. You're clever with ledgers. See if there are any suspicious letters, hidden records, messages he shouldn't be receiving." Yulan gave a respectful nod. "Understood." Then her gaze found Yum. "We're broken bar, go to Zhao Feng's estate. Not the main house, the back residences. Search quietly, look for any signs of where the missing women might have gone. If there are broken bar rooms, or hidden paths, find them. And if there's a supplier or trafficker involved, mark it. I want to know who's at the other end of this chain." Yum's face was pale but determined. "I will, my lady." As the girls bowed and left the room to carry out their missions, the lantern's flame flickered behind Lady Yu. Alone now, she returned to the edge of the terrace and looked down upon Beihai. Below, the streets were quiet, but she knew the city was boiling beneath the surface. She raised her pipe once more but didn't light it. Instead, she whispered into the night air. "It seems a broken bar. The wind is about to change. The world's tipping toward chaos." Her eyes narrowed. "And we will not be swept away." Morning sunlight crept past the carved lattice windows, its golden rays spilling softly into Zhao Ming's study chamber. The warmth of dawn did little to chase away the winter chill, but inside the room, a quiet bustle stirred to life. Yu Ying moved gracefully between the lacquered screen and the low table, helping Zhao Ming prepare for the day. Her hands, swift and practiced, adjusted his robe's collar and smoothed the outer layer of his jade-colored garments. A hint of floral sweet scent clung to her, though her movements remained brisk and businesslike. "Young master," she said, as she placed a steaming cup of morning tea beside his hand, "Lady Yu has received your message. She's begun the arrangements. She'll focus her eyes on Kong Rong's movements and Zhao Feng's estate. Once she learns anything useful, she will send word." Zhao Ming lifted the cup but did not drink. He looked at Yu Ying with quiet seriousness. "If it becomes dangerous," he said, voice low and even, "pull them back. There's always another way. I won't let any of you risk your lives just to satisfy my suspicions." Yu Ying's lips curved faintly, but there was pride in her gaze. "We understand," she said softly. "But we're not amateurs." Lady Yu would never send her girls blind into fire. "They'll be careful." "We all will." Zhao Ming gave a short nod, then finally sipped the tea. Just as the heat settled in his chest, a knock came at the doorway. Steward Liu O entered, his footsteps quick and formal. "Young master," he bowed, "I've brought the person we discussed, Ida, the agent who provides maidservants and house help." She has brought a few candidates. Behind him, a well-dressed older woman stepped into the room with a broad smile and eyes sharp as polished glass. She was clad in silks of rich maroon, adorned with fine jewelry that clinked softly as she moved. She bowed deeply with rehearsed grace. "This humble one is Mama Gui," she said, her voice smooth as sweetened wine. "A humble broker of fine helper, trained, loyal, obedient. It is this old woman's great honor to serve a man of such elegance and prestige as young Master Zhao. Zhao Ming gave a polite nod, one brow rising slightly at her overt flattery. Mama Gui wasted no time. With a sharp clap of her hands, a line of young women filed into the courtyard space beyond the screen, pausing before stepping inside the study's outer area. Each of them was a vision carefully selected for maximum impact. Curvaceous bodies draped in figure-hugging silk, faces powdered and painted with practiced seduction, hips swaying slightly as they walked. Some fluttered their fans coyly, others offered demure smiles, but their eyes were far from innocent. Several looked upon Zhao Ming with open admiration, some even blushing as they gazed at his composed, scholarly bearing. "They are the finest of my lot," Mama Gui declared proudly. All of them trained not only in household duties at tea, cleaning, sewing, but also in the more refined arts of broken bar to warm your bed and chase the winter from your bones, should you wish it. Each one a virgin, taught in the ways of pleasure without having yet been touched. Yu Ying, who had stepped behind Zhao Ming to pour more tea, paused. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. With a glare like a winter blade, she stared at the girls, then at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming felt the chill. He cleared his throat loudly and turned towards Steward Luo. "Steward Luo, broken bar, did you select these girls?" Steward Luo's face froze in sudden realization. He quickly raised his hands in panic. "This must be a misunderstanding." Mama Gui was instructed to bring trained maid-servants. "Note, not these kinds of girls." "I swear, young master." He turned on Mama Gui with flushed cheeks. "Bring the proper ones." "Now." Mama Gui pursed her lips, clearly annoyed but not foolish enough to protest. She clapped again, and the seductive girls began to file out slowly, a few glancing back longingly at Zhao Ming. As they passed, one of them, a striking girl with soft eyes and painted lips, paused to bow deeply. "Young Master Zhao, broken bar, this one may not have the chance again. But if you require comfort in lonely nights, a broken bar, we are skilled and gentle." Zhao Ming didn't even acknowledge her. Once the girls were gone, Mama Gui muttered something under her breath and clapped again. This time, a second group entered, a plainer in appearance, their clothing modest and their demeanor reserved. These were clearly the true housemaids, not trained seductresses. Yu Ying, arms folded, gave Zhao Ming a sidelong look. He sighed heavily. "If Murongs finds out those other girls stood in this courtyard a broken bar, she'll burn it down," Yu Ying said sweetly. Zhao Ming gave her a sidelong look of his own. "That's what I was thinking." She smirked, satisfied, and handed him the scroll of names for inspection. And so began the proper selection of maids for Zhao Ming's expanding household, though a flicker of discomfort remained in the air like lingering smoke. It was a quiet reminder that appearances were everything in this world, and that one wrong move, one misunderstood decision, could ignite trouble on every front, especially when powerful women were involved. With the first group dismissed and the air cleared of fluster and awkwardness, Mama Gui clapped her hands once again. This time, more girls stepped into the study's outer hall, far more numerous than before, nearly 30 in all. Their attire was neat but subdued, and each girl bore a colored silk ribbon at the waist, denoting their skill category. Mama Gui took the center of the room with the ease of a practiced presenter, her voice clear and confident. "Young Master Zhao, allow this old one to categorize the girls for your convenience." She gestured, and the girls began to separate into smaller groups. "These here," she said, indicating the group with green sashes, "are trained attendants, skilled in cleaning, carrying duties, and managing schedules. Among them are a few literate ones, should young master wish to delegate letters or document copying." Next, she pointed to the blue ribbon girls. "Entertainment. Some play the kin, others the flute, and a few are gifted in poetry and storytelling. Gentle on the A's and pleasant to the ears." She moved to the next group with orange ribbons. "Cooks. These girls are trained in pastries, savory dishes, and tea ceremonies. One or two even learn medicinal soup preparation." And these, she gestured toward the final group wearing crimson sashes, are seamstresses, skilled in mending, tailoring, and embroidery. "The best among them can produce garments worthy of the gentry." Zhao Ming nodded appreciatively, then narrowed his eyes slightly. A subtle golden glint flickered in his gaze as he silently activated his insight skill. He moved slowly, examining the girls group by group, not with suspicion, but with keen judgment. Above their heads, faint ephemeral text appeared in his vision, showing simple notes: willing to serve, curious, timid, lazy, loyal, distracted. As he paced in front of the attendants, several of the girls blushed under his gaze, stealing glances at his face. One even giggled before quickly covering her mouth. A few kept their eyes on the ground, respectful but withdrawn. One, seated quietly at the back, bore the tag calm, literate, strong sense of duty. Another beside her showed curious, mathematical talent, slight anxiety. Zhao Ming raised a brow in interest and nodded for those two to step aside. He moved to the entertainment group next. Most tried to hold their poise, though one girl clearly fought sleep-deprived. Mildly disinterested, he ignored her. A refined-looking girl with a delicate jawline and luminous eyes caught his attention. Her aura was serene, zither, pleasant voice, composed, loyal. Zhao Ming gestured for her to step forward. In the cooking group, most looked healthy and practical. One bore the marker specialty in pastry and medicinal soups. Diligent, willing to learn. She also had a calm energy about her. Zhao Ming signaled for her as well. Finally, the sewing girls. Embroidery talent varied, but one stood out with intricate stitching, passion for high-class design, dream to serve in noble house. Zhao Ming smiled faintly and added her to their chosen lineup. After finishing his inspection, he looked at the remaining 20 or so girls, most of whom bore signs of lackluster effort, passable skill, or mismatched temperament. With a wave of his hand, he stepped back. "These 5 will do," he said, his tone composed. Yu Ying moved beside him and glanced over the selected girls with a critical eye. She nodded slowly in agreement. Zhao Ming's gaze shifted briefly to one of the attendants, the calm girl with calligraphy skill. His insight flickered again, and a new tag appeared: Basic Martial Arts. Concealed Training. His eyes lingered a moment before he let the information settle silently. Interesting, he thought. Mama Gui clapped her hands in delight. "Ah, a fine choice, young master. 4 refined and clever girls, and from the best batches too. I shall have their household registration and deed papers sent to the Murong estate this very afternoon. May they serve you loyally and well." Just as she prepared to bow and lead the others away, one of the chosen girls, the player from the entertainment group, took a step forward, her voice soft but clear. "Young Master Zhao," she said, her eyes steady but pleading, "may I be so bold to request a broken bar if it's at all possible? Could you also take my sister? She is still under Mama Gui's care." A broken bar. Zhao Ming blinked in surprise, not expecting the question. Before he could speak, Mama Gui's expression darkened. She spun around and snapped, "Hush, you foolish girl. Speaking out of turn before young master, have you no sense?" The girl flinched but didn't lower her head. Zhao Ming looked between them, brows slowly drawing together. "What sister?" he asked calmly. Mama Gui hesitated, clearly flustered. "My younger sister, young master," the girl said, stepping forward another pace. "She's a seamstress." A broken bar. "She's not as clever as I am, but she's gentle. I fear if she's sold to the wrong householder." "Enough," Mama Gui barked. Zhao Ming raised a hand, silencing them both. His voice remained smooth, but there was weight behind it. "I'll hear her out," he said. Mama Gui stiffened, lips pressed tighter, but she dared not argue further. Zhao Ming's gaze turned back to the girl, and his insight began to glow again. As the other girls began to withdraw, the zither-playing maid lingered at the edge of the polished floorboards, her fingers tightening slightly on the hem of her sleeve. With a quick glance at Yu Ying and a hesitant step forward, she spoke once more. "Young Master Zhao, a broken bar. Forgive my boldness. But a broken bar. My younger sister wasn't selected to be presented today. She's waiting outside. She's a seamstress, and her skills are quite good." "Yeah, broken bar. I worry what might happen to her if we're separated." Zhao Ming tilted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his dark eyes. "Not selected?" he echoed. "She wasn't chosen by Mama Gui to be part of today's batch. But she's diligent. Her broken bar just not as eye-catching, perhaps," the zither maid said quietly. "I only ask a broken bar if young master is willing. Please consider seeing her. If you still do not wish to keep her afterward, I shall accept your judgment." Zhao Ming turned to Mama Gui with a raised brow. "Where is the girl now?" Mama Gui hesitated for half a breath before schooling her expression into a pleasant smile. "Just outside the side courtyard, young master." "Shall I fetch her?" "Do so," Zhao Ming said plainly. Mama Gui gave a hasty curtsy, then shuffled off with quick, clicking steps. As her footsteps faded, silence filled the room for a moment. Yu Ying turned slightly towards Zhao Ming, her arms crossed loosely under her sleeves. "You're really entertaining her request?" Zhao Ming poured himself a small cup of tea and took a slow sip before replying. "She seems loyal. If her sister is the same, I don't see harm in adding one more." Beside us a broken bar, he set the cup down with a quiet clink. "I'll need more skilled hands. The gauntlet embroidery for my armaments is still ongoing. Precision matters." Yu Ying's expression softened, though she muttered under her breath, "Soft-hearted." A few moments later, the door slid open once more, and Mama Gui returned, ushering a younger girl behind her. "This is the one, young master," she said, forcing cheer into her voice. "A little plain and darker than your usual housemaids, but she's obedient." Zhao Ming turned his attention to the girl. She stood stiffly, her posture straight despite the visible discomfort in her pale, mismatched attire. Heavy white powder masked her natural skin tone, giving her a ghostly pallor, and the pale pink dress she wore clashed with the warmth of her sun-kissed skin beneath the makeup. Her eyes, however, were clear, and her expression humble but earnest. Zhao Ming narrowed his gaze, activating his insight. Above her head, a soft golden glow flickered, double-sided embroidery, focused, loyal, hidden patience, highly specialized skill. Mama Gui nudged the girl forward. "Introduce yourself, girl." The girl bowed low. "This servant's name is Gan He. I am 18, trained for 5 years in embroidery, and I can perform double-sided needlework for fine garments and banners." Zhao Ming studied her for another moment, then gave a faint nod. "You'll be joining your sister." A breathless silence followed. Then both sisters dropped to their knees in unison. "Thank you, young master," they said in chorus, heads bowed low, their relief and gratitude washing over the room like spring rain. Mama Gui clasped her hands together with delight. "Ah, such generosity, young Master Zhao. I'll have both their deeds included with the others and delivered by this afternoon. May they serve your household with utmost devotion." Zhao Ming offered a polite smile. "Make sure they're clean and settled before dusk. I don't want trouble tonight." "Of course, of course." Mama Gui bowed so low her headdress tilted. "Many thanks for your patronage." Zhao Ming turned to Yu Ying. "Send her out, would you?" Yu Ying nodded and gestured toward the door. "This way, Mama Gui." As the two women stepped out, Yu Ying discreetly passed a few coins into Mama Gui's hand as a tip. The older woman's eyes gleamed, and she whispered her thanks before shuffling away down the corridor. Back inside, Zhao Ming turned to Steward Luo, who had been standing quietly near the study shelves. "Well arranged, Steward Luo," Zhao Ming said. "Thank you." Steward Luo gave a respectful bow. "It is this servant's honor to serve, young master." As the doors shut and the morning sun finally poured in through the windows, casting light over the chosen maid still awaiting instructions, Zhao Ming allowed himself a small, satisfied breath. The pieces were falling into place, slowly but surely. After seeing Mama Gui off, Yu Ying returned to the study where Zhao Ming sat calmly, flipping through a scroll with a thoughtful expression. She stepped in quietly, and as the door closed behind her, she crossed the room with familiar grace and poured him a cup of hot tea. The fragrance of jasmine rose gently between them as she placed the cup before him. Zhao Ming glanced up and smiled faintly. "They've settled." Yu Ying nodded. Waiting in the side hall, curious and a little nervous, he set the scroll aside and stood, smoothing his robes. "Then let's not make them wait." With that, the two of them stepped out into the side hall where the 6 new maids were already lined up, standing straight with eyes lowered respectfully. Zhao Ming stepped forward and looked at each of them with a composed gaze. "Before anything else, I want to hear your names, your current ones." "Let's start with the one in entertainment." The girl stepped forward with a graceful bow. Her bearing was calm, her voice warm with a slight lyrical lilt. "This humble one is named Gan. I specialize in zither, poetry and song. This is my younger sister, Gan He. She motioned gently to the seamstress beside her, the one Zhao Ming had added last. Gan He stepped forward as well, her demeanor more reserved, but there was unmistakable gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, young master, for taking both of us in. Zhao Ming gave a small nod, then turned his gaze to the next girl, the cook. She was shorter and round-cheeked, with a cheerful, practical air. My name is Tao, she said with a quick bow. I specialize in pastries, stews, and medicinal soups. I also have some knowledge of preservation and spice blending. Zhao Ming murmured. Useful skills in the winter. The second seamstress, with steady hands and a calm expression, stepped forward. I am called Ru. I work with detailed embroidery patterns, robes, and household decor. I've studied imperial and southern styles both. Then came the two attendants. The first had ink-stained fingers and a faint callus on her thumb, a scholar's hand. I am Lian. I serve well in calligraphy, brushwork, and handling correspondence. The last girl had sharper features and eyes that flicked quickly across the room. My name is Zen. I specialize in numbers and records. I am confident with accounting and logistics. Zhao Ming observed them in silence for a moment. Then, he nodded slowly. From today onward, he said, you will serve under my household name. You'll be given a new prefix as a sign of that. Add the character raking to your names. He turned to the two sisters, Gan and Gan He. From now on, you will be known as King and King He. The sisters both bowed deeply, eyes glistening with sincere gratitude. Thank you, young master, for the honor. The rest followed in kind, voices blending in an elegant chorus of thanks as they acknowledged their bestowed names, King Tao, King Ru, King Lian, and King Zen. Zhao Ming motioned toward Yu Ying. Yu Ying, help them settle in. Arrange rooms for them in the side courtyard. Show them where to find their tools and supplies. Once they've gotten used to the place, we'll decide on specific duties. Yu Ying bowed slightly with a smile. Understood. The 6 girls followed her out in neat formation, though the air had relaxed a little. Their footsteps were quiet, but voices drifted lightly as they started to talk amongst themselves. As they passed through the corridor, several of them began calling Yu Ying elder sister, teasing lightly and making her chuckle. I see I'll have to train your mouths as well as your hands, she replied with mock sternness, though she was clearly pleased by their affection. Zhao Ming watched from the study entrance, one brow raised, a helpless smile curving on his lips. He shook his head lightly. That woman, he muttered under his breath, amused. Already building her own little court. He turned back inside, the sound of laughter and slippers fading into the courtyard as the sun rose higher over Beihai, glinting faintly on the frost-covered tiles. The afternoon sun cast a warm golden hue over the tiled rooftops of the Murong estate, melting away the last of the morning frost. After lunch, Zhao Ming returned to his study but found it unusually quiet. He turned toward the courtyard and, with a faint smile, followed the faint notes of laughter and soft conversation to the side hall. There, sunlight filtered through open lattice windows, catching the dust motes that danced lazily in the air. In the room stood Yu Ying, her sleeves lightly rolled as she gestured toward the layout of the hall. Beside her sat King, the zither player, delicately plucking at a string of the old instrument that rested on its stand. The soft, discordant twang told more than enough about its condition. When the two women noticed him, they rose and offered graceful bows. Young master, they said in unison. Zhao Ming stepped in, his eyes flicking to the zither. Yu Ying, come here for a moment. I'll be heading to the workshop soon. He then turned to King. Does this zither suit you? Or would you prefer a new one? King hesitated, her fingers brushing across the strings again. To be honest, young master, a broken bar. This one is poorly kept. Its body has dried and cracked from lack of care, and the tone is warped. I can tune it, but it won't last long. I thought as much, Zhao Ming said, sighing. I'll arrange for a replacement. I'll check the Murong trading house. Murongs? Yu Ying cut in, brow arched. Unless you plan to get her a horse-sized zither made by iron-fisted brawny men, you might want to reconsider. Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow at her sarcasm. Oh? And where should I go, then? The Jade Elegance Pavilion, of course. Yu Ying folded her arms. We cater to refined ladies. Musical instruments, embroidery supplies, cosmetics. They even carry special lacquered combs now. He chuckled. All right, I'll leave it to you, then. While you're there, pick up a few uniform dresses for the girls too. Something tasteful and not too flashy. Yu Ying nodded immediately. Consider it done. Can I use the Rouge's profits for this? Zhao Ming gave her a permissive nod. Take what you need. Bring and the others with you. Let them look around and pick what suits their work. And a broken bar, he added as an afterthought. Get them some snacks too. Treat it like a proper outing. Yu Ying gave a little exaggerated bow, eyes gleaming with mischief. As you command, young master. I shall spend your money with utmost joy. Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes, pretending to sigh in resignation. If you overspend, I'll deduct it from your monthly pay. At that, King couldn't help but let out an elegant, silvery laugh. You two speak like an old couple. Yu Ying shot her a look. King, Zhao Ming raised a hand. No need to argue. You're dismissed for now. He gave them one last glance, his expression soft but focused, before turning and heading out of the hall. His footsteps echoed lightly as he crossed the courtyard, the sounds of the household gradually resuming behind him. The late afternoon breeze stirred his robes as he stepped out of the estate gate, heading toward the Murong trading house, his mind already shifting toward other matters. The warmth of the moment lingered behind him, in the laughter of women and the distant twang of a broken zither. When Zhao Ming arrived at the Murong workshop, the familiar scent of forged metal and oiled wood greeted him like a quiet storm brewing beneath calm skies. Inside, the rhythmic sound of hammers against steel had softened for the afternoon. Wen Tao, clad in a leather apron and fingerless gloves, looked up from a workbench and wiped his hands on a cloth. Young master, Wen Tao greeted with a small bow and a cheerful grin. Uncle Qian is taking the day off. His old injury acts up when the cold creeps in. As for shopkeeper Hua, he's tied up with the governor's office again. Left in a hurry this morning. Zhao Ming nodded. Let Uncle Qian rest. He's earned it. With a wave, Wen Tao beckoned him deeper into the workshop, past rows of tools and the scent of lacquer. They came to a long table where a polished box sat in pride of place. Wen Tao lifted the lid with careful hands. Inside, nestled in velvet-lined compartments, were two gauntlets similar in construction, but differing in aesthetic. This one, Wen Tao said, lifting the first gauntlet with reverence, is pure white, clean and elegant. A subtle gift, perhaps more suited for formal wear or low-key occasions. He held up the second. And this is the one you mentioned for Lady Murong. White base with pink silk accents is subtle, but distinctly feminine. The inner lining is slightly softer as well. Zhao Ming leaned closer, studying them. Each gauntlet was reinforced yet graceful, the edges neatly sewn, the surface smooth and matte, catching the soft lantern light like brushed jade. Wen Tao flipped one over and pressed a mechanism hidden beneath a flap. With a satisfying shhhk, an arrow blade of blackened steel extended smoothly from the underside, deadly and precise. I've tested the mechanism thoroughly, Wen Tao said proudly. The blade can withstand a heavy slash and won't buckle. The gauntlet structure allows free wrist movement, perfect for sword forms. Though the material's a bit stiff at first. The wearer will need time to break it in. Zhao Ming turned one in his hands, fingers ghosting over the fastening, the hidden seams. It was solid, deceptively light. It's very well made. Elegant, a broken bar but lethal. Wen Tao grinned. Exactly what you asked for. Satisfied, Zhao Ming nodded. Good work. I'll bring them back to have embroidery added, one for presentation, the other for function. Understood. Wen Tao began disassembling the gauntlets, carefully removing the internal blade mechanisms and wrapping each part in oiled cloth for safe handling. Everything was then placed neatly into the box again. As Zhao Ming fastened the lid, the workshop doors creaked open once more. A gust of cold wind swept in, carrying a tense silence in shopkeeper Wu. He strode in briskly, his usual calm replaced with a stormy expression. Young Master Zhao, he said, voice low and clipped. You'll want to hear this. Zhao Ming straightened immediately. Speak. Kong Rong, Wu began, brushing snowflakes from his sleeves, has begun placing orders. Quiet ones. Reinforced fencing for the refugee camps. Blades, spears, even some bows are larger numbers than usual. He's arming up. Not just for his guards. Zhao Ming's brow furrowed. He's preparing for internal unrest? Wu gave a grave nod. The refugee population has grown restless. Tensions are rising. Some camps reported small scuffles over food, over space. Instead of providing aid, he's reinforcing control, arming those loyal to him. Word on the street says a broken bar. He's worried a riot might erupt before the new year even arrives. The box in Zhao Ming's hands felt heavier than before. So he's turning the city into a powder keg, he murmured. Exactly, Wu confirmed. And if things truly spiral out of control, a broken bar, we'll all feel the consequences. For a moment, Zhao Ming was quiet, gazing at the carefully packed gauntlets meant to protect, not for battle, at least not yet. He exhaled slowly, a hint of frost escaping his lips. Keep watching. Let me know if the orders increase or if he tries to conscript outside guards. I want to know before he acts. Yes, young master, Wu said firmly. With a curt nod, Zhao Ming turned, box under one arm, and stepped out into the cold. The wind brushed against his robes like a whispered warning. The snow had not yet fallen, but the storm was coming. The afternoon sunlight filtered through drifting clouds, casting a warm, golden glow over the streets of Beihai as Yu Ying led the group of girls toward Jade Elegant's pavilion. With her usual easy grace and straight-backed confidence, she strode ahead, occasionally glancing over her shoulder to ensure the girls were keeping up. King, walking by her side, drew more than a few looks from passers-by. Her beauty was the kind that seemed to glow in daylight, drawing the eyes of young masters and idle men alike. Though most simply admired from a distance, a few bold ones whispered among themselves, nudging elbows and daring each other to approach. Behind them, King He walked with a mixture of curiosity and awe in her wide, dark eyes. Her gaze darted from shop fronts to signboards, to the bustle of well-dressed nobles passing in carriages. This city is huge, she whispered under her breath. Don't wander off, King warned gently, slipping her arm around her younger sisters. Stay close. King Tao, carrying herself with an unhurried calm, chuckled. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her too. At the rear of the group, King Lian walked like a sentinel, tall, quiet, and with an unmistakable air of vigilance. Her eyes swept over every young master who dared inch closer, and her intimidating stare sent most of them scurrying off before they could even think of striking up a conversation. Meanwhile, King Wuo and King Zhen were caught in a lively discussion with Yu Ying and King, their voices light and bright with laughter as they traded thoughts on pastries, embroidery designs, and music pieces. By the time they reached the Jade Elegance pavilion, the group had drawn a trail of whispers and curious glances behind them. The store itself stood tall and elegant, its red wooden doors framed by delicate carvings and tasteful calligraphy. Yum, seated at the front receiving customers, perked up when she saw Yu Ying entering with a trail of young women behind her. She rose and greeted her with a bright grin. You've come back already? And with a whole troop, no less. Who are these beauties? These are young Master Zhao's new maids, Yu Ying said proudly, a teasing tone in her voice. We're here to fit them for courtyard uniforms, sir, and don't worry, the bill goes to the Rouge Prophet. Yum let out a loud, delighted laugh. Then we must spend it generously. Come, girls, let's find you something fitting. She ushered them inside, guiding the girls toward the dressing area filled with various fabrics and elegant cuts suited for maids, attendants, and private performers. The air inside the pavilion carried the soft scent of perfume and powdered rouge, mingling with the laughter of women and the rustle of silk. King pulled Yu Ying aside and asked softly, "Can I try the zhes here? The one at the house is out of tune." "Of course," Yu Ying nodded. "Ask him." Yum, always eager to show off the store's finest goods, personally took King to the music corner, where beautifully lacquered zithers were displayed like art pieces. King sat and began trying a few notes, her fingers brushing the strings as a gentle, melodic hum filled the room. At that moment, Yulan arrived, carrying a lacquered box filled with the latest batch of rouge products. She was halfway through greeting Yu Ying when her eyes landed on King He specifically. The awkward contrast between the girl's naturally tanned skin and the pale powder awkwardly caked on her cheeks. Who did this to your face? Yulan asked with mock horror before grabbing King He's wrist. Come, sit. Eh? King He blinked as she was pulled to a nearby stool. Yu Ying laughed. Just sit still. Once she starts, no one can stop her, especially not when makeup is involved. Yulan had already set to work, muttering about tones and balance and natural beauty. With deft hands, she cleaned off the uneven powder and began applying new layers of subtle color warmer shades that complemented King He's skin tone rather than masking it. By the time King returned from the section and caught sight of her sister, she paused mid-step. You look beautiful, she whispered in awe. The soft glow on King He's cheeks, the gentle line of her lips now enhanced with a pink tint, the natural depth brought out in her eyes, so it was no exaggeration. Yum joined them, nodding with approval. She's a gem. Whoever made her wear white powder should be banned from cosmetics for life. King He flushed under the praise but smiled shyly. Yu Ying, arms crossed and smirking, looked at them all fondly. All right, after this, we'll finish the fittings, buy some snacks for the road, and head back before the sun starts to dip. Let's make sure you all look like proper young masters as maids before dinner. The girls all answered with a cheerful chorus, and the sound of their voices carried like bird song through the pavilion. From outside, the sun continued its slow descent, casting the red and gold trim of Jade Elegance Pavilion in a radiant glow, like the curtain rising on the beginning of something new. The sky had long since turned a velvet blue, dotted with faint stars peeking between drifting clouds, when Zhao Ming finished his quiet dinner. He was just setting down his cup of warm tea when the side door to his study slid open. Yu Ying entered first, still dressed neatly from the outing, her posture proud with a hint of smug satisfaction. Following her was King, elegant as ever, her steps light and eyes calm, the soft lantern light catching the delicate shine in her neatly pinned hair. Young master, Yu Ying greeted with a graceful bow. Good evening, young master Zhao. King followed, her voice soft and composed. Zhao Ming nodded, eyes flicking briefly between the two. As they stood side by side, the distinction in roles was obvious. Though Yu Ying clearly held authority as his personal maid and head of the group, it was King who seemed to naturally garner the girls' differencia. Something about her serene demeanor and composed grace gave her the air of an elder sister, even without official position. So, how was the excursion? Zhao Ming asked as he gestured for them to sit. Yu Ying grinned and pulled a scroll from her sleeve. We've finished shopping, all within reason, of course. Her voice was bright with the tone of someone who knew she was about to be challenged on that statement. We did our best to ensure the girls are prepared and well dressed, King added politely. Then, slightly lowering her gaze, she murmured with a faint blush coloring her cheeks, though I ended up buying 3 zithers. Zhao Ming raised a brow but offered a small chuckle. 3? I couldn't help it, she confessed. They each had their own tone and one of them was a guzzing style, perfect for ensemble. Yu Ying leaned back with a smug look. Don't worry, young master. They're all top quality. I made sure of it myself. Zhao Ming took the scroll and unfurled it, eyes scanning the list of purchases. At first, his face remained neutral until he reached the lower half. Rouges, creams, perfumes. He read slowly, then his gaze slid towards Yu Ying, one brow arching. Yu Ying lifted her chin defiantly. Women need to doll themselves up. You want your courtyard to be lively, don't you? Zhao Ming tapped the scroll. These are my products, and I'm being charged for them. Well, she replied with a completely shameless smile. Yum needs to hit her sales quota. It's for the image of the brand. King, who had been quietly listening, blinked. Those are yours, young master? The rouge and perfumes? Zhao Ming nodded. Sold through Jade Elegance Pavilion, under Lady Yu's direction. I create recipes, they produce and sell. King looked down at the list again, faintly impressed. Zhao Ming rolled the scroll up with a sigh. Fine. Just counted properly in the monthly profit report. No tricks. Yu Ying gave a playful salute. Understood, young master Scrooge. Choosing to ignore her jab, Zhao Ming stood and crossed to a lacquered chest by the wall. With a flick of the latch, he opened it and pulled out a long rectangular box. As he laid it on the table and opened the lid, both women leaned in. Inside were 2 finely crafted gauntlets, one in pristine white, the other accented with delicate pink highlights. The light from the oil lamp glinted faintly off the subtle metallic threads woven into the fabric. "They're beautiful," King breathed. Yu Ying's eyes widened, reaching out without touching. "So elegant. But also strong." "They're not finished," Zhao Ming said. "The inner mechanism is in place, and Wen Tao has tested the durability. But I need embroidered only something elegant and graceful, not too flashy, but noble." He glanced at Yu Ying. "King He and King Wuo will handle it. I want the embroidery finished in 2 days. I need to send it to Miss Murong before the new year." Shopkeeper Wu is already grumbling about the schedule. Yu Ying gave a confident nod. "We'll get it done, don't worry." Her eyes lingered on the gauntlets a moment longer, then flicked back up to him with a grin. "Will I get a pair like this too someday?" Zhao Ming raised a brow. "Maybe. But if you keep overspending, I'll cut your portion of the batch. I still need to make some for Lady Yulan, and possibly Luke Yanyi." Yu Ying pouted. "So stingy, young master." "I call it financially responsible." King couldn't help but laugh softly at their banter, her elegant composure softened by genuine amusement. Zhao Ming closed the lid and handed the box to Yu Ying. "Give it to them and begin tomorrow morning." "Yes, yes." Yu Ying took the box with a playful curtsy, her grin still lingering. As the two women left to begin their preparations, Zhao Ming sat back down, swirling his tea with a thoughtful expression. The courtyard was growing lively, indeed, and the new year was just around the corner. 2 days had passed since Zhao Ming entrusted the unfinished gauntlets to Yu Ying for embroidery. The chill of winter had settled over Beihai, but the warmth inside Zhao Ming's study offered a comfortable escape. Outside, the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting golden slants of light through the latticed windows. Inside, the faint scent of ink, aged scrolls, and chrysanthemum tea filled the air. Zhao Ming reclined on a cushioned chair near the window, a book of military treatises open beside him, but his focus had long drifted away from the pages. A steaming porcelain cup sat untouched, its gentle aroma rising in soft curls. Across from him, the soft twangs of a zither filled the quiet, tender and flowing like mountain spring water. Kim sat poised at the zither, her posture graceful and movements composed. Each pluck of the strings released a note that lingered in the room, weaving a delicate tapestry of sound. Her hair was loosely tied, a few strands framing her gentle face, and her expression was serenely calm, yet touched by something distant. When the song came to a close, she slowly lifted her hands, letting the final note fade. She looked towards Zhao Ming, her eyes meeting his with a soft glow. "Young master," she said lightly, "was the melody pleasing?" Zhao Ming closed his book and leaned his elbow on the armrest, resting his chin in one hand as he watched her with faint amusement. "If I had wine in hand, I might have been drunk by the third verse." King smiled gently. "Then I shall be careful not to play too often. We wouldn't want you intoxicated on zither music." He chuckled quietly. "There are worse ways to lose oneself." She hesitated for a moment, then looked down at her hands resting on the strings. "I heard a few things from Yu Ying and the others," she began softly, "about how you helped the refugees broken by how you guided them to Eastern Hill." Zhao Ming tilted his head slightly, lips quirking into a half-smile. "That story again? The land was Murong property, not mine. I simply pointed people in the right direction." "It's hardly worth mentioning." King shook her head, still looking at the strings as if drawing courage from their presence. "Many would have turned a blind eye or tried to profit. You didn't. You helped them settle, kept them safe." "It was a practical decision," he replied, though his tone lacked conviction. "It kept them from flooding the city and straining resources." "That might be how you justify it," she said with a quiet smile, "but that doesn't change the kindness of your actions." Zhao Ming leaned back and regarded her silently for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. "Kindness a broken bar," he muttered. "I never thought that word would be pinned to me." "I suppose people are more complicated than simple labels," she replied, her voice carrying a tone of understanding. "Even a sharp tongue can hide a warm heart." His brows lifted faintly at her words. "That sounds like a compliment." She glanced sideways at him, cheeks blooming with faint color. "Maybe it is." There was a brief pause, filled only by the ticking of the incense clock and the occasional crackle from the brazier. "A broken bar, do you regret it?" Zhao Ming asked, his tone uncharacteristically subdued. King blinked, surprised by the question. "Regret what?" "Becoming a bonded maid. Ending up here, in this manner, with me." The zither beneath her fingers seemed suddenly heavier. She stared at it, lips parted slightly, as if unsure how to respond. "I didn't choose this path willingly," she said at last, voice low, almost a whisper. "But I don't regret being here." "Not anymore." Zhao Ming didn't press further. He simply watched her as she lowered her head, delicate fingers resettling on the strings. After a pause, she began to play again. The second melody was deeper, more introspective yet still beautiful, but touched with longing. As the notes flowed, Zhao Ming closed his eyes and let the music guide his thoughts. He didn't know what King truly carried in her heart, but her music spoke volumes where words could not. Moments passed, warm and melancholic. Then, the door creaked softly as Yu Ying entered, her cheerful steps breaking the stillness. She held a slender, lacquered box wrapped in silk. Behind her trailed King He and King Yu, both dressed neatly, their cheeks pink from the cold outside. Young Master Yu Ying called out in her usual sing-song voice, holding up the box proudly. "We've finished the embroidery." Zhao Ming opened his eyes, slowly sitting upright. As the girls approached, the atmosphere shifted, a melody fading, replaced by the anticipation of crafted steel and woven thread. The box was laid carefully on the low table. With a few deft movements, Yu Ying unwrapped it to reveal the two gauntlets, one of pure white, the other white with delicate pink highlights, both now adorned with fine embroidery that shimmered under the lantern light. Floral patterns wound across the leather like living vines, blending beauty with functionality. Zhao Ming leaned forward, examining the details. "Well, a broken bar. Let's see if it's as good as you promised." Yu Ying placed the long lacquered box on the low table before Zhao Ming, her smile full of pride. With a delicate flourish, she unwrapped the silk cover and revealed the two gauntlets resting side by side, nestled on soft velvet padding. One was pure white, elegant and pristine, while the other bore subtle pink highlights threaded around the edges, adding a playful touch to its refined form. Zhao Ming leaned forward with a flicker of interest in his eyes, but before he could speak, King Yu stepped forward and gave a small bow. "Young master," she began, her tone both modest and eager, "I was responsible for the embroidery on the pure white gauntlet. I chose a plum blossom motif, a delicate, yet enduring. Plum blossoms bloom in winter, just like how Lady Murong remains strong despite the cold winds of the season. I thought it suited her." Zhao Ming arched a brow, impressed. He took the gauntlet in hand and ran his fingers lightly over the embroidery. The design was intricate yet elegant, the white-on-white stitching catching the light at certain angles like frost against snow. "You have a good eye, King Yu. It's subtle, but dignified." "She'll like this." King Yu lowered her head slightly, cheeks flushed with quiet pride. Next, King He stepped up, her posture straight and confident. "As for the gauntlet with the pink highlights, a broken bar, I chose a butterfly and peony design," she said. "The peony stands for nobility and grace, and the butterfly adds a touch of lightness and playfulness. I thought Lady Murong's temperament would be complemented by a design that is both elegant and vibrant." Zhao Ming gave a small chuckle. "So even the design has a bit of spirit in it." "Fitting, considering who it's for." He held both gauntlets up for a moment, turning them slightly in the light. The craftsmanship was excellent, the embroidery flawlessly done, the patterns lively yet tasteful. "You've both done well," he said sincerely. "Very well." "I'm impressed." From her seat nearby, King Ma had risen and come closer, eyes bright with curiosity. She looked over his shoulder to examine the finished work, her voice soft with admiration. "They're beautiful, a broken bar. It's pleasing just to look at them." She tilted her head slightly, a gentle smile on her lips. Like most girls, she couldn't help but be drawn to beautiful things, especially when they were made with such care and thought. Yu Ying, arms crossed and smirking with satisfaction, raised a brow and said, "Young master, don't forget about my share of gauntlets." "If the girls are getting such fine pieces, then surely your personal maid deserves something." "A broken bar spectacular." Zhao Ming didn't look up as he gently placed the gauntlets back into the box, but his tone was amused. "You really don't hold back?" "Of course not," Yu Ying grinned. "And perhaps you should make one for each of the girls. They'd be thrilled. Just think of it as a new kind of uniform." He paused, then sighed. "I'll consider it. But I might have to design a regular version without the hidden blade. I can't have my courtyard full of assassins in maid outfits." King chuckled lightly, the sound as airy as falling petals. "We've already received far more than most maids in any household. I doubt others are given fine zithers, embroidered dresses, and hidden blades." Yu Ying waved a hand. "Don't hold back, King. With young master, you need to ask boldly. He's generous when he's in a good mood." Zhao Ming raised a brow at her. "You do realize if there's ever a female master in this manor, she might not be as lenient. She'll want reports on every coin spent." "Oh?" Yu Ying tapped her chin playfully. "Then I'll make sure to earn her trust first. We're both women, after all. I'll find common ground. Who knows? I might even win her over faster than you think." Zhao Ming gave her a deadpan look. "And which a female master are you referring to?" She gave him a teasing wink. "Well, a broken bar. No one knows who it'll be yet, right?" she said sweetly. "Even you don't." Zhao Ming groaned softly and rubbed his temple. "I shouldn't have taught you how to talk back." Chuckling, he carefully closed the lacquered box and stood up, tucking it under his arm. His expression returned to its usual calm. "I'll head to Murong Prosperity Hall now," he said. "Murongda's probably waiting, and I need to deliver this to X before shopkeeper Wu complains again about the New Year rush." Yu Ying folded her hands behind her back, watching him with a faint smile. "Don't forget to tell Lady Murong how many people worked on that gauntlet. We deserve credit." "I'll tell her you stitched it while eating snacks and teasing me," Zhao Ming muttered as he stepped toward the door. Yu Ying beamed. "That's still true." The warm afternoon light streamed through the wide entrance of the Murong Prosperity Hall, casting long shadows on the tiled floor. Zhao Ming stepped in, a lacquered box in his hands, his steps relaxed but purposeful. The familiar scent of wood polish, dried herbs, and parchment lingered in the air. Though the shop bustled with activity, servants moving crates, scribes checking manifests, an unspoken respect parted the way for him. Behind the central counter stood shopkeeper Wu, his sleeves rolled up, eyes narrowed as he reviewed the latest inventory scroll. When he looked up and saw Zhao Ming, he set the brush down and smiled. "Little Zhao, from the look of that box, I take it the goods are ready?" Zhao Ming returned the smile and stepped forward. "The gauntlets, as promised." He placed the box on the counter with care. Wu unlatched the lid and lifted it open, revealing the pair of embroidered gauntlets nestled in silk. One was a pristine white with fine plum blossoms stitched across the surface, subtle and elegant. The other bore soft pink highlights, its pattern filled with butterflies and blooming peonies. Beneath the beauty lay the hidden mechanism, refined, functional, and deadly. Wu's eyes gleamed with appreciation. "Elegant and lethal, a broken bar. You've got sharp taste in both weapons and women." "You picked good hands for the embroidery." Zhao Ming chuckled lightly. "They'll be unbearable if you say that too loudly." Shopkeeper Wu waved over a servant. "Fetch Wen Tao from the workshop. He needs to finish the mechanical touch-ups before we send these off." As the servant dashed away, Wu closed the lid with care. "Perfect timing. We're about to send off a shipment to Zhu County direct to the Murong Manor." Zhao Ming nodded knowingly. "That's where Murong Jin is stationed." "Murong's still training in the Azure Dragon sect, isn't she?" "She is," Wu confirmed. "And since the sect sits right outside Zhu County proper, we're coordinating everything through the manor. Your gauntlets will go with the final crate this evening." Shortly after, Wen Tao arrived, grease stains on his tunic, hands calloused from hours of crafting. He bowed to Zhao Ming, accepted the gauntlets with careful hands, and retreated into the rear workshop. Wu turned towards Zhao Ming. "Come, let's have tea in the back." Inside the quieter side room, steam rose from freshly poured cups. Wu set one in front of Zhao Ming and leaned back with a sigh. "We've delivered the fences Kong Rong ordered," he said plainly. "They've been installed along the south perimeter near the refugee camps." City guards were overseeing the process themselves. Zhao Ming took a slow sip, nodding. "That should at least ease the pressure on the gates." Wu continued, "And the weapon shipment also requested by Kong Ronga was sent to the city barracks this morning. Mostly standard arms, spears, short swords, reinforced bucklers. He glanced sideways. Kong Rong's been asking for more control around the city. Seems even he's starting to feel how volatile the refugee situation is. Zhao Ming set his cup down, brows drawn. Do you think it's enough? Enough to stall trouble? Perhaps, but not enough if someone lights a match. There was a pause. Then Wu added, his voice quieter, "That's a broken bar if you're still planning to organize Xiliang and the more disciplined refugees into a private force. It's best done quietly." Da suggests discretion. No need to rattle Kong Rong's cage. Zhao Ming nodded. Understood. I'll arrange a meeting with Xiliang soon. Just then, Wen Tao returned with the gauntlets, now polished and complete. Mechanisms solid. Blades deploy without a hitch. Wu took them back, bowed his thanks, and disappeared briefly to oversee the final packing. Zhao Ming lingered at the side table, fingers tapping lightly on the wood. He wasn't worried but something gnawed at him. The air in Beihai had been growing heavier, taut with unspoken tension. Moments later, Wu returned. Crates are sealed. The convoy will head out before dusk. Before they could exchange another word, a sudden noise erupted from the front hall, shouting, footsteps, voices pleading. The sound of panic. Zhao Ming and Wu rushed out, weaving past servants until the entrance came into view. A crowd of refugees had pushed their way past the guards, eyes desperate and hollow. Men and women alike, many barefoot, with sun-scorched skin and worn robes. Children clung to their mothers. The voices overlapped, begging, shouting, some merely weeping. Please see food. Just something for the child, Rena. You help others, so please don't turn us away. Wu's face tensed. How did they get past the gate guards? Move aside. A voice barked from the doorway. Murongda strode in, dusty from travel. His travel cloak fluttered behind him as he surveyed the scene, face like stone. Separate them, he ordered the shop guards. Keep weapons sheathed. No shouting. Fetch food and water. Calm them down. A servant ran off. Another dashed toward the outer courtyard to summon city guards. Murongda approached Zhao Ming and Wu, voice low. This isn't isolated. I saw 3 shops swarmed on my way back. The refugee camps near the south wall are there falling apart. No proper leadership. No discipline. If something isn't done soon, a broken bar. Zhao Ming's expression sharpened. Then the whole city will suffer. Wu exhaled slowly, watching as the guards began guiding the refugees to one side of the hall. It's getting closer to the tipping point. Zhao Ming nodded once. Then it's time I meet Xiliang. The pale light of dawn crept over the horizon, bathing the Murong estate in hues of silver and blue. In the quiet moments before the rest of the household stirred, Zhao Ming had already risen and dressed in a plain, dark robe. His hair was tied simply, and instead of his usual scholar's sash, he wore a travel belt beneath his outer cloak. A tray of leftover mantou and a small bowl of congee sat half-finished on his desk, a breakfast eaten in haste, more to fill the stomach than savor. As he fastened his braces and reached for a pouch of silvertals, a soft knock came from the courtyard walkway. Zhao Ming? Came Yi Ying's voice, hushed but alert. A moment later, she slid the door open without waiting for a response. Her hair was hastily tied in a single braid, and she wore her usual morning robe, but her eyes were sharp, scanning the scene. You're up early, she said, stepping in. And leaving without a word to any of us? What's going on? Zhao Ming looked up from tying his boots, the calm in his voice belying the tension in his expression. I'm heading to Eastern Hill. The refugee camps are on the brink of disorder, and I need to speak with Xiliang as discreetly as possible. Yi Ying frowned, arms crossing. You should have told me last night. If anything happens, I didn't want to stir the household, Zhao Ming said, standing and brushing off his robes. This isn't an official visit. Quiet eyes attract less trouble. She followed him as he moved to the small cabinet and tucked a rolled map into his cloak. Have there been any updates from Lady Yu or the others? He asked suddenly, his voice dropping slightly. On Kong Rong's internal movements, any letters or documents? And a broken bar on Zhou Feng? Yi Ying's brows furrowed at the mention of Zhou Feng. No concrete news yet. We've been careful. A lady you said it would take time to intercept anything credible without alerting suspicion. As for Zhao Feng, a broken bar, nothing unusual since the last we heard, but I'll press Yilan and Jim to dig deeper today. He nodded slowly. Good. There's more urgency now. Refugees broke past the gates yesterday, desperate for food. It wasn't just you, other shops were swarmed too. If things keep unraveling, people will riot. Yu Ying's eyes widened. Already? The situation's that dire? Zhao Ming looked away, his jaw tight. The fences and weapon shipments Kong Rong requested were supposed to ease things, but it's just putting a lid on a boiling pot. I don't know if it'll hold. She bit her lip, worry crossing her face. I'll make sure to find answers today. No delays. Before either of them could say more, a soft yawn echoed from the hallway. Kim appeared in the doorway, hair uncombed, still tying the sash of her robe. Young master, a broken bar, you're leaving? Zhao Ming offered her a gentle smile. Apologies for waking you. I need to take a trip to Eastern Hill, but I'll be back before sundown. Kim blinked sleepily, then nodded. Should I prepare anything, or inform the others? He shook his head. Actually, I need you to hold the fort. Yu Ying has tasks to handle today. If anything happens, you'll be the one to coordinate the maids. Just stay alert. Though her expression held a trace of anxiety, Kim squared her shoulders. Understood. We'll stay in the courtyard and be careful. Good, Zhao Ming said, reaching over to ruffle her hair gently before pulling on his cloak. No need to go outside unless necessary. The streets are unpredictable. Yu Ying gave him a final look, arms now relaxed at her sides. Be safe. If there's trouble, don't play the hero. Zhao Ming chuckled lightly. Who said anything about being a hero? I'm just a scholar who keeps stepping in mud. The door opened with a creak as he stepped into the morning mist. The sun had yet to fully rise, only the faintest golden streaks peeked beyond the eastern rooftops. The air was cool and damp, carrying the distant smell of wood smoke and steamed buns from early market stalls. With his cloak drawn tight and his gaze set ahead, Zhao Ming slipped away from the estate's gate, heading toward the uncertain horizon of Eastern Hill. The early morning sun had risen higher by the time Zhao Ming passed through the eastern gate of Bihai. The guards posted there recognized him instantly and greeted him with a warmth not usually afforded to scholars. Ah, young Master Zhao. Off to Eastern Hill again? One of them called out with a smile. Zhao Ming inclined his head politely, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just checking in on old friends. You've done more than that, another guard chimed in. The folks over there still talk about how you helped them find their footing. Some even say you're half their lord now. Zhao Ming gave a modest chuckle. Please, let's not spread dangerous rumors. I'm just a guest with a few ideas. With a final wave, he continued on foot down the winding path that led toward the Eastern Hill settlement. The cool morning breeze rustled through the leaves overhead, and the air was rich with the scent of damp soil, dew-kissed grass, and distant wood smoke. As he reached the outskirts of the settlement, the sights and sounds of daily life greeted him like an old companion. Refugees stirring from their huts, smoke rising from cook fires, the murmur of voices as families greeted the new day. The once barren hill was now a modest yet thriving community. Well-built cabins stood where makeshift tents once flapped in the wind. Paths had been beaten into the earth from repeated steps, and rows of vegetables peeked from freshly tilled soil. The barking of dogs echoed from somewhere down the slope, accompanied by the clatter of morning chores. Zhao Ming's eyes caught a familiar figure crouched beside a large water barrel. Ziliang, the quiet and dependable man who had become a leader among the refugees. He was shirtless, drawing water with strong, practiced movements, his back glistening with morning sweat despite the chill. His long hair was loosely tied, and a cloth hung over his shoulder. From the doorway of the nearest cabin, Lin, his wife, spotted the visitor. Her eyes brightened as she stepped out with a soft smile. "Young Master Zhao," she called, wiping her hands on her apron. "You've come early today." Zhao Ming lifted his hand in greeting. "I hope I'm not intruding." "Nonsense." She turned back toward the house. "Liang, look who's here." Ziliang stood and turned, a grin spreading across his weathered face. "Zhao Ming, come here. What wind brings you to a humble slope so early?" Zhao Ming stepped forward and clasped the man's forearm in greeting. "A quiet wind and a few restless thoughts. I wanted to see how things were progressing here." "Well enough," Ziliang said, nodding toward the camp. "See for yourself. The people are up early these days. There's pride in the work now." Zhao Ming glanced around and gave a small nod of approval. "You've done well." He looked toward the house. "Where are the children?" "I was hoping to see Xujian and Xu." Lin chuckled as she ducked back inside. "Still sleeping. Those two." Clung to her blanket like a little kitten this morning. "I'll wake them in a beta. Come inside. The table's set." Xiliang waved toward the house and followed Zhao Ming toward the porch. "It's been peaceful, more or less. The land around Eastern Hill is good. Game is plentifuler: rabbits, pheasants, and even the occasional wild boar. We've gotten skilled at hunting and trapping. The furs sell well through the Murong Prosperity Hall, and the meat keeps our bellies full." He opened the wooden door and gestured for Zhao Ming to enter first. Inside, the warmth of the hearth greeted him, along with the pleasant aroma of millet porridge and steaming flatbread. The modest home was tidy and welcoming, with wooden beams, hand-woven rugs, and handmade furniture built by the community. "The people here have learned to work as one," Xiliang continued as they sat down at the low wooden table. "We share food, rotate labor, and help the sick. With nearly 100 households now, we're more village than camp. But it's thanks to your early help that we got here." Zhao Ming shook his head. "You give me too much credit. I only guided the current. You were the one who steered the ship." At that, Lin returned, setting down bowls of hot porridge, pickled vegetables, and a fresh pot of tea. "You both flatter each other too much. Now eat while it's hot." "I'll go wake the children." She offered Zhao Ming a warm smile before disappearing into the back room. Xiliang poured the tea, his eyes steady and calm. "How is the city?" he asked after a moment. "I heard whispers that something's stirring." Zhao Ming's expression darkened slightly as he stirred his porridge. "There's unrest, more refugees trying to breach the gates. The city guards are tense. If things continue, it might not stay peaceful." Xiliang's brows furrowed, but he said nothing and just sipped his tea in silence. After a moment, Zhao Ming leaned back slightly. "I came to ask if you're ready. If things get worse, you may need to take further steps to protect this place. Not just from hunger, but from politics." Xiliang nodded once, slowly. "Then let's finish breakfast first." "It's easier to face the world on the full stomach." Zhao Ming gave a small smile, raising his bowl in agreement. As the final bits of flatbread disappeared and the bowls sat nearly empty, a firm knock echoed against the cabin door. Xiliang looked up, his ears instinctively sharpening. His brows drew together, and without a word, he rose from the table and stepped outside. Through the crack in the open door, Zhao Ming glimpsed a man in a simple tunic, standing upright with the familiarity of someone long accustomed to order and obedience. The exchange was brief. Xiliang gave a few nods, spoke in low tones, then gestured toward the slope beyond the house, where the morning mist was beginning to lift. Back inside, Lin returned with a faint smile, gathering empty dishes. "That was his vice captain from the days when he worked guard duties," she said in an offhand tone, as if speaking of a part of him that still lingered, even now. Zhao Ming gave her a curious glance but said nothing, storing the detail away for later. A moment later, Xiliang stepped back inside and dusted his hands on a cloth. "He'll handle the patrol and daily duties. I've told him to keep things steady today." He met Zhao Ming's gaze. "We can speak the whole day if need be." Lin, who had just started clearing the dishes, paused mid-step. Her eyes darted from her husband to Zhao Ming, then to her children. "It's serious, isn't it?" Zhao Ming's calm demeanor didn't waver. "It could be." Without needing further explanation, Lin turned to her children, who had just begun playfully bickering over a small carved horse. "Jian, go to Auntie Lian's house next door and play with her boys, all right?" she said gently. But Mama Xum started, her voice laced with a hint of whine. Lin smiled and tousled her daughter's soft hair. "Just for a while. Mama and Papa need to talk with Uncle Zhao." The children glanced at Zhao Ming, who offered them a kind smile and a subtle wink. That was enough to send them scampering out the door with quick little steps, their chatter trailing behind them. Lin began gathering the dishes, but Zhao Ming raised a hand to stop her. "Stay," he said gently. "This concerns you too. I want both of you to hear this." She paused for a beat, then slowly sat back down, folding her hands in her lap. Zhao Ming exhaled, letting the weight of the matter settle into the small, wooden room. The warmth from the hearth was comforting, but the tension now drifting in was unmistakable. "The situation in the city is changing," he began. "The refugee camps are growing more unstable. Some of the outer gates have seen breaches, small groups slipping through, desperate for food, warmth, or shelter. That chaos won't ease any time soon." Both Xiliang and Lin were quiet, listening intently. "There's also news of broken bar troubling signs from Lania. If what I've heard is accurate, there might be movement or rebels stirring, possibly after the new year when winter passes." Xiliang leaned forward, his arms resting on the table, gaze darkening. "You believe they'll move this way?" "It's a possibility," Zhao Ming said. "And if they do, the city won't be able to hold." Behi's walls are strong, but the people inside are fragile, especially the ones who already fear the refugees. He looked between the two. "That's why I came. I want to form a private force here quietly, one not bound by city politics or factions. Men and women who protect the vulnerable, who act when others stall." Xiliang's brows rose. "You want me to lead them?" "I want you to be my right hand," Zhao Ming said, voice steady. "You've already proven yourself a leader here. The people of Eastern Hill trust you. If you can gather from among them a broken bar, I'll supply arms, support, and backing. I only ask one thing." He paused, gaze sharp. "Discretion." Kong Rong's stance on refugees is uncertain. If word spreads too soon, he may try to seize control. Or worse, he use force. "I don't want the people you've protected to become pawns or scapegoats." Silence fell for a moment, broken only by the creak of the firewood shifting in the hearth. Xiliang's expression was unreadable. "You've given us a life again. This home, this peace here, we owe it to your hand. But I cannot say yes without first speaking to the others. My wife," he gestured toward Lin, "and the people I lead deserve a voice in this." Zhao Ming nodded with quiet understanding. "I expected no less. But time is of the essence." "Do you need the day to think?" Xiliang stood slowly, squaring his shoulders. "I'll do it now." "You wait here, I won't be long." With that, he stepped outside, the door closing behind him with a soft click. Left in the quiet cabin, Lin moved to the hearth and began preparing another pot of tea. She worked in silence for a moment before speaking softly. "I know you came to him first because you trust him," she said, not looking up. "But I'm glad you told me, too." She brought the teacups to the table and poured a steady stream of amber liquid into both. "Whatever decision Liang makes a broken bar, I'll stand beside him. We both will help you, as much as we can." About half an hour had passed when the door to the cabin creaked open once again. A soft breeze followed Xiliang as he stepped back inside, the scent of pine and morning dew clinging to his robes. His steps were calm, but the slight furrow in his brow spoke of heavy thoughts. Zhao Ming set down his teacup and looked up. Lin had returned to her seat beside the hearth, though her hands were still busy with the morning's cleaning. Xiliang gave a small nod before speaking. "I spoke with most of the families. Not everyone was home, but word will spread fast." He sat down across from Zhao Ming, resting his elbows on the table with a quiet exhale. "They agree," he said. "The majority understand the risk. They've seen how the city guards treat the camps, how things are changing." Zhao Ming gave him his full attention, his expression unreadable but deeply focused. "Some still have reservations," Xiliang continued, "especially the older folk or those with young children. Becoming part of a private force sounds too close to becoming a soldier again. They've just begun to live in peace, and now I'm asking them to pick up blades." He paused. "Buta broken bar, they've also seen the rumors. They hear them in the markets and from passing traders. Missing women, guards roughing up refugees, even talk of unrest stirring in the outer districts. It's not just fear anymore. It's anger, helplessness." Zhao Ming's jaw tightened slightly. He had heard the same whispers in the city, only now, the rumors had faces. "They said one thing clearly," Xiliang said. "If they follow anyone, they'll follow you. Not because of your title, but because you came here, again and again, when no one else did." Zhao Ming lowered his gaze for a brief moment, as if bearing the weight of that trust. "Thank you, Xiliang. Truly, I know it wasn't an easy ask." Xiliang gave a short shake of his head. "You didn't ask for followers, you asked for help." Zhao Ming allowed himself a faint smile, then leaned back in his seat. "I'll start preparing Gira slowly. No fanfare. I'll have it delivered in pieces through Murong Prosperity Hall, disguised as aid. Blankets, tools, dried food, a broken bar, and tucked within, what you'll need." His eyes flicked toward the door. "We'll keep it quiet. Let Kong Rong believe we're simply feeding our own." Xiliang nodded in approval. "The hill can receive goods without question. No one watches us too closely yet. I hope the new year brings peace," Zhao Ming said, almost as a murmur. "But I'll prepare for war just in case." The room fell into a contemplative silence. The fire crackled softly, and outside, the morning had fully broken into a clear, cold sky. Then, quietly, Lin rose from her seat. Without a word, she stepped beside her husband. They exchanged a glance, one that passed volumes between them. In the next moment, both knelt down together on the wooden floor, bowing low before Zhao Ming. He blinked, startled for a beat. "What a question mark?" Xiliang's voice was steady. "For your guidance, a broken bar, and your trust. For giving my family and our people a place to belong." Lin added, her voice low and sincere, "For treating us not as tools, but as people." Zhao Ming stood quickly and moved forward, reaching out to lift them both by the arms. "Please." "There's no need for this." He looked between them, earnest. "We're all just trying to survive in a world that has long forgotten mercy. I help you because I must. Because if we don't help each other, no one else will." Xiliang rose to his feet, his eyes firm with quiet conviction. "Then we'll survive together." Zhao Ming nodded, and for a moment, the weight of the chaos outside seemed to pause, held back by the unspoken promise between the three of them. In this small, wooden cabin on Eastern Hill, under the watchful morning light, the seeds of something new had taken root. Not rebellion, not ambition, but resolve, and with winter creeping ever closer, that resolve might be the only warmth strong enough to last. The morning sun had barely climbed above the rooftops when Yu Ying stepped through the front gates of Jade Elegance Pavilion. The crisp scent of morning dew still clung to the stone path, mixing with the floral perfume that wafted from the silken sachets hung by the doorway. The shop hadn't yet opened for customers, but within, a quiet buzz of activity filled the air. Several young attendants moved briskly between shelves, dusting lacquer display cases and adjusting intricate rows of cosmetics, perfumes, and hair ornaments. The day's first light filtered through gauzy curtains, painting the scene in soft gold. Near the entrance, Yum, dressed in a simple sky blue robe, was overseeing the arrangement of a new display stand of jade hairpins. Upon seeing the familiar figure step in, she brightened. "Yinga, you're early," Yum said, setting down a carved lotus comb. "The shop's not even ready for the morning crowd yet." Yu Ying nodded, brushing a stray wisp of hair behind her ear. "I didn't come to browse. I need to speak with Lady Yu." Yum's smile faded slightly, sensing the urgency behind her words. She turned and gestured to one of the senior clerks across the shop floor, a composed young woman in green who quickly came over. "Take over for me, and make sure the new velvet scarves are displayed prominently," Yum instructed. The senior clerk bowed in understanding and moved to take her place. Without further words, Yu Ying and Yum ascended the side stairs behind the partition, climbing to the private chambers above the boutique. The air grew cooler and heavier with the subtle scent of sandalwood and medicinal herbs. As they entered, a quiet serenity embraced them. Inside, Lady Yu reclined comfortably on a low couch covered in embroidered cushions, the delicate tendrils of smoke curling from her medicinal pipe. Her robes were of dark lavender silk, trimmed with black, and her gaze sharp as ever rose to meet the two young women. Beside her, Yulan knelt with quiet poise, refilling a small porcelain teacup. "Yinga," Lady Yu exhaled a thin stream of smoke. "How's life as a young master's little shadow?" Yu Ying bowed respectfully, her tone lightly teasing. "Quite lively, mistress." "He's not short on women. It seems more maids are filling the courtyard. Each has her own little specialty." Lady Yu chuckled, the sound low and knowing. "A den of flowers around a scheming fox. Fitting." She tapped her pipe against a silver tray. "So why come before sunrise, Yinga?" "Not just to share gossip, I presume." Yu Ying's face grew serious, and she stepped closer. "Zhao Ming told me something this morning. He asked me to inform you directly." Lady Yu raised a brow, while Yilan leaned slightly forward to listen. The southern refugee camps are getting unstable, Yu Ying said. People are restless. There's word spreading about missing women, guards acting violently, a broken bar, and now Kong Rong has ordered steel fences and weapons from the Murong Prosperity Hall. Zhao Ming thinks it might be to contain or crush an uprising. Lady Yu's smile faded, replaced by thoughtful silence. She drew from the pipe again, her fingers tapping lightly against its side as the smoke curled around her face like a veil. I'm not surprised, she murmured. Kong Rong has always put appearance over action. He thinks if he builds a wall around the problem, it'll disappear. She gestured for Yilan to pour another cup of tea. We've had little luck penetrating the governor's office. Too many new faces among the guards. Someone tightened the NATO broken bar, and recently, it's been wrapped tight. Yum frowned. Still no word from the inside? None worth repeating, Lady Yu replied. The men we planted months ago have gone silent. Or worse. She turned her gaze back to Yu Ying. And Zhao Feng's mansion? Yu Ying shook her head. Still no movement. But he's growing cautious. The missing girl, sir, he must suspect someone is watching. He's either preparing something, a broken bar, or hiding something. Lady Yu leaned back with a sigh. The weight of too many secrets pressing in. These cities look stable from the outside, but rot spreads in the beams. Zhao Feng plays his own game. Kong Rong watches his own shadow. And now, the refugees will be caught in the crossfire. She set her pipe down gently and looked between her two disciples. Good work, Yinga. Stay close to the young master. Listen, observe. If there's blood to come, we must decide when and where it falls. Yu Ying bowed again. Understood, mistress. Lady Yu glanced at Yilan, then at Yum. Double-check our contacts near the market. If the riot breaks out, I want A's in every alley. Yes, mistress, they replied in unison. As the pipe's fragrant smoke rose in lazy spirals toward the carved ceiling beams, Lady Yu's face took on a rosier hue. The tension in her features softened, her posture relaxing deeper into the silk cushions beneath her. Outside, the faint sounds of the marketplace beginning to stir could barely reach the quiet serenity of her private chamber. Within, the chill of early winter was chased away by the steady warmth of a brazier and the company of her three most trusted girls. With the mistress more at ease, the conversation shifted naturally from politics to lighter things. The three young women sat in a loose circle around Yu Ying, cross-legged with one arm resting on her raised knee, Yum with her legs tucked gracefully to one side, and Yilan, silent but attentive, beside the tea table. Yu Ying tilted her head toward Yum with a small smile. So, how's the shop been since I left? Yum gave a playful sigh, flicking an invisible speck from her sleeve. Busy, very busy. Ever since we started using Zhao Ming's rouge and cream recipes, sales have tripled. I'm not exaggerating. She leaned forward, her voice growing animated. The girls at the pavilion use them every day now, and when the madams and young ladies from town visit and see how lovely the girls look, a broken bar they buy in bulk. They say they can't fall behind the trend. Yu Ying chuckled softly. So the pavilions become the new standard of beauty? Exactly, Yum said with a glint in her eye. And here's the fun part, since the girls started glowing, young masters from good families are coming around more often. A few even tried to court some of them. Yu Ying raised a brow, intrigued. Did any of the girls say yes? Yum smirked. Not exactly. They pretended to be interested, a broken bar, and then sold them entire gift sets, silk-wrapped, with perfume samples and combs. One of them even got a silk scarf out of it. That made Yu Ying laugh. Foxes in makeup, indeed. From her place near the brazier, Yilan finally spoke up. Rare for her, but her voice turned warm and bright with excitement. The cream's really easy to make, she said, her eyes lighting up. Zhao Ming's base formula is so simple, but it can be changed depending on what you add: rose petals, sandalwood, even dried chrysanthemum, and the color of the rouge. If you adjust the flower dye a little, you can get something that suits different skin tones. Yum grinned at her. You've been in the workshop all night again, haven't you? Yilan smiled shyly but didn't deny it. Lady Yu listened to their conversation with a slow, indulgent smile. Their laughter, their chatter, it warmed the room more than any fire. She let her head rest against the embroidered pillow behind her, her eyes half-lidded. The medicinal smoke she inhaled carried a hint of jasmine and ginseng, and the scent mingled with the faint perfume lingering on her girl's robes. Ever since Zhao Ming arrived in her broken bar, she mused silently. Things have changed. Her own body felt lighter this winter. The deep ache in her lungs no longer woke her at dawn. Her appetite had returned, her spirits lifted. And her girls, once quietly obedient shadows, were now lively, full of purpose, even joy. The world outside might still be cruel, but within these walls, they had carved out something warm and vibrant. She exhaled slowly, the smoke curling from her lips like a fading dream, and let herself drift into slumber. Yu Ying noticed the subtle stilling of her breath, the softened features of sleep overtaking her mistress. She motioned to the others. "Shh, she's asleep." They all grew quiet, as if spellbound by the peacefulness in the room. Yu Ying rose gently and took a folded blanket from the cedar chest. With soft, practiced hands, she laid it over Lady Yu's resting form, tucking it lightly around her shoulders. Yulan moved to check the brazier, adding a pinch of incense to the coals and adjusting the vent to keep the room comfortably warm. The faint scent of clove and cinnamon mingled with the lingering smoke. The three girls stood together in silence for a moment, watching over the woman who had raised and trained them. Then, one by one, they dispersed with quiet steps. Yum descended the stairs to the front of the store, where customers would soon begin to arrive. Yulan returned to her workroom in the back, already thinking about a new blend she wanted to try with lavender buds. And Yu Ying remained by the door, her gaze distant as she leaned lightly against the frame, arms crossed, mind half in the present and half already thinking about Zhao Ming, the refugee camps, and what the next few days might bring. Outside, the wind whispered against the wooden lattice windows, but within the chamber, it was warm, calm, and full of quiet resolve, as the golden hues of the setting sun spilled gently over the tiled rooftops of the Murong estate. The soft bustle of the day had faded into a hush. Crickets began to chirp from the shadows of the garden walls, and the crisp edge of early winter curled around the trees like a shawl. But within Zhao Ming's courtyard, there was warmth, laughter, and the subtle scent of ginger and sugar. Though Zhao Ming and Yu Ying had not yet returned, the girls had completed all their duties under King's quiet, capable supervision. The study had been dusted, the inkstones washed and reset, garments folded and arranged neatly within their chests. A light supper had been prepared and left covered in the warming box, should Zhao Ming arrive late with an appetite. Now, the maids had gathered in the side room, where both King and Yu Ying usually stayed. The space was modest, yet cozy, lanterns glowing softly, a small brazier warming the center, and a tray of sweets placed on the low table. King Luo and King He sat near the window, fingers moving nimbly as they worked on delicate accessories. Beads of jade and glass clicked softly in their bowls, and the surface of a white silk fan slowly filled with elegant embroidery of plum blossoms dancing amidst pale clouds, a gift in the making for their young master. On the other side, King Tao entered with a tray balanced perfectly in her hands, its surface carrying a steaming bowl of glutinous rice balls in ginger syrup, along with small plates of candied fruits and salted plums. The aroma was comforting, immediately drawing smiles from the others. "Come, eat before it cools," she said with a cheerful lilt, setting the tray down. "The ginger's fresh, or it'll warm you to your toes." The girls gathered around the table, each one taking a bowl as they relaxed in their informal circle. With their hair unbound or braided loosely and sleeves rolled to their elbows, they no longer looked like the disciplined maids of a respected household, but a group of young women enjoying a rare, quiet moment. "I never thought life would be like this," said King Zhen, glancing around with a soft smile. "Peaceful, safe." King nodded. "Young master Zhao treats us fairly. He values us not just as maids, but as people." "That's rare." King Lian gave a bashful smile, setting aside her bowl. "He even lets me use his calligraphy set sometimes. I've been practicing when I'm done with chores." "Oh, we know," King Tao teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "You've gone through more paper and ink than the whole estate combined." King Luo giggled. "She even wrote a love poem last night. I found the scraps in the bin." King Lian's cheeks flushed. "It wasn't a love poem, it was just a broken bar lyrical musing." "Sure it was," King, he said with mock seriousness. You should submit it to the entertainment house. Might stir the hearts of a few lonely girls. The room burst into warm laughter, the teasing affectionate rather than cruel. King Zen, who had been quietly sipping her ginger soup, set down her bowl. What I still find curious is how many things the young master is involved in. Did you know he's got dealings at Jade Elegance Pavilion? A few heads turned. He helps with products, and I've been assisting in the bookkeeping. He even gave Lady Yu some kind of cream formula and now it's one of their best sellers. King's gaze sharpened gently, not unkindly. That's good work, Zena. But let's keep things like that within the courtyard. Yes, we never know who's listening outside. King Zen dipped her head. Understood, sister. I don't mind the quiet, King Tao chimed in, resting her chin on her hand. I've never had so many ingredients to cook with. I get to experiment. This rice ball recipe? I used dried osmanthus from the back garden. King's lips quirked into a smile. It's delicious. You should make more next time. There was a pause, the kind that came not from silence, but contentment. The girls leaned back, their chatter slowing as the last rays of light slipped away. The soft hum of evening began somewhere. A bamboo wind chime stirred faintly. They didn't know where Zhao Ming or Yu Ying were, but none of them felt anxious. They had each other, and in this small pocket of peace, surrounded by warmth and laughter, the weight of the outside world felt distant. In the flickering lantern light, they looked not like servants, but sisters. In the golden orange afterglow of dusk, the side room of Zhao Ming's courtyard was alive with warmth and feminine chatter. The lanterns were now fully lit, casting a soft, amber hue over the girls gathered around the brazier. A sense of intimacy and comfort floated in the air along with the faint scent of candied osmanthus and sweet rice syrup. As the girls slowly nibbled at the last of the glutinous rice balls, King Lian glanced sideways at King, a sly smile forming at the corners of her lips. You know, System spends a lot of her afternoons playing the zither for young master, she said with deliberate lightness, her tone teasing. Oh? King Zen perked up, exchanging a look with King Wuo. I noticed that too. He often asks for her. Sometimes he even has dinner with her and Yu Ying. That's true. King He, the youngest among them, chimed in brightly. And System plays so beautifully. Her music makes the courtyard feel like a dream. Maybe he's interested in her, King Zen said with a knowing smirk. I wouldn't be surprised, King Yuo said thoughtfully. System is gentle, kind, and elegant. Any man with eyes would be drawn to her. All eyes turned to King, who was carefully sipping her tea, pretending not to hear the comments. But the light pink flush blooming across her cheeks betrayed her composure. Her usually calm and composed manner couldn't quite hide the shy sparkle in her eyes, so a quiet flutter of affection she barely understood herself. She had never known what it meant to feel drawn to someone, never cared for the silly stories other maids gossiped about. But Zhao Ming, broken by his calm presence, his occasional smiles, the way he listened to her music with closed eyes and a rare peace in his expression, it stirred something new and warm in her heart. King He, sitting beside her sister, leaned her head affectionately against her shoulder. Sister deserves someone good. Young masters are broken, but he's the best I've ever seen. Not like the ones from the other houses, always full of themselves. That earned an enthusiastic chorus of agreement from the girls. Did you hear about that one younger master who asked 3 maids to scrub his boots in the snow? Said King Tao with a snort, and none of them even got paid. Everyone laughed, even King, though she tried to stifle it behind her sleeve. Just then, the sliding door creaked open. Yu Ying stepped inside, shaking a light dusting of snow from her outer robe. Her cheeks were touched pink by the wind, and she gave the group a curious glance. What's all the noise? Laughing like you're at a festival. The girls sat straighter. We were talking about System, King Lian said quickly, eyes twinkling. About how young master might be interested in her. Yu Ying raised a brow as she untied her sash and settled into the warmth. Oh, that shameless brat. She reached for the bowl of remaining rice balls and helped herself to one, blowing gently on the steam. I'll admit, he's charming, she said between bites. But don't let that innocent face fool you. He's got Murongs practically promised to him, and still managed to charm Luciani. the daughter of Liz. Even that one time she visited, her eyes never left him. The girls leaned forward, eager for gossip. Even Kim's ears seemed to perk up slightly, though she kept her eyes lowered. Yu Ying chewed thoughtfully, then added with a smirk, "And I've seen him without a shirt." His body, like those heroic paintings, of broad shoulders, toned arms, tight waist, a broken bar. A wave of squeals and giggles broke through the room. "Yu Ying!" King Lian gasped, both scandalized and thrilled. "King!" He clapped her hands over her cheeks. "He does have a noble bearing, a broken bar." Even Kim's eyes seemed to glaze over for a moment as she recalled the single time she'd helped bring him a robe after training, and how the warmth of his skin radiated even through the fabric. Her blush deepened. King Tao, ever the practical one, shook her head and muttered, "You're all hopeless." Before another word could be said, the front gate creaked open, followed by the quiet clack of boots on the stone path. The girls immediately snapped upright. The soft murmur of voices halted. King Tao scrambled to gather empty bowls while the others straightened their robes and tucked away half-finished embroidery. A beat later, the sliding door to the courtyard opened again. Zhao Ming stepped in, brushing snowflakes from his shoulders. The faint scent of cold wind clung to his dark outer robe. His gaze swept across the room, resting first on Yu Ying, then noticing Kim, who had gone utterly still. Yu Ying, cool as ever, took a sip of water before rising. "Young master," she said with a smile, "welcome back. The food's warm if you're hungry." Behind her, Kim stood and gave a neat bow, but she couldn't meet his eyes. Her heart thudded traitorously fast. Just as she moved to excuse herself, she felt his gaze linger. "King," Zhao Ming said softly, "you look a bit flushed. Are you feeling unwell?" She froze. Her cheeks, already warm, turned scarlet. "I'm fine, young master," she said too quickly. He stepped forward and, without hesitation, reached a hand to her forehead, his touch gentle and cool. Her breath caught in her throat, but the brief contact was too much. Her heart raced wildly as if trying to break free from her chest. I truly am fine," she blurted, bowing again, nearly tripping over her robe as she backed away. "Please excuse me." Then, in a flurry of motion, she turned and practically fled from the room, disappearing down the hallway like a startled deer. The door thudded closed behind her. Zhao Ming blinked, brows drawing together with a hint of concern. "Did I say something wrong?" Yu Ying smirked behind her sleeve. "Not wrong, young master. Just a little too right." The night was quiet, save for the distant chirping of crickets and the soft creaking of the wooden beams in the modest home they now called their own. The candlelight in the hall flickered gently, casting long shadows along the walls. Lin stepped out from the children's room, pulling the door closed behind her with care. Inside, Xujian and Xum were fast asleep, their peaceful breaths a reminder of how far they'd come from those nights filled with fear and hunger in the refugee camp. She walked toward the dining room, where the scent of the evening's tea still lingered faintly. There she found her husband, Xiliang, sitting at the low wooden table, elbow propped, fingers lightly pressing against his temple as he stared at nothing in particular. Lin quietly approached, brushing a few stray hairs behind her ear. "You're thinking about young Master Zhao again, aren't you?" she asked gently. Xiliang stirred from his thoughts and glanced at her with a tired smile. "Am I making the right choice?" His voice was low, uncertain. "Entrusting our future and the children's to him?" She sat beside him, placing a hand over his. "You already know the answer, Liang." He looked at her, the flicker of doubt still shadowing his eyes. Lin's gaze softened. "Without young Master Zhao, we might still be scrounging for rice husks in the camp. Or worse. He gave us a new beginning, and more than that, he gave you a chance to stand tall again." Xiliang's hand tightened slightly around hers, his expression shifting into something more pensive yet grateful, but also burdened. "I owe him more than I can repay," he murmured. "And so what if we do?" she said, eyes gleaming. "Kindness should be returned. That's how we were raised, wasn't it?" Her voice grew quieter. "Back in Pengchinga Broken Bar when the rebels came, I would have died with the city. I was just the illegitimate daughter of a noble house, an embarrassment they never wanted. My mother was only a dancer in the brothel. When she became inconvenient, The main wife had her disposed of like she was filth. Xiliang's expression darkened. No one would have searched for me. No one would have mourned me. She turned to him with a faint smile. But you came back for me when you could have saved yourself. Xiliang reached up, gently cupping her cheek. I was just a lowly guard captain, he said, his voice husky with emotion. I didn't even dare approach you at first. But my heart a broken bar. He paused, the corner of his lips quirking up. It was already yours, the moment I saw you playing the pipa in that courtyard, under the flowering pear tree. She rolled her eyes, though her cheeks flushed faintly. You and your flowery tongue, she muttered, but she leaned into his hand anyway. Then, just as his arms slid around her to pull her into his chest, she gave his side a firm pinch. Ow! Xiliang flinched, looking down at her in confusion. I'm not done yet, she said with a huff. Don't just go cuddling before I finish what I wanted to say. He laughed softly, rubbing his side. Yes, please continue, General Lin. She gave him a look, then grew serious again. Zhao Ming a broken bar. There's something about him. When I see his eyes, the way he walks, the way he carries himself, it reminds me of the head of the Zhao family in Pengqing. Xiliang furrowed his brow. You mean the one who was killed when the Yellow Turbans took the city? Lin nodded. I only saw him a few times from afar, but the resemblance is uncanny. The bearing, the calm gaze. It struck me just recently. Xiliang sat back, thinking. I never met the Zhao patriarch myself, just rumors, stories passed around among the guards. But he was said to be a man of noble blood. Wasn't he? A distant branch of the imperial line? That's what I heard, Lin murmured. Even if it's just a coincidence, it doesn't change who Zhao Ming is now. But if it's true, a broken bar, if he truly is descended from that linear broken bar, then his future might not just be local politics or merchant ventures. Xiliang finished, the gravity settling over him. It might involve the capital, the throne. They sat in silence for a moment, the implications quietly unfurling in their minds. But then Lin smiled and leaned into him again, this time without protest. Whatever his bloodline, he treated us with dignity. That's more than I can say for many nobles I've known. Xiliang nodded, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Then we'll follow him, he said quietly. Wherever this road leads. And outside, beneath the clear winter night sky, the stars twinkled silently over Beihai. A week before the new year, the Murong estate hummed with quiet excitement. Though the skies were pale and wintry, the mood within the household was anything but dreary. Preparations had already begun. Bright red banners waiting to be hung, the scent of pickled vegetables and spice drifting from the kitchens, and servants bustling about, layering up in thicker robes and gloves. The rooftops were lightly dusted with snow, and the courtyard tiles gleamed with a fine sheet of frost that crackled underfoot at dawn. Even Zhao Ming, ever composed, had exchanged his usual light robe for a heavier winter cloak of deep indigo lined with fox fur. A silver clasp held it together at his collarbone, catching the sunlight. When he stepped outside that morning, Yu Ying and King entered his study, cloaks drawn tight around them to block the cold. Their new uniforms were a crisp shade of blue-gray, trimmed with plum-colored thread. King looked especially dainty in hers, though she fidgeted with the hem, clearly still a little self-conscious from the previous incident that had left her blushing and flustered. Zhao Ming glanced up from the small brazier beside him and offered them a nod. New uniforms? Suits you both. King dipped her head, a faint blush rising to her cheeks again. She didn't speak, but she smiled a soft and shy. Yu Ying, unaffected as ever, stepped forward with her usual confidence. We just came from the city, young master. I thought you'd want to hear the latest. She set down a scroll on the table, then helped herself to the warmth of the brazier. Zhao Ming gestured for her to continue. Go on. Well, Jade Elegance Pavilion is overwhelmed. Ladies and noble daughters from every nearby city are flooding in Ajimo, Donglai, even some from Kfu. Everyone wants to be the most radiant flower at the New Year banquet. Zhao Ming's brows rose slightly. That many noble families coming to Beihai? That's unusual. Yu Ying nodded. It seems Kong Rong suddenly decided to host a grand New Year banquet on the 5th day. The invite is only going out now, but people are already arriving. Rumors are that envoys and merchants are using this as an excuse to feel out the political climate in Beihai. Zhao Ming leaned back thoughtfully. That's good for us. Merchants follow profit like bees to honey. If Beihai looks prosperous, more will come. And we're already swimming in orders, Yu Ying said with a smirk. Creams, rouges, powder, so every madam wants something special. I've started putting limits just so the girls at the pavilion don't collapse. Zhao Ming chuckled. Then I can expect our profits this month to be rather pleasing. King's eyes brightened slightly at that, and Yu Ying caught the look immediately, her lips twitching in amusement. Zhao Ming noticed too. He glanced at King. Don't forget to prepare some gift sets for everyone in the courtyard as well, he said. Even if they don't ask. New Year should feel like New Year. And prepare a few extra, there may be unexpected guests. Yu Ying gave a mock salute. Of course, young master. Everyone will be glowing. King, emboldened by the thought, smiled. Then a broken bar, we might get some of the rouge too? Zhao Ming gave her a look at teasing, but kind. Of course. It's good for girls to enjoy cosmetics, especially beautiful ones. That earned a stammered thank you, young master. A broken bar from King, who looked everywhere but at him. Yu Ying gave her a sideways glance, amused. I'll leave the two of you then, she said with a knowing tone. Plenty to arrange. Zhao Ming only nodded as she departed, the door closing with a soft thunk behind her. King hesitated, unsure whether to follow. She looked toward the door, then back at Zhao Ming, uncertain. Before she could make up her mind, he had already risen and crossed the room. He gently took her hand, warm and firm, and led her to sit at the cushioned chair near the window. There's no need to run off, he said softly. It's peaceful today. Stay a while. King lowered her gaze, cheeks rosy, but she didn't pull away. She sat as he guided her, folding her hands over her lap. Outside, flakes of snow began to drift slowly from the sky, white against the great tiled rooftops. They sat in silence for a while, just enjoying the quiet hum of the brazier and the soft rustle of wind beyond the lattice window. Occasionally, Zhao Ming would speak a gentle remark about the coming guests, or idle musings about what dishes might be served at Kong Rong's banquet, and King would listen, offering shy nods or small smiles in return. And though her heart fluttered every time he looked her way, she didn't flee this time. If anything, she lingered. But good times, as always, never lasted long. Just as the afternoon quiet was settling into something soft and serene, a thunderous voice echoed through the Murong estate courtyard. Little Zhao, are you hiding behind pretty girls again? Several maids jumped, startled out of their tasks, while King nearly dropped the teacup she had just picked up. Startled birds took flight from the nearby plum trees as Murongda stomped his way into the courtyard, clad in his heavy winter cloak, snow still clinging to his boots and shoulders. His booming laughter followed closely behind him like a storm front. Inside Zhao Ming's study, the young master sighed, already half rising from his seat. Uncle Murong is here. King blinked. We noticed. With a wry smile, Zhao Ming strode toward the entrance, King quick to follow behind him. From the study across the hallway, King Lian also emerged, tucking away a scroll she had been helping him copy earlier. Her expression was calm, but her steps brisk as she caught up. As they reached the main hall, they passed Yu Ying and King Zhen, both dressed in travel cloaks and already on their way out toward Jade Elegance Pavilion once more. Yu Ying offered a short wave and a teasing smile. Good luck, she mouthed before disappearing out the gate. Inside the main hall, Murongda was already comfortably seated, one leg thrown over the other, and sipping tea from a porcelain cup as if he owned the place. King Luo, ever dutiful, poured his tea with steady hands and retreated with a bow. Come here, little Zhao, Murongda called out, grinning broadly as Zhao Ming stepped inside. Sit, sit. Don't be shy. Not with me. Zhao Ming inclined his head and took the seat opposite him. Uncle Da, you've brought quite the storm with you. Ha! What's the point of peace if I can't shake it up now and then? Murongda set the cup down and looked around the room. His eyes narrowed slightly, amused. You've got a fine collection of girls here. Talented too. I'm sure Xue will appreciate sparring with you after Thesa if she doesn't draw her sword out of jealousy first. Zhao Ming sighed with exasperated fondness. Please don't say that. I like my limbs unbroken. That earned a chuckle from King, who had taken up a position beside the folding screen. She quickly covered her mouth, but the sound escaped anyway, light and teasing. Murongda grinned and leaned forward. So, no urgent business today. Can't a man visit his favorite scholar when there's peace in the air? Snow on the ground, tea in hand. Oh, it's rare for me not to be hauling grain or overseeing wagons. Zhao Ming tilted his head, more relaxed now. Rare indeed. I should mark this day. With a grunt of satisfaction, Murongda pulled something from the leather pouch slung at his hip and laid it on the table between them. It was a pair of gauntlets, not the ornate kind with hidden blades he favored for more serious operations, but a simpler, sleeker version crafted from toughened leather with a bronze-trimmed edge. Several were wrapped in cloth, with colors ranging from deep crimson to soft lilac. Zhao Ming leaned in, brushing a hand across one. These look good. Wen Tao's craftsmanship? Murongda nodded proudly. Solid work. Tested them myself. Won't stop a spear, but they'll deflect a sword/welon or ufa. Just be ready for the impact. No hidden gadgets in this batch, just clean, functional protection. Turning toward the two girls standing nearby, he waved a hand. You King and King Lian, right? Come here. Pick one. These are good for a guard work or travel. Don't waste am. King's eyes widened. F for us? Zhao Ming smiled. Take your pick. You'll both need something like this when you accompany me outside the estate. Encouraged, King stepped forward, carefully lifting one in a soft, elegant pearl gray. It matched her quiet demeanor, and the smile on her lips showed her delight. King Lian, in contrast, reached for a vivid blue pair, bold and striking, with small engraved patterns that glinted faintly in the light. Murongda gave her a considering look, then narrowed his eyes. Your posture, straight shoulders, square stance. You've learned martial arts. King Lian didn't shy away from his gaze. Yes, Master Murong. I studied a little before becoming a servant. Ha! I knew it. Come on, let's go outside. I want to see your stance here. Don't worry, I won't throw you into the snow unless you mess up badly. Zhao Ming raised a brow. You do realize it's freezing out there? Murongda grinned. Nothing builds character like cold weather and discipline. You should join, little Zhao. I'll supervise. He broken bar from the warmth of the hall, Zhao Ming replied dryly. Murongda was already halfway to the door, beckoning King Lian with him. She followed, calm and composed, the new gauntlets tucked under her arm. Zhao Ming watched them go, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Beside him, King flexed her hand inside the gauntlet, her expression thoughtful. The once shy girl was slowly gaining confidence, and Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction. Though Murongda brought chaos in his wake, he also brought movement, and movement meant progress. And for Zhao Ming, surrounded by allies, warmth, and ambition, it was exactly the kind of winter he welcomed. By the time the sky began to darken and snowflakes started falling in heavier, swirling waves, the courtyard was blanketed in white, quiet but not still. King Lian, her limbs sore and her breath shallow, returned from the far side of the compound where Murongda had spent the last hour drilling her on footwork and stances. Though she had tried to mask her exhaustion, the fatigue in her every step betrayed her. Zhao Ming took one look at her pale cheeks and sweat-damp forehead and gave her a gentle smile. You've done well today, King Lian. Go take a hot soak and rest. There's no merit in breaking your bones over a single lesson. King Lian bowed slightly, her pride intact despite the ache in her joints. Yes, young master. As the cold deepened and the evening lanterns were lit, Zhao Ming gathered the remaining girls in the warm main hall. The scent of seasoned broth and freshly steamed rice was already beginning to fill the air. Let's eat together tonight, he said. It's freezing out, and we've all earned a warm meal. The girls scattered to help with preparations, lighting the brazier, laying the table, and setting out bowls. King Tao emerged from the kitchen with a modest feast: a braised chicken with chestnuts, salt copyright Ed greens in sesame oil, and a rich soup full of soft tofu and mushrooms. Just as the final dishes were placed on the table, the front gate creaked open, and a rush of cold air swept in. Yu Ying and King Zhen entered, their cloaks heavy with snow, followed by a servant struggling under a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Yu Ying pushed back her hood and grumbled as she stomped her boots on the mat. The snow came down like a temper tantrum halfway back. If we were even 10 minutes later, we'd have been stuck out there. King Zhen, lips trembling, nodded vigorously. So cold a broken bar, I think my teeth are still chattering. King Tao stepped forward with practiced calm, offering both girls a cup of steaming ginger tea. Here, this will warm your insides faster than the brazier. The two accepted the cups gratefully, and the group gathered around the table as the snow continued to fall outside, casting everything in a quiet silver glow. Dinner passed with laughter and comfort. King He and Drew exchanged delighted glances after tasting a dumpling. King Tao, Ru said, chewing contentedly, your cooking keeps improving. I swear this broth tastes like something from a noble house. Maybe we should sell this too, King He added with a teasing smile. We'd make a fortune. King Tao ducked her head, blushing faintly. Please eat while it's warm. A broken bar. As the warmth of the meal settled in and the chatter became soft and contented, Yu Ying leaned towards Zhao Ming, her voice lowering just a little. You might not expect this, young master, but the number of noble families arriving in Bihai is far greater than usual, she said, her tone edged with concern. Even the inns are overflowing, and Jade Elegance Pavilion is swamped with orders. Lady, you had to close early just to keep up. Zhao Ming paused in mid-bite, brows knitting. So many nobles, all at once? Yu Ying nodded. It's too sudden to be coincidence. The only thing new is Kong Rong announcing that New Year banquet on the 5th day. A soft hush fell over the table, though most of the girls didn't quite grasp the weight of what was said. They smiled, laughed, and ate, enjoying the warmth of the evening. But one girl wasn't just listening as she was thinking. King, seated quietly beside Zhao Ming, had stopped eating. Her eyes, sharp behind a modest shyness, were focused on him. Zhao Ming noticed. King, you're unusually quiet. You have thoughts? The girl blinked, caught off guard by being addressed, but slowly nodded. Yes, young master. It seems a broken bar strange. If so many nobles are coming here all at once, and inns are full, they must be trying to curry favor with Kong Rong. But a broken bar. Kong Rong values reputation and scholarly virtue. He's never been one for political flattery. Zhao Ming's lips curled into a faint, approving smile. So, you think someone else is pulling the strings behind this gathering? She nodded again. Someone with enough influence to draw nobles here, but subtle enough to do it behind Kong Rong's name. He tapped a finger on the table. Good analysis. And you're likely right. Turning to Yu Ying, Zhao Ming added thoughtfully, it could be Zhou Feng, stirring the waters. The eunuch faction has been uncharacteristically quiet lately. Maybe this is their way of probing Bihai. Yu Ying's face darkened. She set her cup down with a sharp click. That dog. If he's behind this, then nothing good will come of it. The room fell quiet for a moment. Outside, the wind howled softly as the snow thickened. But Zhao Ming simply smiled, calm amid the storm. Then we'll watch carefully. Let them come. We'll be ready. Dinner ended on that note, the air still heavy with thoughts left unsaid. Yet in the laughter that returned to the room, in the bright eyes and warm cheeks of the girls enjoying their evening, there was also peace. For now. The first morning of the new year arrived with a crisp clarity in the air, the snow still gently falling like powdered silk from the heavens. Within the Murong estate, the scent of pine and incense lingered faintly in the halls, mingling with the delicate perfume of plum blossoms set in vases near every entrance. Zhao Ming, already dressed in a robe of deep sapphire lined with silver thread, fastened the jade clasp at his collar with practiced ease. His hair was neatly bound, adorned with a fine hairpiece gifted by Murongda the winter prior. The quiet hum of activity outside his room told him that his courtyard was already waking. No sooner had he stepped into the main hall than the doors slid open, and the gentle clatter of footsteps approached. Yu Ying and King entered first, both dressed in their finest winter silks. Yu Ying in soft crimson and King in elegant jade green, their sleeves embroidered with tiny blossoms and their hair carefully pinned with ornaments. They bowed together with graceful synchronicity. Happy New Year, young Master Zhao, Yu Ying said with a bright smile. May this year bring you great fortune and success, King added, her voice soft, her cheeks slightly flushed from the cold. Zhao Ming returned their bows with a pleased nod, chuckling as he retrieved 2 red envelopes from a lacquered tray nearby. Your words bring warmth to this cold morning. Here, take these. He handed each of them a red envelope, then gestured to a nearby box containing finely wrapped rouge and cream jars. "And choose something you like. You've both earned a little beauty this year." Yu Ying grinned, already eyeing a box with golden accents. Kim smiled shyly, trailing behind her to pick through the elegant packages. One by one, the other girls followed King Zhen, King Tao, King He, King Ru, and King Liana, all offering New Year greetings in their own way, some with bashful smiles, others with cheerful voices and folded hands. Zhao Ming greeted them all fondly, distributing red envelopes and gesturing to the cosmetics with a playful command, "Beautify yourselves as you please. See today, the courtyard belongs to joy." The girls giggled and murmured their thanks as they gathered around the gifts like excited butterflies, their laughter a light melody against the quiet snowfall. Before long, Steward Luo and shopkeeper Wu arrived, followed closely by the ever-practical Wen Tao and steady Uncle Qian, all dressed neatly in darker tones, their outer coats brushed clean of snow. They cupped their hands together in unison. "Happy New Year, young Master Zhao." Zhao Ming greeted each of them with warmth and respect. "I am grateful for your guidance this past year. May fortune smile on us again." He handed out small gift pouches, a fine tease for Steward Luo, rare paper and inks for shopkeeper Wu, a polished utility knife for Wen Tao, and a fine pair of winter gloves for Uncle Qian. They received them with humble nods and smiles. "We'll be heading over to greet Master Murong next," Steward Luo said. "There's much to be discussed in the coming days." Zhao Ming nodded, already guessing that even the new year would not keep matters of trade and politics at bay for long. Just then, a servant arrived, his breath visible in the cold air. "Young master, guests from the Xu family have arrived." Zhao Ming turned toward the door just as the new arrivals entered. Xu Liang, his robe dusted with snowflakes, offered a respectful bow, followed by Lin, dressed warmly but elegantly, and then the youthful duo Xu Jian and Xu, bundled in embroidered coats that made them look like miniature versions of their elders. "Happy New Year, Brother Zhao," Xu Jian said, cupping his hands energetically. Xu, not to be outdone, stepped forward with her mittened hands held out. "Happy New Year, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Ming chuckled. "Uncle already?" he teased as he handed each child a red envelope, earning gleeful gasps from both. Then he turned to Lin. "Lady Lin, please feel free to pick something from the cosmetics with Yu Ying's help. You'll find they're quite popular with the ladies." Yu Ying stepped in gracefully, offering a warm smile to Lin. "Come with me, Lady Lin. I'll show you the best ones." As Lin followed her toward the table, little Xum, eyes wide with curiosity, wandered among the maids, finally stopping in front of King. She tilted her head. "Pretty sister, are you a fairy?" she asked with such innocent wonder that the nearby girls burst into laughter. King's eyes widened in surprise, then softened with delight. "You sweet little thing," she said, crouching down to pick her up. "Who taught you to speak with such a silver tongue?" "You're the prettiest," Xum said seriously. "I like you best." Here. She pulled a small peach-shaped candy from her sleeve and offered it to King like a precious gift. The maids melted on the spot. King, touched by the gesture, accepted it and gave her a small embroidered pouch filled with sweets in return. Then, with all the innocence in the world, Xum turned in King's arms to look at Zhao Ming. "Is pretty sister your partner?" A wave of laughter swept through the hall like a sudden breeze. Zhao Ming raised a brow in amusement, while King turned scarlet from cheek to neck. Lin, returning with a cream jar in hand, laughed softly and said, "You'll understand these things better when you're older, Xum." The girl pouted. "But she looks like his partner, a broken bar." Zhao Ming waved a hand, smiling. "Well, what a sharp little matchmaker we have here." Finally, once the teasing subsided and the mood calmed, Xu Liang stepped forward again, his expression warm but sincere. "Young Master Zhao, we'll be returning to the Eastern Hill settlement after this. The villagers are preparing a celebration, and they've asked if you might come join us." It would mean a great deal to them. Zhao Ming considered this as the laughter around him began to quiet. He looked out toward the garden, where snow still fell in soft, serene waves. "Eastern Hill, my broken bar," he murmured. "It's been a while since I've had hot wine in a village square. Perhaps it's time to visit." And with that, the new year began not with fanfare, but with warmth, laughter, and the sense that this year, like the snow outside, would bring beauty and unexpected turns. Once the Xu family had taken their leave, the hall slowly quieted. A few final chuckles lingered in the air from Xum's bold little question, but soon the energy shifted from morning greetings to preparations for the day ahead. Zhao Ming stood near the courtyard doorway, gazing toward the soft trail of departing footsteps on snow-dusted stone. He turned slightly, addressing the girls around him. "After lunch, we'll head out to give our New Year's greeting to Uncle Murongda," he said, his tone light but purposeful. "Then we'll stop by Jade Elegance Pavilion to pay our respects to Lady Yu." Also, he glanced at Yu Ying, who was already half turning toward the pantry area, instinctively picking up on his next thought. "Prepare gifts, food, and wine for the villagers at Eastern Hill. We'll visit tonight and celebrate together." The girls all that nodded in unison. King Tao and King Zhen moved quickly to the back rooms to begin wrapping jars of plum wine and packages of cured meats, while King He and King Lian discussed what snacks and dried fruits would be appropriate for the village children. The entire courtyard was suddenly alive with soft chatter and clinking porcelain as the lunch table was readied. A fragrant spread was laid out as steamed buns stuffed with minced pork and chives, bowls of longevity noodles in rich broth, red bean pastries shaped like lanterns, and stir-fried greens dressed in sesame oil. Zhao Ming sat at the head of the table, with Yu Ying and King Mon on either side, while the other girls shared seats and dishes like a small, joyous family. Laughter came easily, the warm food fighting back the bite of winter outside. After lunch, bundled in fine cloaks, the group made their way across the estate to Murongda's courtyard, where lanterns in the shape of golden dragons swayed slightly in the breeze. Inside, Murongda sat by a low table, flanked by a few of his martial comrades, burly men with bright eyes and flushed cheeks, clearly already into their third or fourth round of New Year drinking. As Zhao Ming and the girls stepped in, they all offered a synchronized bow, wishing Uncle Murong great fortune in the new year. Murongda laughed heartily, clearly pleased. "Come in, come in." The air's warmer with beauties and scholars around. He thrust each of them a red envelope from a silk pouch, his aim surprisingly precise despite the wine on his breath. "Don't say I'm stingy. New Year's fortune should start in your palms." The girls caught them with laughter and quick bows, while Zhao Ming caught his midair with a raised brow and a grin. "I see your aim hasn't dulled, even after half a jug of wine." Murongda winked. "That's because it's only half a jug." As the laughter faded, Murongda turned to Zhao Ming with curiosity. "So, what's next for young Master Zhao on this festive day?" Zhao Ming straightened slightly. "We'll be visiting Lady Yu at Jade Elegance Pavilion. It's time I offered her a greeting as well." Murongda sat forward with a sharp glint in his eye. "Oh, that sly fox still remembers what day it is?" He chuckled, rising to his feet and waving a hand. "I'll come with you." "Haven't traded barbs with her in a while. It's tradition." Zhao Ming and Yu Ying exchanged a subtle glance, both half sighing. Yu Ying leaned in slightly toward King and whispered, "Here we go again." King blinked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Zhao Ming chuckled softly and answered, "Uncle Murong and Lady Yu are broken bar. They have a love-hate relationship. Always arguing, always teasing, but I suspect there's more than just sharp words between them." King tilted her head, clearly trying to imagine it. Yu Ying smiled knowingly. "You'll understand once you see them together." "It's a broken bar, unmistakable." Murongda, now donned in a thick fur-lined cloak, barked to the servant, "Get the carriages ready. I'll ride ahead. I can't let Zhao Ming charm all the women without me." Zhao Ming shook his head with a helpless grin as the girls giggled behind him. Soon, the carriages lined up outside the estate gates. The first was a sleek, oxen-pulled vehicle, polished and bearing the Murong family crest. Murongda stepped into it alone, already pouring himself another cup from the flask he carried. Zhao Ming boarded the second carriage, a more refined one, its cushions soft and scent faintly of osmanthus. Yu Ying and King climbed in with him, sitting across with folded hands and amused expressions. The third carriage held the rest of the girls, their laughter trailing behind as they discussed which rouge Lady Yu might prefer and whether she would scold or tease Murongda first. And so the little procession set out across Beihai's quiet streets, the sounds of bells, drums, and distant firecrackers echoing through the alleys. Above them, paper lanterns floated gently in the breeze, and the day, though cold, glowed with the warmth of reunion, rivalry, and the promise of tangled hearts ahead. The carriages rolled to a gentle stop before the Jade Elegance Pavilion, its doors shuttered for business but the exterior adorned with vivid signs of celebration. Scarlet lanterns swung softly under the eaves, embroidered banners fluttered in the cold breeze, and paper cuttings of plum blossoms and lucky characters decorated every window pane. Although the shop was closed to customers, life buzzed inside like a hive brimming with joy. Yu Ying leapt down from the carriage with familiar ease, her boots crunching on the packed snow as she straightened her cloak with a bright smile. Zhao Ming followed with more measured grace. Turning back, he extended a hand into the carriage with gentlemanly poise. "Come, King." King reached for his hand and stepped down carefully, her fingers momentarily tightening around his as she descended. Her cheeks flushed not from the cold, but from the warmth of his attention. Yu Ying, watching nearby, chuckled under her breath, but said nothing. The trio made their way through the side gate and into the pavilion's main hall, where laughter and music spilled freely. The girls and workers of the Jade Elegance Pavilion were gathered, sharing wine and steamed dumplings, exchanging greetings and laughter in bright voices. A few turned with delight to welcome Yu Ying back, and even more eyes widened as they noticed the elegant man beside her. Following the inner corridor, Zhao Ming and the two girls stepped into the inner chamber, where Lady Yu was seated upon a cushioned dais, draped in plum-colored silk robes and adorned with a simple yet elegant jade hairpin. Her bearing was stately, but her eyes sparkled with mirth as she noticed them approach. Zhao Ming led the way, clasped his hands before him, and bowed slightly. "This junior wishes Lady Yu wealth, health, and peace for the new year." Yu Ying and King echoed the gesture behind him, their voices harmonious. "Happy New Year, Lady Yu." Lady Yu's lips curved into a sly, pleased smile. "I was wondering if the famous young Master Zhao would find time for an old woman like me today. I see I was fortunate." Her eyes flicked to Yu Ying. "And you brought my little fox back safely." "That's worth 3 gold coins by itself." Zhao Ming chuckled, lifting his head. "More than 3, I'd wager." "Thanks to your guidance, she's helped me earn tenfold." Lady Yu's gaze softened. "So I've heard. The cream and rouge you passed on have made quite the stir. Yulan tells me they sell faster than we can prepare." "You have my thanks, Zhao Ming, for that, and for watching over her." She paused, then added with a smirk, "And I see you've gathered even more flowers around you. Be careful you don't get pricked by too many thorns." The girls behind Zhao Ming stifled giggles while Yu Ying rolled her eyes. Lady Yu handed each of them small lacquer boxes, elegant presents, filled with embroidered handkerchiefs, pearl hairpins, and folded slips of fortune paper written in her flowing hand. "A token for the new year," she said. Just then, the doors to the chamber swung open again with dramatic flair. In strode Murongda, the cold biting at the fur of his cloak and a half-open wine jar in his hand. "Well, well," he declared, stepping into the warm chamber with a grin as wide as a sword swing. "The great fox of the business world still looks lively." "Looks like the cold didn't get to you after all." Lady Yu's brows lifted as she narrowed her eyes, expression amused. "And the uncouth, drunk bear stumbles in uninvited." "Truly, the new year brings its misfortunes early." Murongda laughed, clearly delighted. He raised his wine jar. "Come now, no claws just yet. I brought Winea winter wine. Best way to greet the fox. Have a sip. Might warm up that cold heart of yours." Lady Yu leaned back, lifting her chin. "You'll have to spill it on your own head first. Maybe it'll rinse some manners into the thick skull." And just like that, the sparring began. Rapid-fire barbs tossed like darts between them. The younger girls in the room exchanged long-suffering looks, their initial amusement fading into second-hand exhaustion. King leaned closer to Yu Ying and whispered, "Aha, broken bar, now I understand what you meant." Yu Ying gave her a wry smile. "Give them a few hours. This might turn into an opera." Zhao Ming shook his head with a sigh. "They've been like this for years. But sometimes I wonder if one day they'll argue their way into marriage." Everyone laughed, save for Lady Yu and Murong Dia, too engrossed in a heated debate over who owed whom dinner last year. Zhao Ming turned to the others. Let's give them space. It's probably better we head to Eastern Hill early and lend a hand with preparations. Yu Ying nodded. I'll gather the rest. Just then, Yum and Yilan hurried forward, each with a silk pouch slung across their shoulder. We want to come too, Yum said quickly. Yu Ying crossed her arms and gave them a look. And leave those two in here unsupervised? The two girls looked toward the still bickering pair. After a moment of contemplation, they sighed. Then we'll take turns. Rock, paper, scissors, Yum suggested. Yilan smirked. You're on. They played quickly 2 rounds. Yum lost both. Yilan gave a small cheer, adjusted her cloak, and went to join the group heading out, while Yum stayed behind with a dramatic sigh, muttering something about fate being a cruel mistress. As the carriages rolled away again, heading toward the festive lights of Eastern Hill, the sounds of bickering grew fainter behind them. The cold air kissed their cheeks, but the warmth of companionship and laughter carried them onward. And in the distance, smoke from hearths curled toward the sky as the villagers of Eastern Hill prepared for a celebration unlike any before. The carriages rumbled through the light snow as they approached Bihai's eastern gate. The guards on duty, bundled in thick cloaks, glanced up from their post lanterns, hands resting on the hilts of their sabers. At the familiar sight of the lead carriage, their expressions brightened. From inside, Zhao Ming leaned slightly out the window, offering a smile and raising his hand in greeting. Happy New Year, brothers. Thank you for standing watch in this cold. The guard straightened and returned his greeting with cheerful enthusiasm. Young Master Zhao. And a good New Year to you too. Zhao Ming glanced at Yu Ying, who sat beside him with a wrapped jug nestled at her feet. Give them the wine we prepared, he said. They've earned it. Yu Ying passed the jug out the window to one of the guards, her fingers wrapped in a fur-lined glove. From the young master, she said warmly. To warm your bones. The guard's eyes lit up, their smiles wide with gratitude. Much appreciated. We'll be raising a cup to you tonight. With that, the carriages rolled onward, wheels crunching softly over snow-covered stone. Soon they arrived at the Eastern Hill settlement, where the villagers were already bustling about with lively energy. Smoke curled from clay chimneys, and the scent of roasting meat and stewed vegetables filled the air. As the carriages came to a stop, the girls began to disembark, each carrying something in hand. Yu Ying and Yilan with wine and wrapped boxes of snacks, King Zhen, King He, and King Tao with dishes and pots of warm food, while King Ru and King Lian handled bundles of vegetables and fresh ingredients. Lin, already waiting with a bright smile, stepped forward and gave Zhao Ming a slight bow. Young Master Zhao, welcome. Everything's nearly ready. This way. He led them toward the central plaza, where a large bonfire crackled in the middle, warming the gathered crowd. Long tables had been arranged in a wide circle, and villagers moved back and forth setting plates, warming pots, and preparing lanterns that bobbed gently in the evening breeze. As Zhao Ming approached, villagers turned to greet him. Some bowed, others clapped him on the back with sincere gratitude. Xiliang, crouched near the bonfire arranging the wood, stood up and brushed the ash from his hands. Young Master Zhao, he said, offering a smile. Glad you came. The people have been looking forward to this. Zhao Ming nodded and clasped his arm. It's good to be back. And to see everyone in such good spirits. Several men raised cups toward Zhao Ming. We toast to our benefactor. One shouted, only for a sharp voice to ring out from the side. Don't you dare start drinking before the food is served. One of the village wives scolded, storming over with a ladle in hand. She grabbed her husband by the ear, dragging him back to the serving tables. The crowd roared with laughter. Zhao Ming chuckled, shaking his head as he took a seat at one of the tables, warmth spreading in his chest not from the fire, but from the sense of community that wrapped around him like a wool cloak. Nearby, Yu Ying and King worked quickly, placing dishes onto the tables with practiced hands. They greeted the elders, helped serve the children, and made sure everyone had a place to sit. As King set down a tray, a small pair of arms wrapped around her legs. She looked down to find Xum grinning up at her. Pretty sister. Xum chirped, her voice sweet as candied plums. You came. King's smile softened as she knelt and embraced the girl. Of course I did. little one. I missed you. Tell me a story later, Xum asked, eyes wide with hope. Before King could answer, Lin nodded from the side. Go ahead, King. We've got enough hands here. With a grateful smile, King scooped up the girl and found a nearby bench. She sat with Xum in her lap, voice gentle as she began telling one of the fairy tales Zhao Ming had once shared with her. Zhao Ming watched them from a distance, his gaze thoughtful. This place, this memento, it wasn't perfect. There were still threats lurking in Beihai and greater schemes at play. But the seed of change had taken root, and it was growing. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a golden glow on the snow-covered roofs, Lin's voice rang out across the plaza. Everyone, dinner is ready. Please, find your seats. Laughter and chatter quieted as the villagers settled in. Xiliang, as the leader of the settlement, raised a cup and stood at the head of the main table. Tonight, we celebrate not just a new year, but a new life for all of us, he said, voice steady and full of pride. Let's toast to our families, our hopes, and to the man who gave us the chance to rebuild a young master. Zhao Ming. A loud cheer erupted from the crowd. Dozens of cups were raised high. Zhao Ming, momentarily overwhelmed by the sincere gesture, stood and lifted his own cup. To peace, and to a future we can build together. And so, with clinking cups, steaming plates, and hearts full of warmth, the Eastern Hill settlement welcomed the new year with laughter under the stars. While everyone was busy eating and drinking, the distant sound of wheels crunching on snow reached the festive gathering. Heads turned as two carriages pulled up near the settlement. From the first carriage, Murongda jumped down first, adjusting his cloak against the chill. Surprisingly, Lady Yu stepped down gracefully after him, her arm looped with Yum, who bounced eagerly on her toes, clearly excited to join the celebration. The second carriage opened to reveal shopkeeper Wu, Wen Tao and his wife and son, Uncle Qian with his sturdy boy, and finally, Steward Liu O with his family in tow. Each of them carried baskets and bundles filled with extra food, jugs of wine, and other festive supplies. Across the plaza, Yum caught sight of Yu Ying and Yulan and gave them a little grumpy pout. You left me to look after the grumpy bear and moody fox, she muttered under her breath. Zhao Ming spotted the newcomers and waved his hand in greeting. Come, come. There's more than enough room. Xiliang, ever the gracious host, quickly moved to the front, bowing slightly to the new arrivals. Welcome. Please join us. We are honored by your presence. He turned to Murongda, offering a deep nod. Master Murong, thank you again for your help when we first settled in Eastern Hill. Without your protection, things might have been much harder for us. Murongda grunted in his typical fashion, a hand brushing his short beard. Bah, no need for thanks. It's the least I could do. Xiliang's eyes, however, shifted to Lady Yu, taking in her elegant bearing and sharp, intelligent gaze, and a broken bar. If I may be so bold, who is the lady accompanying you? Before Murongda could stumble over his words, Zhao Ming grinned mischievously and stepped forward. This is Lady Yu, the famed master of the Jade Elegance Pavilion. And, if the heavens are kind, possibly the future partner of our Murongda. The statement caused an audible ripple of giggles from Yu Ying, Yulan, Yum, and the other girls nearby. Even King, sitting with Xum, tried to hide her smile behind her sleeve. Murongda turned sharply to glare at Zhao Ming, his face flushing a deep shade of red that stood out even in the cold. His mouth opened, likely to retort, but before he could speak, Lady Yu calmly and elegantly answered in her cool, composed voice, "Amen. After all these years, perhaps it is time I consider settling down." She glanced sideways at Murongda, her eyes gleaming with amusement and a hint of challenge. Though, I suppose I would need to prepare a steady supply of bear sedative first. A moment of stunned silence fell over the group. Yu Ying, Yulan, and Yum stared at her with wide, sparkling eyes, as if they had just witnessed a rare, sacred event. Even Zhao Ming lifted his brows in astonishment, exchanging knowing glances with Xiliang, Lin King, and the other girls around them. Murongda, on the other hand, was caught completely off guard. His mouth opened again and then shut. His thick brows furrowed as he stood frozen, clearly unsure of what to say, like a soldier facing a formation he'd never encountered before. Inside, nearly everyone present shared the same thought. This blockhead. She's handing you an opportunity on a silver platter. Zhao Ming couldn't help the wry smile tugging at his lips. He leaned closer to Xu Liang and muttered under his breath, "It's a miracle he's survived so many battles when he can't even win against a single woman." Xu Liang let out a low chuckle, while Lin covered her mouth with a sleeve to stifle her laughter. Even little Xu, sensing the strange tension, blinked innocently at the adults and whispered to King, "Is the big bear scared of pretty sister?" King's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter as she ruffled the child's hair. Seeing Murongda still struggling, Lady Yu finally gave a light, almost imperceptible sigh, and gracefully moved toward one of the nearby tables, where she began helping Yum lay out food, leaving the flustered general standing there like a statue. Murongda finally grunted and followed her, muttering under his breath, "Foxes are too cunning for their own good." A broken bar. The crowd resumed eating and chatting, though now many kept shooting amused glances at Murongda and Lady Yu as they moved together, bickering lightly, but unmistakably close. As Zhao Ming sat back, sipping warm wine, he thought to himself, perhaps this new year will see more than just one pair finding their happiness. The bonfire crackled higher, and laughter and warmth filled the crisp winter night, wrapping the Eastern Hill settlement in a blanket of hope and cheer. While the Eastern Hills settlement shimmered with warmth and laughter beneath the glow of bonfires, and the city of Beihai pulsed with music, merriment, and firecrackers for the new year, a colder, grimmer mood settled over the southern refugee camps. The tents, patched together from coarse fabric, torn robes, and straw mats, stood huddled like frightened animals against the bitter wind. Smoke from shallow pit fires coiled weakly into the air, carrying the sharp scent of burning twigs, damp earth, and desperation. Inside one such tent, a young man cradled a child in his arms. The girl, no older than 5, shivered feverishly. Her lips were pale, her breath shallow. Her mother knelt beside her, wiping her forehead with a thin rag, eyes red and swollen. "She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday." "A broken bar," the mother whispered, voice hoarse. "Not even the rice water." From outside came the sound of another argument, followed by a sharp cry. A man cursed, and then came the clatter of a tin cup against frozen ground. Not far away, a small group of men huddled near a dying fire. Their faces were gaunt, cheeks hollowed, eyes sunken from sleepless nights. Tension hung in the air like fog. "3 gone this week," one man muttered, his hands trembling as he rubbed them for warmth. "One old man, a broken bar, 2 children, buried under frost." They said there would be relief, another spat bitterly. "But all we get are fences." "Have you seen them? They've started raising steel bars along the south wall, like queer cattle." "They don't want us mixing with the city," an older man grumbled. His beard was matted with frost, and his cloak torn. "And when you complain, the guards laugh or worse." "I saw them beat old Yao just for asking about his missing daughter." At this, several of the men grew silent. The subject of missing women and children had become a wound that wouldn't heal. Mothers wailed in the night. Fathers searched through the alleys and were turned away or ignored. "We know it's not sickness that's taking them," someone said lowly. "It's people are stealing them. Slavers or worse." "No one just vanishes in the night." A heavy silence fell. Then, a voice spoke, calm but firm. "If we stay like these, a broken bar will be corpses come spring." It was old Jiang, a once learned man from a southern village, formerly a school teacher. His eyes were keen despite the wear of winter, and his hands were calloused from chopping wood and burying the dead. "Do nothing, and we die slowly," he said, meeting each man's gaze in turn. "From cold, hunger, or the next round of disease. Or we die screaming when they come to take our wives and daughters." "But what can we do?" a younger man asked, his voice cracking. "The city is full of guards. They've got swords and bows." "We've got a broken bar rocks." "We have numbers," Jiang said. "And timing." He leaned forward, voice low. "The governor's holding a grand banquet on the 5th night of the new year. I overheard it from a trader who snuck food to Yusa. He used to work in the kitchens. The nobles will be drunk, the guards distracted." "You're saying a broken bar ad?" one of the older men asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Not just a riot," Jiang replied. "A strike. Take what we need: food, clothes, medicine. If we're lucky, coin. Enough to last until spring, maybe longer. A man with a crooked nose shook his head. That's madness. We'll die faster that way. We're dying now, snapped another, rising to his feet. What's the difference? At least if I fall with food in my hand, I fall fighting for something. Murmurs of agreement rippled around the circle. We strike while they feast, Jiang said. When the fires are lit, and they're too drunk to see the smoke. Some of us will go to the west granaries, others to the storage wagons, a few to the market. There's wealth in Bihai, more than enough. They just won't share. But what about the women and children? Someone asked. We hide them until the signal, Jiang said. They don't fight. Only those willing. Only those with nothing left. As the wind howled across the open plains, their small fire guttered, casting flickering shadows on their weathered faces. One by one, the men around it nodded grimly. Not in excitement, but in surrender to a final choice here born of starvation, silence, and suffering. Outside the city, where the snow was stained with ash and sorrow, a different kind of fire was beginning to kindle. Nestled high among the snow-kissed peaks of the Azure Dragon sect, Jade Heart Peak stood serene and dignified, its paths lined with plum blossoms just beginning to bloom against the cold. Unlike the loud clamor and festive chaos echoing from the other peaks below where male disciples exchanged wine, sparred with firecrackers, and elders gathered in drunken camaraderie, Jade Heart Peak remained as it always was, refined, graceful, and solemn. It was New Year's Day, and the graceful lotus sword, Shenlianhua, sat with her customary poise upon the raised dais of the main hall, her long white robes embroidered with silver lotuses that shimmered faintly beneath the lantern light. Her black hair was wound in a simple bun, adorned only with a jade pin. Her presence, ethereal yet commanding, silenced the hall with ease. Around her, 5 female disciples knelt respectfully. Each wore matching sect robes with a pink sash signifying their status under Shenlianhua's tutelage. Among them sat the youngest Murong's, bright-eyed and fair as a spring petal. Her features bore the gentleness of her mother and the noble pride of her father, Murong Jin. Murong stepped forward after the ceremonial greetings and bowed deeply before Shenlianhua. Master, she said gently, Xue wishes you fortune and health for the new year. Shenlianhua gave a small nod, her serene face softening just slightly. May your sword heart remain clear, and your conduct worthy of Jade Heart Peak, she replied. It was widely known in the sect that Shenlianhua disliked joining New Year banquets with the other peak masters. Not because she lacked decorum but because every gathering turned into a silent battlefield. Female elders often envied her beauty and grace, while male elders admired her too openly. Shenlianhua would never say so aloud, but she found such events a broken bar unbearable. Instead, on this day, she chose to celebrate in the company of her disciples and, unusually, allowed their families to join. As noon approached, a gentle gust announced the arrival of a guest. The disciples turned their heads as a tall man in dark blue robes with embroidered cloud motifs walked up the stone steps. His hair was streaked lightly with silver at the temples, but his posture was upright and imposing. His presence commanded attention without needing to speak. Murong Jin, head of the martial Murong family, entered with measured steps and bowed politely towards Shenlianhua. Peak Master Shen, he greeted respectfully. This one thanks you for guiding and nurturing my daughter. Her letters are always full of admiration for your teachings. Shenlianhua offered a reserved smile and nodded. She is a diligent disciple, she replied. She brings no shame to the Murong name. Murongs broke protocol and rushed forward. Father, a rare warmth bloomed on Murong Jin's otherwise stern face as he embraced his daughter briefly. Then, gesturing to a servant who followed behind, he pointed to a lacquered box tied with red ribbon. This came from Bihai this morning, he said, placing it into Murong's eager hands. A shipment addressed to you. Murong's eyes lit up. From Bihai Broken Bar? She took the box with both hands, cheeks flushed. Her senior sisters, observing from the side, exchanged curious glances. Senior sister Liu, elegant and sly, leaned in with a knowing smile. Oh, a Broken Bar Murongs, she teased. Why are your cheeks so red? What's in the box? Why you're imagining things, Senior sister Liu. A Broken Bar Murongs said quickly, hugging the box close. It could just be broken bar food. Maybe pastries a broken bar. Then open it, said another disciple, grinning. We love pastries. Come now, said the third. You were practically glowing the moment your father mentioned it was from Behi. Senior Sister Liu moved closer, narrowing her eyes with playful suspicion. Could it be from that scholar you keep writing to? What was his name again? A broken bars or something? Murongs flinched. Aha! I knew it. Liu laughed. You do have a sweetheart. The other sisters clapped and giggled, now fully surrounding her. Let's see what young Master Zhao sent. No, waiter. Murongs tried to protest, her ears burning, but it was too late. Her sisters had formed a circle around her, pestering and teasing in the way only older sisters could. Despite the embarrassment, there was no real malice, just fondness, curiosity, and a shared bond. From her seat, Shen Lianhua watched the scene with an arched brow. Her lips twitched into the faintest of smiles as she sipped her tea. Girls, she said softly, do not forget your discipline. Butte a broken bar. All heads turned to her. A broken bar if there are pastries. I expect one. The room burst into soft laughter. Even Murongs couldn't help but smile, holding the box close as if it carried her heartbeat inside. With nowhere left to retreat, Murongs surrendered to her fate. Her surrounded on all sides by her teasing senior sisters and under the calm yet inquisitive gaze of her master, Shen Lianhua, the graceful lotus sword. Amid the soft clink of porcelain teacups and the gentle warmth of incense, the polished wooden box lay before her in the main hall, its red silk ribbon now loosened. She opened it carefully, the lid lifting with a quiet creak. Inside, nestled against dark velvet lining, was a pair of pure white gauntlets crafted with such exquisite detail that even her ever-serene master leaned in with a glimmer of interest in her eyes. Gasps followed. The gauntlets were elegant yet practical, the surface embroidered with plum blossoms in full winter bloom. The delicate pink threads curled across the white fabric like frost-touched petals dancing in wind, their presence both fragile and quietly resilient. Along the cuffs and sides, peony blossoms bloomed, accompanied by flitting butterflies, soft as a sigh and full of grace. The entire design spoke of nobility and hidden strength, and it was clear to everyone who knew Murongs Yue it suited her perfectly. Zhao Ming certainly outdid himself, murmured Senior Sister Wen, tilting her head with admiration. Again, added Senior Sister Lin, with a small laugh, he's really keeping up with his reputation. Murongs tried to keep her composure, but her ears had already turned pink. He has taste, I'll give him that, Senior Sister Liu said with a teasing smirk. No wonder Xue practically floated over when she saw the delivery. The sisters chuckled, sipping their plum wine as they circled around for a closer look. Even Master Shen lingered, hands folded calmly, though the slight quirk at the corner of her lips betrayed her amusement. Is there a letter this time? Senior Sister Liu asked, already fishing around in the box. Aha, found it. Murongs lunged forward, but Liu was faster, spinning away with a dramatic twirl before placing the letter sealed with Zhao Ming's distinct red waxer into their master's waiting hands. I suppose we are to be audience once again, Shen Lianhua said with a delicate lift of her brow, her voice like a mountain spring, cool, clear, and edged with dry amusement. Shall I read it aloud? A broken bar, Murongs murmured under her breath. Yes. The sisters chorused with wicked delight. Let Master read it. With a low chuckle in her throat, Shen Lianhua began to unfold the letter. But just as the red wax seal was broken, something else slid out to a smaller envelope, sealed in white wax with pressed plum blossoms and gilded trim decorating its face. Oh? Shen Lianhua paused, lifting it between her fingers. A private message as well? She handed the smaller letter directly to Murongs. The girl took it with both hands, reverently, and tucked it into her sleeve in one smooth motion, too quickly, too naturally. The gesture drew another round of hoots and giggles. She didn't even glance at it. Straight into the sleeve, like hiding treasure. That must be the real message. Murongs covered her face with her sleeve. Shen Lianhua smiled faintly, shaking her head, then opened the main letter and scanned its contents. Her serene expression flickered with a note of surprise. There's a mechanism, she said thoughtfully. He included instructions. What kind of mechanism? Asked Senior Sister Wen, already leaning closer again. "Let's see it in action," Liu urged. "Come on, Xue." Murong sighed softly but obeyed. She slipped her hand into one gauntlet, fingers settling into the cool, velvet-lined interior. Then she found the pressure point along the inner wrist and pressed. Click. From the forearm of the gauntlet, a slender blade slid forward, almost soundless, hidden until the moment of activation. The blade gleamed faintly under the lantern light, elegant and deadly. The room gasped. Hidden weapon. How did he even manage that inside a gauntlet? "That's incredible." Shen Lianhua stepped forward, her gaze focused. "This isn't just a gift of affection, it's a tool, a protective measure." Murong's triggered the release again. The blade retracted just as seamlessly. She stared at the gauntlets now not just as beautiful gifts, but as armor, a promise of strength. Her master met her eyes and spoke with rare gentleness. "He knows the life you live via broken bar, and he's thinking ahead. These are not for show, they are for someone walking a path where danger hides in silken sleeves." The teasing ceased for a moment, replaced by thoughtful silence. Then came a softer tone among the sisters in admiration. "He really does care," Wen murmured. "Not just words or trinkets," said Lin. "These broken bar, they say more than a poem ever could." Murong's looked down at her hands, then at the sealed letter still tucked in her sleeve. Outside, snow danced silently over the mountain peaks, and inside the main hall, her heart fluttered like the embroidered butterfly, so soft, warm, and undeniably alive. Though joy bloomed across Murong Jin's face as he embraced his beloved daughter, there lingered a certain tightness in his brow, barely noticeable, but not lost to a keen eye. Watching Murong so flushed and animated while admiring a gift from another man stirred a complicated tangle of feelings within him. His little girl was growing up. How long until she marries? He wondered silently, staring at the delicate gauntlets fitted to her slender arms. This Zhao Ming, a broken bar, he better be a man of substance, not just sweet words and flashy gifts. Just then, Shen Lianhua, ever composed, approached with a porcelain cup of warmed plum wine. Her calm gaze briefly met his, and she, of course, had noticed the shadow clouding his expression. "A drink, Master Murong?" she offered, her voice soft but clear, like moonlight slipping through silk. Murong Jin accepted with a cough, momentarily startled. "Aha, broken by, yes, thank you, Master Shen. It's the season, after all." He sipped. The warmth spread through him, but it didn't ease his fatherly unease. Then, as if remembering something, he cleared his throat. "Right, there's more." Zhao Ming also sent a few other items, a broken bar for you all. He turned to the side and gestured to the waiting servant. "Bring in the other boxes." 2 lacquered wooden chests were carried in, smaller than the first, but each adorned with elegant carvings and delicate silk tassels. Everyone blinked in surprise. "There's more?" Senior Sister Liu whispered, exchanging glances with the others. "What else did he send?" Murong Jin placed a hand behind his back and straightened, clearly uncomfortable discussing such things, but doing his duty nonetheless. "The area broken bar, feminine items, cosmetics, lip rouge, and skin creams, I was told." Zhao Ming said they come in different scents and effects. "To be shared with all of you." The sisters blinked, then burst into delighted chatter. "He sent cosmetics." "Really? From him? How thoughtful. And useful too." Murong Jin continued, nodding towards Shen Lianhua. "There's one set intended for the elder." The packaging is a broken bar, more elaborate. Murong stepped forward quickly, pulling the intricately wrapped box from the stack with both hands and presenting it to her master with the quiet respect she always showed. Shen Lianhua accepted it, her eyes lingering for a moment on the silver-dusted floral patterns along the lid. With the grace of a noblewoman, she unwrapped the silk and lifted the cover. A soft floral aroma drifted up her blend of osmanthus and white tea, clean and elegant. She picked up a small jar of cream and dabbed a little onto the back of her hand. The texture melted like dew on contact, leaving a silky sheen and a subtle, pleasant fragrance. Her brows lifted slightly in approval. "He's done his homework." "The quality of broken bar is impressive." The sisters crowded around, each taking a different set to examine and test. Senior sister Wen tried the rose-tinted rouge and gave a satisfied nod. Smooth and light. I can see why it's becoming popular in Beihai. I've only ever heard of merchants selling this kind of thing from the capital, murmured Lin. Zhao Ming really sent these? Shen Lianhua allowed herself a small smile. It seems he thinks not only of my disciple but her companions as well. Considerate. There was a pause, then her eyes flicked toward Murong's, who was still holding the now empty delivery box. He's quite the young man, isn't he? Murong's lowered her head instantly, her cheeks blooming pink like spring peonies. Shen Lianhua tapped her chin, feigning deep thought. Perhaps it's time I took a mission to Beihai. It's been some years since I visited the coast, and since my disciples seem fond of its current residents, a broken bar. The senior sisters instantly caught on. We'll accompany you, Master. Yes, we'll help with the mission. Let's all go to Beihai. Murong's ears were bright red. She cleared her throat and stepped forward, hands folded neatly. If Master truly wishes to visit a broken bar, this disciple would be honored to serve as your guide. Laughter and teasing followed. As the evening sun cast golden light through the paper windows, Jade Heartbeak buzzed with cheerful chatter. Tea was refilled, rouge was tested, and the icy wind outside was forgotten. For just a moment, war, cultivation, and responsibilities faded, leaving behind only the warmth of sisters, laughter, and the quiet blooming of affection on a wintry mountain peak. Within the quiet study of the Lu estate, the incense burned low, its thin trail of smoke curling like an old man's sigh. Outside, snow had begun to fall again, dusting the garden paths in soft white a contrast to the tension smoldering within the capital. Lu Zi, once a venerated scholar official of the Han court, now sat beneath house arrest, neither jailed nor free, like a noble crane caged in a gilded pavilion. Ever since his return to Liuoyang, the factional strife between the powerful eunuchs and He Jin, the empress's brother, had worsened like an infected wound, and Lu Zi, who had tried to remain above it till a neutral and measured, had instead managed to offend both sides. Too incorruptible for the eunuchs, too proud for the generals, he mused with a faint, dry smile. The door creaked softly. His old steward entered, bowing low with a respectful murmur. Master Lu. A letter, a broken bar from the young miss, and an author, this one from a certain Zhao Ming. Lu's weary gaze flicked toward the names, and a ripple of warmth passed through his stern expression. A broken bar. He waved the steward away and broke the seal of the first letter, unfolding the familiar handwriting. Her words were gentle, couched in filial care and affection. She spoke of missing him, of the cold in Liuoyang, and of how the winters in Beihai were quieter, kinder. Then came the line that paused his breath. Perhaps, Father, you might consider retiring. Beihai has changed. There are temples to visit in Runnan. Mount Tai still stands firm against the seasons. There is peace to be found, away from this storm. Lu Zi closed his eyes and sat in silence for a long while. He understood. A warning, a daughter's plea, a veiled message. In poetry, she's learned how to speak in silence, he thought, pride blooming like a late plum blossom in his chest. Good girl, a broken bar, clever girl. But the moment was tinged with bitterness. He was already trapped. The eunuchs had sealed off his home. Servants were watched. Letters delayed. No visitors without scrutiny. The thought passed, and he reached for the second letter. The name was familiar, Zhao Ming, a minor scholar from Beihai who had corresponded with him before about military innovations. He remembered something about repeating crossbows and trade with the Murong family's prosperity hall. That alone had piqued his interest. He broke the seal and expected technical diagrams, schematics, perhaps a question about logistics. Instead, he blinked. Have you heard of Lianru? The letter began. They say she's as radiant as the moon on Lake Tai. Gentle in movement, yet wild in spirit. The top courtesan in Liuoyang, men speak of her as though she were a celestial beauty fallen to earth. I have dreamed of meeting her. Perhaps a broken bar one day I'll spend a night listening to her gkin, drinking warmed pear wine, and hearing her laughter drift past the lanterns. Lu Zi rose. His brow furrowed. He turned the page over, checked the seal again, reread the first few lines. What in the heavens is this? He set down the main letter and found a second, thinner slip of paper tucked behind. Upon it, a poem, Wildflower in Garden Fence, trembling at dawn's call, taken by hands that knew not her soul, longing for hills untouched, streams unseen, a gentle lotus dreams of the winter-free. A Zhao Ming, Anxi. At the bottom, a dedication, to the gentle lotus, Lianru. Lu's eyes narrowed. Then it clicked. Not a lustful musing. Not some lewd boyish fantasy. It was a cipher. A request for contact. A plea for help. Zhao Ming wanted him to meet Lianru and through her, find a way out. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a quiet laugh, dry, but amused. So that's how you play it, Zhao Ming. Writing a love poem to a courtesan, only to pass hidden meaning beneath flowery lines. Hiding your intent behind romance, so it slips past the eyes that scan my letters. A broken bar. His smile faded into thought. Lianru, the gentle lotus. If she's the one Zhao Ming seeks, then she must be more than just a beauty, a link in the web. Perhaps a favored one among the Yunas, a broken bar, or someone who knows how to move between shadows unnoticed. He folded the letter, placing it back with care. His eyes drifted toward the snowy courtyard, where plum blossoms dared to bloom despite the frost. He murmured to himself, the young are moving. The wind changes direction. Perhaps a broken bar. I have a role yet to play. The crackle of a brazier fire echoed faintly through the Lewis Tate's narrow corridor. A cold wind pressed against the paper windows, but inside Lu's study, the old scholar was already draping his cloak over his shoulders. I'll be going out, he said quietly. His steward blinked. Out, master? Lu gave a faint nod, his fingers absently smoothing the edge of his cloak. It's the new year, after all. I thought I might walk the city. Perhaps even visit the pleasure quarters. The steward's brows twitched upward in barely concealed surprise, but he bowed low. Shall I arrange for your guards? Yes, Lu replied, then added with a wry smirk, lest the streets eat me alive for daring to appreciate music and tea in my old age. The steward turned quickly to carry out the order, but Lu stood alone for a moment longer, fingers curling slightly at his sides. All of them replaced, he muttered under his breath. Every steward, every servant. Watchers, not helpers. The thought soured the air more than the winter chill did. Yet he schooled his face into a calm mask as the guards arrived. 3 men in plain but well-fitted armor, eyes sharp, postures tighter than necessary. Together, they departed. Liuoyang was a ghost of its former self. The second day of the new year should have been filled with cheerful lanterns and laughter spilling from tea houses and taverns. But the streets were sparse. The snow-covered roofs looked like mourning cloths draped over a city grieving its own future. Nobles no longer strolled with families. Merchants kept their doors half shut. Soldiers moved in small, tight-knit formations, a watchful, tense whispers passed like wind through shuttered windows. Eunuchs, Hejin, emperors, blood would spill soon. Lu walked slowly, his hands behind his back, a sage among wolves. The guards trailed behind like loyal hounds or leashes. It wasn't long before the vermilion lacquered arch of fragrant Moon Pavilion came into view. A low hum of guzzing echoed faintly from within. Lanterns swayed on their posts, and the carved door bore no dust to a sign of wealth and constant attendance. The entrance parted as they approached. From within, a woman emerged, her figure draped in a curve-hugging robe of dark violet, embroidered with gold lotus threads. She moved like silk in water, confident, graceful, and practiced. Her face bore the poise of someone who had bent nobles and ministers alike with a single look. She smiled. Master Lu. What an honor. We haven't had the pleasure of your company before. He gave a polite nod, his tone dry. A first time for everything. The Mama-san tilted her head, studying him with amused curiosity. Shall I prepare a table in the main hall? Music and wine by the windows, perhaps? Or would the master prefer something quieter? A private room? Maybe? Lu clasped his hands behind his back, scanning the inner halls like a tactician surveying a battlefield. Is Lianru available? The Mama's smile didn't waver, but there was a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Lianru is resting. It's quiet today. Most of the young masters and court favorites are still drinking themselves silly in private banquets. She leaned closer. But for you, Master Lu, I shall inform her personally. With a graceful turn of her wrist, she gestured, and a young maid with bright eyes stepped forward. Escort Master Lu to the 4th floor VIP room. The one with plum blossom panels. Lu followed, his footsteps silent on the polished floorboards. Behind him, the guards exchanged glances and stationed themselves by the stairwell, allowed to wait, but not follow. The fourth floor was quieter, high above the noise of music and flirtation below. The door slid open with a faint click, revealing a room washed in warm lamplight. Carved screens of plum and pine lined the walls. A soft couch sat by the window, and a brazier burned steadily in the corner, filling the room with the faint scent of sandalwood and jasmine. Lucy stepped inside. The door closed behind him. He exhaled slowly. "To think," he muttered with dry irony, "at my age, I'd be sneaking through a pleasure house on the second day of the new year, a broken bar, to meet a courtesan bearing messages." He lowered himself to the cushion beside the low table, hands resting on his knees, the flicker of anticipation just a little stirring behind his calm gaze. In a quieter wing of the fragrant moon pavilion, behind a curtain of jade beads and embroidered silk panels, steam curled lazily from a wooden bathing tub. The scent of plum blossom still lingered in the air as Lianru sat before the dressing mirror, her long hair damp and dark, slowly being dried and combed by her maid, Xiaolan. Her private quarters were a world apart from the flirtatious noise of the lower floor, so this was a sanctuary of woven screens, pale cushions, and moonlit silence. Only the soft rustle of robes and the occasional chirp of birds outside broke the stillness. Xiaolan hummed softly as she passed the comb through her mistress's dark hair, the strands flowing like satin beneath her fingers. "A rest day," Xiaolan muttered with a faint pout. "You finally get one day without having to entertain blustering generals or lovesick sons of ministers, a broken bar, and now this." As if summoned by the complaint, the soft knock of a knuckle echoed on the lacquered frame of the door. Before either of them could rise, the curtain was gently pushed aside. Momo-san stepped in with the grace of a panther, her violet robe clinging to her curves, a smile playing on her painted lips. Lianru glanced at her through the mirror. "You don't usually come in person unless it's serious." Momo-san inclined her head. "It is." Xiaolan's expression tightened. "Mistress isn't taking guests today." "I know," Momo-san replied smoothly, then turned her gaze to Lianru, voice dropping with soft insistence. "But this one can't be turned away. He's important." "Important?" Xiaolan scoffed. "They all think they are." "One rest day, Mama." "Just near." "It's all right," Lianru said gently, lifting a hand. The room quieted. She turned in her seat and faced Momo-san directly, eyes sharp and unreadable beneath their long lashes. "Does the guest understand my rules?" Momo-san offered a practiced smile. "Of course." "No touching, no wandering hands, no lewdness, just conversation, music, perhaps a game or two." "He's a man of reputation." Lianru's fingers tapped once on the lacquered table. "We've heard that before." Momo-san chuckled lowly. "He isn't one of your usual patrons, I promise. In fact, I doubt he's ever set foot in a place like this." "That's what makes it so interesting." Lianru narrowed her eyes. "Then he must be someone quite desperate, or in trouble." Momo-san shrugged with a mysterious air. "Let's just say he's a gentleman of renown. Though the wind has turned against him as of late." That earned a pause. Lianru rose slowly from her seat, silk shifting like water around her legs. "Burned rose," she murmured. "The dress with the gold thread embroidery, and the long veil, and nothing more." Xiaolan moved quickly to the wardrobe, pulling out the requested gown, a deep crimson, tinged with shadow like a rose touched by firelight. As she helped Lianru dress, she fastened the wide sleeves and high sash with practiced precision, smoothing each fold of fabric until her mistress looked like an exquisite painting brought to life. "You're greeting him directly, then?" Momo-san asked, clearly pleased. "Face to face," Lianru said, lifting her chin. "But nothing more." Momo-san bowed her head slightly. "He'll appreciate that more than you know." Moments later, Lianru stepped from her private quarters, her veil trailing like mist behind her. Her every movement was measured, refined, a woman who knew how to silence a room with a glance, or speak volumes without saying a word. She ascended to the fourth floor in quiet footsteps, her presence as poised and calm as a winter moon rising over still waters. The guard standing nearby turned instinctively as she passed, though none dared meet her eyes. She paused before the door of the VIP room, then tapped lightly on the frame with one manicured finger. The door opened with a soft creak, and the gentle Lotus entered. The door to the fourth-floor VIP room eased open, the faintest note of sandalwood oil carried in on the movement. Lianru stepped inside, veiled in burnished crimson silk, her figure framed like a brushstroke on rice paper. Xiaolan followed at a polite distance, her eyes flicking briefly toward the man already seated near the low chess table, his posture upright but relaxed, his face lit by the mellow glow of a standing lantern. The scent of warming tea filled the room, mingling with the distant sound of stringed instruments drifting from below. Lianru lowered herself with quiet grace, the folds of her dress settling like petals around her. She bowed lightly, her voice smooth and gentle. "Greetings, Gentleman Lu. It is a rare honor to receive such a guest on a quiet evening." Lu Zi returned the bow with a modest nod. Though his temples bore streaks of silver, there was clarity in his gaze, the sharpness of a man whose mind had not dulled with age. "Lady Lian, the honor is mine." I had not thought the famed gentle Lotus of Liuoyang would answer the call of a mere scholar. A subtle smile curved her lips, just visible beneath the sheer veil. "Even a flower must bloom, if the season is right." "Would you prefer music tonight, or perhaps a game to stir the mind?" "Chess," he said without hesitation. "I find that music soothes the heart, but chess sharpens the spirit." Xiaolan, already anticipating the answer, moved with deft hands to arrange the carved ebony and ivory set between them. As the pieces clicked into place, Lu Zi glanced around the refined space of the screen paintings of misty mountains, the plum blossom motif stitched into the cushions, the faint ripple of gold leaf paper on the wall catching the light like waves. "It seems fortune favors me tonight," he said casually. "To meet you, when there are so many young masters, court officials, and palace attendants who spend a small fortune just for a glance." Lianru let out a soft laugh, eyes shining behind her veil. "I am fortunate, then, to be thought of as desirable among the blossoms of fragrant Moon Pavilion. Though surely there are more delicate orchids, more graceful lilies among them." Lu Zi shook his head, lips curling in a rare smile. "Perhaps. But there's a certain charm in the wild rosy untamed, impossible to cage, and all the more striking for it. I was told seeing you might lift the spirits of a weary soul. I believe that recommendation was wise." Her gaze flicked to him briefly, thoughtful. There was something deeper behind his words, a subtle, veiled like her own face. She tilted her head. "Then I hope I don't disappoint." "The opposite," he murmured. Xiaolan finished setting the board, placing the last white pawn with precision. Lianru glanced at her, nodding slightly. "I shall go first, then," she said, lifting a piece with practiced ease. The game began, the pieces moving with slow elegance. As she studied the board, Lu Zi took a sip of tea, then spoke again, his tone lighter, yet deliberate. "I once came across a poem about you, or rather, inspired by you." It described a wild rose growing beyond reach, kissed by the wind, untouched by careless hands. Lianru looked up, curious. "That is quite the image. If the opportunity ever arises, I would love to read such a poem in full." Lu Zi's response was not verbal. Instead, he reached into his robe and withdrew a folded letter, carefully sealed and marked in a style unfamiliar to the pavilion. He offered it across the chessboard. Lianru hesitated, then took it gently between her fingers. The seal broke with a soft crackle. Her eyes scanned the lines swiftly, but when she saw the signature, her breath caught faintly. Zhao Ming. The name stirred a flicker of memory. Yangtze City, a passing moment, a whisper of verse. She had not met him face to face, and yet she remembered. His presence had lingered like incense after the flame went out. And now, this letter. Again, the image of a wild rose. A coincidence? Or something more? Her fingertips lingered on the parchment. Perhaps a fleeting brush with fate, or a thread, lightly woven through time, now tugging again. Xiaolan peeked from behind the curtain, brow furrowed. The room had grown quiet, and there had been no sound of chess pieces for a while. "Mistress?" she called softly. "Is everything well?" Lianru did not look up from the letter. "It's fine," she said gently. "Just a familiar name." Lu Zi took a slow sip of tea, watching her reaction with quiet interest. No further words passed for an hour, but in that stillness, something unspoken had already begun to shift. The parchment was folded with care and placed beside the board, though Lianru's fingers lingered on it for a breath longer than necessary. Her expression, as always, remained unreadable beneath the sheer veil, but a quiet shift in her gaze betrayed the thoughts turning within. She lifted a white knight and moved it decisively. "Was this your only purpose in coming tonight, Gentleman Lu?" "To show me this letter?" Lu Zi studied the board, lips pressed in a thin line. He took a moment before answering, choosing his words with care. "The letter is merely the bridge. I came because I need a way out of Liuoyang." She did not respond immediately. Her hand hovered over a piece, then changed course, setting a bishop down instead. The click of ivory on wood echoed softly in the stillness. "Out of the city?" she asked. "That's no small request, especially for someone like you." Lu Zi exhaled slowly, eyes still on the game. "I know, but I've come to believe the walls are closing in. The eunuch's eyes are everywhere. The court no longer listens. I am surrounded by guards who answer to other men, and even my steward must pretend not to hear what he hears." He moved a piece, then looked up at her, not as a high official, but as a man laid bare. "If I remain here, I'll become either a puppet or a corpse. Neither appeals to me." Lianru leaned back slightly, her hands folding over her lap. Her gaze softened not with pity, but a quiet understanding. "And what do you expect of me, a courtesan in a pleasure house?" Lu Zi gave a faint smile. "A courtesan wears in every household and connections no censor can trace. You command the attention of those who pretend not to notice you. That's more than most ministers can claim." Silence stretched between them. Then, Lianru asked without lifting her eyes from the board, "And how do you view Zhao Ming, the one who gave you this letter?" There was no hesitation. "A youth with bold vision," Lu Zi said firmly. "He organized relief for thousands in Beihai, not for glory, but because no one else dared move. While governors and generals debated politics, he fed the hungry, calmed the riots, and bought time with mere words. If heaven has not closed its eyes, he will rise far." Lianru listened, unmoving, though something in her posture relaxed at the answer. "Then he is not merely a scholar with poetic whims? He may yet write his own chapter in history," Lu Zi replied. She was quiet again, then slowly nodded. "Come again in 3 days' time. The pavilion will be open again by then. Make it known that you intend to stay the night." Lu Zi's brow arched slightly. "An overnight stay?" "Merely for appearance," she said calmly. "No one questions a man leaving our gates in the morning." "We shall provide your curtain, Gentleman Lu, if you dare slip through it." He leaned back in his seat, thoughtful. He could have asked more about the plan, the route, the consequences, but he didn't. Perhaps because he knew that any answer given now would only place more weight on her. Perhaps because trust, once given, had to be carried without burden. Instead, he stood and gave a deep, respectful bow. "Then I shall look forward to your company again, Lady Lian." Her veil fluttered faintly as she inclined her head. "I shall prepare tea." With that, Lu Zi turned and left, the door sliding closed behind him with a soft thud. Xiao Lan emerged from behind the curtain, glancing from the chessboard to the unreadable look in her mistress's eyes. Lianru reached out, moved her white queen, and captured rook. "Xiao Lan," she said softly, "call Mama Wu." The flickering lantern above cast golden ripples across the room, bathing Lianru's silhouette in soft, shifting light. She sat by the chessboard still set from earlier, but her eyes were no longer on the pieces. Instead, her fingers gently unfolded the letragena neatly written characters, precise and calm, bearing the quiet strength of the man who penned them. She read it once more, letting the lines settle into her heart. As her eyes traced each word, memories stirred. A modest pavilion in Anxi, the first glimpse of a scribe who bowed politely from behind a curtain, and the words of the poem whispered by a curious maid days later. Wild rose, blooming where no one dares to look. How strange, she mused, that a fleeting name, a single verse, could linger through time and space. A small smile curved beneath her veil. Zhao Ming, a scribe once lost in the crowd, now stirring the waters of Beihai. His words had moved her then and now, even more so. Perhaps, she thought, heaven had not abandoned her after all. Maybe it was fate, nudging her gently again and again, until she was ready to take the first step. The door opened softly. "Miss, Xiaolan whispered, peeking in. Mama Wu is on her way up. Lianru nodded without turning, her eyes still fixed on the letter. Moments later, the door opened fully, and a fuller presence filled the room. Mama Wu, dressed in a brocade coat the color of dried plum blossoms, entered with her usual poise. Though age had kissed her hair with silver, her warm expression and sharp gaze had never dulled. She looked first at Xiaolan, who gave a small bow and excused herself to stand watch outside. Then she turned to Lianru. "You called for me, Rua?" Mama Wu asked gently. Lianru stood slowly and turned to face her. The look in her eyes so clear, steady, and determined made the elder woman pause. "Yes," Lianru said softly. "I've made my decision. As we discussed before, I will redeem myself on the 6th day of the new year. And Gentleman Lu," she added after a breath, "will be my final guest on the 5th. For a moment, Mama Wu said nothing. Her gaze swept over the young woman before her, dressed in burnished rose silk, her posture elegant, her veil perfectly arranged, but there was something different now. A quiet fire that hadn't been there when she first arrived in Liaoyang, with dull eyes and the heart of a girl who had given up. Mama Wu's lips curved into a slow, proud smile. "I see," she murmured, voice husky with affection. "You've finally decided to write your own ending." Lianru stepped forward, and Mama Wu took her hands gently. "When you came to this house, child, you were like a blossom pressed between pages, so beautiful, but lifeless. I don't know what you're planning now, and I won't ask." But her arms opened, and she wrapped them around the younger woman in a warm embrace. "Whatever road you choose, I want you to walk it free." Lianru returned the hug without hesitation, her body relaxing for the first time in days. "I won't forget what you've done for me, Mama." Mama Wu pulled back and patted her cheek gently. "You just make sure it's worth it." Then, with a wink, she added, "I'll handle the rest. I'll arrange the carriage, smooth the way with the guards, so don't you worry. You'll leave this city like a passing breeze." Lianru's eyes shimmered faintly, but she held back her tears. "Thank you." Mama Wu waved a hand, already turning to the door. "No need for thanks. Just live." As she stepped out, Xiaolan peeked in again. Lianru gave her a nod and looked once more at the letter resting on the table. "Zhao Ming, let us see where your road leads and whether mine might cross it again." The soft afternoon light filtered through the latticed windows of the Zhao residence, casting faint, dappled patterns across the floor. Outside, the air still carried the lingering echoes of New Year celebrations, from the morning of the cheerful clanging of bells, the laughter of children, and the distant pop of firecrackers. But inside the study, peace reigned. Zhao Ming sat by the low table, his brush gliding smoothly across the ivory paper, each stroke deliberate and filled with quiet strength. Beside him, King Lian knelt patiently, grinding the ink with practiced, gentle movements, the faint scent of pine and soot rising with each turn of the inkstone. In the corner, King, her robes a soft shade of spring green, busied herself at a small side table. A copper kettle steamed lightly as she brewed tea, her other hand flipping lazily through a thin book filled with tales of fairies and spirits. She had taken a liking to such stories ever since her growing fondness for Xum, who loved recounting fantastical adventures. King sighed contentedly as she sipped the tea she brewed, smiling as she traced a finger along an illustration of a fairy riding a crane. "It's nice to have a peaceful and relaxing day, isn't it?" King Lian, her face calm and serene, gave a small nod without pausing her work. "Indeed, such moments are precious." Zhao Ming, still holding his brush midair, smiled faintly at their exchange. His heart, too, was calmer, but habit made him wary even in moments like these. Silently, he activated his insight, letting his inner vision sweep across the room like a breeze. King Mei status, hearth-bound, feelings, in love, admire. King Lian A status, absolute loyalty, feelings, grateful. The brush in Zhao Ming's hand hovered for a moment longer before he set it gently on the brush rest. "So they are truly loyal to me," he mused inwardly, warmth filling his chest. He glanced at King, who was now humming softly to herself as she read, her long lashes casting shadows over her cheeks. Not surprising, he thought with a hint of amusement. I've favored her more openly compared to the others. Her heart was bound to sway. But his thoughts quickly turned elsewhere. Murong's that proud, Fiery girl would not be easy to pacify once she realized his house was growing lively with other women's presence. A faint, weary sigh escaped him before he could stop it. Immediately, Kim's sharp ears caught the sound. She turned, her clear, lively eyes locking onto him. "Young master, is something troubling you?" she asked softly, setting her book aside and rising to kneel closer by his side. "If there is anything I can do to help, please let me." Her voice, light and earnest, pulled at something in him. King Lian, too, lifted her gaze for a brief moment, attentive though silent. Zhao Ming gave a low chuckle and shook his head. "No need to worry, just thinking about the future." He paused, tapping his fingers lightly against the table, considering whether he should speak more. His instincts, honed through countless schemes and trials, urged caution. Yet looking at King's expectant, patient gaze and feeling the steady loyalty emanating from King Lian, he found his heart softening. He leaned back slightly, his voice lower and thoughtful. "I'm considering a plan. Something that may separate us from Bihu and from Kong Rong's influence entirely. I intend to build a private force of my own." The words hung heavy in the quiet room. King's eyes widened slightly, but not with fear. Rather, it was a look of awe, admiration, and perhaps excitement. "Young master," she said earnestly, her voice almost a whisper. "No matter where you lead us, we will follow." Beside her, King Lian placed the finished inkstone gently aside and bowed her head. "Where young master's banner flies, we will walk without hesitation." Zhao Ming's chest tightened slightly at their declarations, a rare feeling of genuine gratitude washing over him. For a moment, he allowed himself to simply savor the peace of a steady support surrounding him, the delicate aroma of tea and ink filling the air, and the soft brush of winter sunlight warming the room. No matter what storms lie ahead, he thought, I won't be facing them alone. He reached for the teacup King had brewed, lifting it in a silent toast to the two girls by his side, and smiled. "Then, let us enjoy this peace a little longer before the world changes again." The aroma of freshly brewed tea lingered gently in the study, its warmth filling the quiet space like a soft embrace. King, ever attentive, leaned forward and refilled Zhao Ming's cup with delicate movements, the faint clink of porcelain punctuating the stillness. She held out the cup with both hands, her sleeves slipping down to reveal slender, graceful wrists. "Young master," she said, her voice as soft as a spring breeze, "may I ask, what exactly is your plan?" Zhao Ming accepted the cup, his fingertips brushing lightly against hers before he set it down before him. He let out a slow breath, gathering his thoughts before speaking. "With Xu Liang's help, and the cooperation of Eastern Hill villagers, we'll begin forming a private force," he explained calmly. "For now, it's solely for self-preservation. The world is becoming more chaotic with each passing day. We cannot afford to place our fate entirely in the hands of others." His tone was steady, neither arrogant nor fearful, merely realistic. King Lian, who had been quietly listening, lifted her gaze, her expression grave. "You are wise, young master. I understand well the price of helplessness." Her voice, usually calm and detached, held a rare note of emotion. Zhao Ming and King both turned toward her with curious expressions, sensing she had more to say. King Lian folded her hands neatly over her lap, her eyes distant as memories surfaced. "When I was young, my family was forced to flee our home. Our city had no strong army, no guards to protect it. The governor cared only for his own luxury. When the chaos came, we had no choice but to abandon everything." She paused, her lashes lowering. "After we settled in a new city, my family, desperate and impoverished, sold me to a maid agent to cover their living expenses." There was no bitterness in her voice, only a quiet acceptance, as if she had long since made peace with her fate. Zhao Ming's brows furrowed slightly, and King reached out instinctively, her hand brushing King Lian's sleeve in silent comfort. "Do you miss them?" Zhao Ming asked gently. King Lian shook her head, a small, almost serene smile curving her lips. "We said our final goodbyes the day they sold me. I have no desire to see them again." Her words carried a finality that needed no further questioning. Silence fell for a moment, heavy yet not uncomfortable. It was King Lian who then turned her gaze softly toward King. "How about you, King, do you miss your family? Kim stiffened slightly, her fingers tightening over her robe. A flicker of sadness passed through her eyes, like a shadow crossing a field. She hesitated, biting her lower lip. Her usual cheerful demeanor faltered, revealing a fragile, hidden side. Zhao Ming gave her a reassuring smile, his voice warm. There's no need to rush. You can tell us when you're ready. King looked at him, her heart swelling with gratitude at his patience. She simply nodded, tucking the sadness back into the depths of her heart. For now, Zhao Ming set his tea down and, with a slight chuckle, tilted his head curiously. But tell me, neither of you asked why I want to form a private force. Aren't you curious? King Lian and King Mu exchanged a brief glance, then shook their heads almost in unison. King smiled, her eyes shining with certainty. Because we trust you, young master. King Lian added quietly, you helped the refugees of Eastern Hill when others abandoned them. The gratitude in their eyes during the New Year celebrations, it was genuine. That is enough for us. Their unwavering trust struck Zhao Ming deeper than he expected. He leaned back slightly, feeling the weight of responsibility settle more firmly on his shoulders, but it was a burden he welcomed. Just then, the door creaked lightly, and Yi Ying stepped in, carrying a small ledger bound in red silk. She brushed snow from her shoulders, her cheeks slightly pink from the cold. I'm back, she announced lightly, flashing a grin as she closed the door behind her. There's good and bad news. King Zhen followed closely behind her, her arms laden with parcels and ledgers from the Jade Elegance Pavilion. The quiet, peaceful study suddenly felt a little livelier, as if a fresh wind had blown in with them. Zhao Ming smiled faintly as he straightened up, feeling the shift in the air. Then, he said, a spark of ambition lighting his gaze, let's hear it. Yi Ying's voice lilted with quiet excitement as she set the red ledger onto the table. Young master, the profits have increased significantly, far beyond our initial estimates. King Zhen, standing beside her, leaned in eagerly, her eyes practically sparkling. She clutched the edge of the table, bouncing slightly on her toes. It's amazing. I've never seen numbers this big in my whole life, she blurted out, completely losing herself in a swirl of dreams, of visions of mountains of gold, luxurious silk dresses, and endless trays of sweet pastries. Watching her drift deeper into her own imagination, Zhao Ming hid a small smile and subtly signaled King Lian with a glance. Without missing a beat, King Lian stepped forward and flicked King Zhen lightly on the forehead. Pa! Oh! King Zhen yelped, clutching her head and blinking rapidly as reality snapped back into focus. Realizing what had happened, she flushed red with embarrassment. Sorry, young master. I was just… Zhao Ming simply waved a hand dismissively, a small, amused chuckle escaping his lips. It's fine. Just don't forget yourself too much. Yi Ying covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, then composed herself quickly. Her expression grew a little more serious. There's more. Since Kong Rong's grand banquet is happening in 2 days, a few of the late noble customers have been scrambling to get their hands on whatever stock we have left at the Jade Elegance Pavilion. Some are offering double, even triple the price for our cream and rouge. Zhao Ming leaned back slightly in his chair, his brush pausing midair over the scroll he had been working on. He wasn't surprised. The rarer something becomes, he said with a knowing smile, the higher its value. It's human nature. Yi Ying nodded in agreement, but then she gave him a meaningful look, a subtle signal. Understanding her intent, Zhao Ming glanced around the room. Calmly, he said, King Zhen, go to study and update today's account book. King Zhen saluted clumsily, grabbing the red ledger with a look of determination, while King and King Lian obediently stay. However, Yi Ying caught Zhao Ming's eye again, hesitating. Zhao Ming spoke firmly, his tone gentle but leaving no room for argument. They stay. I trust them. Both King and King Lian paused, their hearts thudding at his words. Trust are such a simple word, yet it weighed heavily. In this chaotic, treacherous world, it was a gift more precious than gold. Their eyes warmed, and they exchanged a glance, a silent promise of loyalty renewed. Yi Ying gave a small nod, accepting his judgment. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. There's been an update on Zhou Feng, she began, her tone sharp, like the first bite of winter frost. Our people found several of the missing girls hidden in his manor. The words struck the room like a thunderclap. Yu Ying's lips thinned, her hands balling into fists at her sides. Those poor girls. They were tortured, played with by Zhao Feng and a few of his noble guests. King's face drained of color. King Lian's hands trembled slightly where they rested on her skirt, anger flashing through her normally serene gaze. Yu Ying pressed on grimly. And there's more. Lady Yu suspects Kong Rong himself is involved in the trafficking network. Not directly, he's too clever for that, but he's been turning a blind eye, perhaps even profiting in secret. Silence fell heavy and suffocating over the room. King lowered her head, struggling to contain the mixture of fury and sorrow rising in her chest. King Lian closed her eyes briefly, as if praying for strength. They've hidden their tracks well, Yu Ying continued, her voice a low growl. We still haven't gotten solid evidence against Kong Rong, but there may be an opportunity soon. Zhao Ming's gaze sharpened. The banquet? Yu Ying nodded. Yes. Kong Rong's grand banquet on the 5th. Our sources say the refugees outside the city are already restless. Someone is deliberately stirring them up to riot on the same day. If the chaos breaks out as expected, it might give us the opening we need. Zhao Ming set his brush down carefully, the tension in the room coiling tighter with each heartbeat. King and King Lian looked at him, understanding the gravity of the situation. It wasn't just about profit anymore, or even survival. It was about justice, about exposing the rot that festered beneath the city's glittering surface. Zhao Ming steepled his fingers, his eyes half-lidded in thought. Then we must be ready, he said quietly, a dangerous edge lacing his voice. And in that moment, the peaceful afternoon they had enjoyed seemed like a fragile bubble ready to burst at the slightest touch. The pale light of early morning filtered through the paper windows of the study, casting soft, golden patterns across the floor. The fragrance of plum blossoms, brought by the chill breeze, lingered faintly in the air. Zhao Ming stood before the polished bronze mirror, his robe draped loosely over his shoulders as King, delicate and focused, helped him tie his hair into a neat top knot. Her fingers moved carefully, weaving the dark strands with the jade hairpin he often wore, but her hands trembled slightly, a nervousness she could not completely hide. Zhao Ming caught her reflection in the mirror, her brows knitted together, her lips pressed into a tight line. He reached up, gently covering her hands with his own. Don't worry too much, he said with a small, reassuring smile. His voice was low, steady, the kind that could quiet a restless heart. I've already spoken with Murongda and shopkeeper Wu yesterday. We've made the necessary arrangements for the security of the estate. King swallowed hard and nodded, but the tension in her shoulders remained. And, Zhao Ming continued, pulling open a drawer in the nearby cabinet, where the gauntlet I gave you last time. He handed her the pair of light, flexible arm guards crafted from fine leather, stitched with hidden steel plates. It's not much, but it will protect you if anything happens. Tell all the girls to wear theirs as well. King clutched the gauntlets to her chest like a lifeline and gave another small nod. After a moment of silence, her voice came out in a whisper. Young master, during the riot, what will you do? Zhao Ming paused as he adjusted the sash around his waist, considering how to answer. I will probably join up with Murongda and Xiliang, he said honestly. At the very least, we need to secure main area. If we just hide inside, we'll lose credibility. Kong Rong needs to see that a private force is necessary to protect ourselves, and to protect Beihai's people. At that, King's composure cracked. She reached for his sleeve, holding it tightly with trembling fingers. Her face, usually so calm and sweet, was pale with fear. Can't you stay inside the estate? She whispered. It's safer. Please. Zhao Ming turned, his heart softening at the sight of her tears brimming, unshed, in her eyes. Without a word, he drew her into his arms, resting his chin atop her head. It's all right, he murmured against her hair. I know you're worried, but you must trust me. I won't throw my life away so easily. I have too many people to protect. And you are one of them. King clutched the front of his robe, breathing in his familiar scent, a calm, reassuring, a steady flame against the rising fear in her chest. I'm cheering for you, she said quietly, voice shaking. But I'm afraid too. If something happened to you. He gently pulled away just enough to look into her eyes, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I will come back, he promised with a rare seriousness. No matter what, I will return to you. In that moment, Zhao Ming saw not the obedient little maid who once served him tea in silence, but a girl full of pure, aching warrior, her heart so clearly laid bare. Just as King was about to respond, a soft but deliberate cough echoed from the doorway. Ahem! Both of them turned, startled. Standing there was Yu Ying, her arms crossed and an amused smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Beside her, King Lian fidgeted awkwardly, her cheeks burning bright red at the sight of Zhao Ming and King wrapped in each other's arms. Being young and still innocent in the ways of romance, King Lian didn't know where to look. Yu Ying raised an eyebrow teasingly. Shall we give you two some more time? King instantly separated from Zhao Ming, her face flushed as red as a summer peach. She bowed her head low, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Zhao Ming, ever unbothered, shrugged lightly and said with a wry smile, Yu Ying, your timing is truly impeccable. At that, King, in a rare show of playful anger, pinched Zhao Ming sharply at the waist, causing him to let out a soft grunt of surprise. Laughter erupted from Yu Ying and even King Lian giggled, the earlier tension lifting from the room like mist under the morning sun. For a moment, amidst the laughter, it felt as though the dangers of the day were a distant threat and all that remained was the simple, fragile happiness they shared. As the last preparations buzzed around the estate, Yu Ying stood before Zhao Ming, her face composed but her eyes sharp with purpose. I'll be joining up with Lady Yu and the others, Yu Ying said, adjusting the short blade strapped to her waist. We'll defend the northeastern part of the city. There's already some movement near the refugee camp. Zhao Ming gave a short nod, his expression turning serious. Be careful. The Murong Estate and Prosperity Hall are close to the south gate. The chaos will likely spill over there first. Yu Ying's lips curved into a rare, faint smile. I could say the same to you. Stay sharp, young master. With a slight bow, she added, we'll meet again when the city quiets. Without another word, Yu Ying turned, her figure flickering and vanishing over the courtyard wall with the fluid grace of a wildcat. Her light movement skills were almost effortless, her form a shadow among the morning mist. King Lian, watching from the side, couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of admiration. So fast, she whispered, her young heart filled with awe. Zhao Ming smiled briefly, then turned back to King and King Lian. His tone grew brisker. No time could be wasted. Listen carefully, Zhao Ming said, his voice firm but warm. Gather all the girls and stay together in the main hall. Behind the main pillar, there's a small storage space here. Clear it out and hide there if necessary. Block the entrance with a large vase or a drawer. Both King and King Lian nodded immediately, their faces taut with focus. Also, Zhao Ming continued, turning to King Lian specifically, I know you can fight. But remember, don't act recklessly. Your lives come first. If you must fight, lead them into the narrow corridor where they can't surround you. Use the space to your advantage. A one-on-one is better than being overwhelmed. And have the other girls help along poles, anything they can use to push enemies back. King Lian straightened her posture and saluted, a spark of pride and determination lighting her eyes. Understood, young master. But when she glanced sideways, she noticed King subtly tugging at the edge of Zhao Ming's cloak, her fingers tightening unconsciously. King Lian blinked, sensing the private moment, and quickly excused herself with a polite bow. She retreated with light steps, leaving the two behind, a tiny smile playing at her lips despite the tense atmosphere. Zhao Ming turned back to King, who was struggling to meet his gaze, her fingers still clutching his cloak like a child afraid of being left behind. Come here, he said softly. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. King leaned into him, trembling slightly, memorizing his warmth, his scent, the steady beat of his heart. I'll come back to you, Zhao Ming whispered, his breath brushing her ear. No matter what. Before she could respond, he tilted her chin up and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek. A fleeting, gentle touch, but one that sent a shiver through her entire being. When he finally pulled away, King stood frozen, her fingers brushing the place where his lips had touched as if afraid it would vanish like a dream. Zhao Ming gave her one last reassuring look, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint, familiar smile, the smile that always made her heart flutter. Then turned and left the hall with firm, purposeful strides. She watched him go, her heart aching with a bittersweet mixture of pride and fear. Her hand remained pressed to her cheek, holding on to the warmth of that kiss as though it were a sacred promise. "If we survive this chaos," King whispered to herself, clenching her small hands together, "I will be honest. I will tell him everything." Her eyes, usually soft and gentle, now glowed with a quiet, determined light. While Zhao Ming, the Murong family, Lady Yu, and the forces of the Jade Elegance Pavilion quietly braced themselves for the coming chaos, another kind of busy energy filled the Grand Governor's office at the heart of Beihai. The sprawling kitchen at the rear of the compound roared with activity. Dozens of cooks and servants rushed to and fro, steam billowing from boiling cauldrons, the rich aroma of roasting meats and rare spices thick in the winter air. Carpenters and decorators scurried across the main hall, hammering down banners, arranging towering vases of plum blossoms, and rolling out silken carpets embroidered with phoenix and dragon motifs. Musicians sat in a shaded courtyard, tuning their instruments with tense concentration, while a troupe of brightly robed actors rehearsed their movements under the barking orders of a temperamental director. Nearby, young dancers giggled and powdered their faces, their rouge thick and their eyes glinting with ambition, each hoping to catch the eye of a noble patron before the night was through. Amidst this controlled chaos, in a richly decorated side chamber, Governor Kong Rong lounged on a carved wooden chair, his thin lips curled in a self-satisfied smile. His plump hands toyed with a jade cup as he glanced lazily toward his ever-present companion, A Chen. "How are the preparations coming along?" Kong Rong asked, his tone light but edged with expectation. A Chen, a thin, sharp-eyed man dressed in a plain but well-tailored robe, stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Everything proceeds as planned, my lord. The kitchens are near ready, the hall is almost fully set. We simply await the arrival of the guests." Kong Rong hummed his approval, swirling the wine in his cup. "And the nobles from the eunuch factions?" A Chen's lips twitched into a thin smile. "They have arrived. Some even came earlier than expected. They are particularly keen to please Zhao Feng. He enjoys considerable favor through his uncle, Eunuch Zhao, in the capital." At the mention of Zhao Feng, Kong Rong's smile deepened into something darker. "Good," he said, almost to himself. "It is time to solidify our standing. The wind in the capital blows toward the eunuchs now, and I intend to ride it to greater heights." He set down his cup and turned his cold gaze back to A Chen. "And what of Lu Qianyi? Have the preparations for her been completed?" A Chen bowed deeper. "Yes, my lord. We have assigned trusted maids to serve her, and delivered dresses and accessories fitting her new status. I made it clear to her, if she refuses to cooperate, a single letter to the capital will place her father, Lu Zi, in a very precarious situation." Kong Rong chuckled, a low, oily sound that echoed unpleasantly through the chamber. "Good. Tonight, once the banquet concludes, she will be sent to Zhao Feng's manor. Let Zhao Feng enjoy his reward. Our alliance with the eunuch faction must be cemented firmly." A Chen hesitated, clearing his throat. "Governor, if I may. The situation with the refugee camps outside the city walls, it grows unstable. There are rumors of unrest." Kong Rong waved a dismissive hand, his sleeves fluttering. "I've already ordered stronger fences to be built around the camps. I doubled the number of guards and instructed them to be heavy-handed if needed. These filthy peasants can gnash their teeth all they want. They won't dare to disrupt my banquet." "But, my lord," A Chen began, only to be silenced by a sharp glance. "No more worrying," Kong Rong said firmly, his voice thick with disdain. "Tonight will be a turning point for us. We must appear unshakable before our guests. Once the eunuch's favor is firmly secured, Beihai will be my stepping stone to greater power." He leaned back in his chair, a smug, self-satisfied smirk curling his lips. "Enjoy today, A Chen. It may well be the first day of a new future for us both." A Chen bowed again, forcing a neutral smile onto his face. But deep inside, a knot of unease twisted in his gut. The scent of blood was already in the air. He could feel it. Outside, unseen beyond the polished gates of the governor's office, storm clouds brewed, thick, dark, and inevitable. Near the south gate of Beihai, the air was thick with tension, far different from the festive excitement blossoming within the city's center. Just beyond the outer wall, near the squalid sprawl of the refugee camps, small groups of men lurked in the shadows, their breath misting in the cold morning air. Their faces were grim, lined with desperation and hard resolve. Among them, a few figures huddled closer together under the scant cover of a withered tree. Their rough, patched garments blended into the dirt and grime of the surroundings. A man with a scar running down his cheek leaned in, speaking in a low, hoarse whisper. "Is old Jang ready?" he asked, his eyes flickering toward the distant, ragged camp where thin smoke curled lazily from cooking fires. Another man, distinguishable by the yellow headband tied tightly around his forehead, nodded sharply. His voice was tight with anticipation. "Old Jang's ready. He'll give the signal when the time comes." The scarred man grunted, glancing at the fortified south gate, where a handful of guards in dull armor stood idly by, clearly underestimating the threat brewing right beneath their noses. "And once the signal comes?" another whispered, voice taut. The yellow headband man bared his teeth in a grim smile. "We kill the guards, force the gates open. Then the city will drown in chaos. They'll have no way to stop it once the flood starts." A murmur of agreement passed among the group. Some shifted uneasily, gripping makeshift weapons hidden beneath their cloaks. Rusted knives, sharpened poles, crude clubs. Every man present had lost something, a home, a family, a future. Tonight, they would tear apart the city that had turned its back on them. "But we wait for old Jang," the scarred man reminded them, his tone sharp. "No one moves until he starts. If we strike too early, we'll be cut down before we breach the gate." The yellow headband man gave a grim nod. "He knows the timing. Trust old Jang." Around them, the camp remained deceptively still. Children with hollow cheeks played near muddy puddles. Women stirred thin porridge over dying fires. Yet hidden among them, hearts pounded and weapons lay ready beneath tattered blankets. The wind carried the faint sound of drums from within the city walls, a music for the grand banquet soon to begin. But here, by the south gate, it sounded like the distant thrum of war drums. They would wait. And when old Jang gave the signal, Behi would burn. At Prosperity Hall, the air was thick with unspoken tension. The once bustling trading house, known for its caravans and gleaming merchandise, now stood like a fortress. Guards posted at the entrances gripped their spears and swords, shifting restlessly in their armor. Some mercenaries adjusted their leather bracers, exchanging uneasy glances with each other. Zhao Ming strode into the main hall with a calm, deliberate pace, his deep blue cloak trailing behind him. There, near the central stairwell where maps and ledgers once hung, stood Murongda, arms crossed over his chest, his face grim yet steady. "How are the preparations?" Zhao Ming asked, his voice low but clear. Murongda turned to him with a slight nod. "We've evacuated the employees' families inside the hall. Most of the inner chambers have been reinforced, furniture stacked, doors barred. If it comes to it, they'll have places to hide." He paused, before adding, "I've also pulled more guards back to the Murong estate. Right now, we've done everything we can." Zhao Ming exhaled slowly, surveying the room. He knew Murongda spoke the truth. It was all they could do. After all, they were not facing a trained army. These were desperate, starving refugees, pushed to the brink by neglect and cruelty. Still, the weight of it pressed on his heart. His eyes drifted toward the gathered guards and mercenaries. Their faces were taut with apprehension, their movements stiff. This was not the kind of battle they were trained for. They were not fighting invaders or bandits. Today, they might be forced to strike down helpless men, women, even teenagers, or people who might, under different circumstances, have been customers, workers, neighbors. Zhao Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. He turned back to Murongda. "Did you prepare what I asked for?" "To hinder or capture, not slaughter?" Murongda gave a grim smile, as if appreciating Zhao Ming's efforts to maintain some humanity in the coming chaos. "Yes, we've readied nets to entangle them, buckets of oil mostly for slicking the streets, not burning, and we've built makeshift blockades at key alleys to slow their movements. If it comes to a clash, we'll try to trap and subdue rather than kill." "Good." Zhao Ming nodded, relieved. Let's hope the sight of barriers and armed men will frighten them back or at least deter them enough to change their course. His hand lightly tapped the hilt of the sword at his waist, not out of aggression, but in habit, a silent readiness. I'd rather they head straight for the governor's banquet, Zhao Ming muttered, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Let the ones responsible for their suffering taste the consequences firsthand. Murongda gave a curt nod, his lips pressing into a thin line. Agreed. It's better that the banquet falls into chaos. They built those camps like pens for animals and thought the people would simply endure forever. If there must be a reckoning, let it fall on their heads. Together, the two men walked to the balcony at the front of the hall, gazing out over the awakening city. The first rays of dawn crested the horizon, casting a pale golden glow over the streets. In the distance, festive banners fluttered lazily in the breeze. Soon, noble carriages would roll toward the governor's mansion, heavy with laughter and pride, utterly oblivious to the storm gathering just beyond the walls. Zhao Ming's hand tightened slightly over the balcony rail. The banquet would begin soon, and the riot would not be far behind. At the grand banquet hall of the governor's mansion, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of roasted meats, rare wines, and the underlying current of ambition. Servants scurried like well-trained ants, their silk uniforms spotless, as they made final adjustments to the long tables and glittering decorations. The heavy red draperies swayed gently in the winter breeze, framing the grandeur of the occasion. Near the entrance, A Chen stood at attention, his face a mask of polite civility. As soon as he caught sight of the honored guest approaching, he stepped forward with a low bow. "Young Master Zhao," A Chen said smoothly, his voice carrying just enough deference to please without sounding weak. "Welcome. The governor is honored by your presence." Zhao Feng strutted into the hall with a haughty air, his richly embroidered robe sweeping behind him. His thin lips curved into a self-satisfied smile as his eyes swept over the lavish preparations of the golden lanterns, the meticulously arranged feast, the rows of finely dressed nobles awaiting him. HMPH, Zhao Feng snorted approvingly. Kong Rong finally understands how to show proper respect to someone of my stature. "Naturally, young master," A Chen said, keeping pace beside him. "Please, allow me to guide you to your seat." As Zhao Feng made his way through the hall, nobles and minor officials practically fell over themselves to greet him. Some bowed low, others offered sycophantic compliments about his wisdom, his family's illustrious ties, his future greatness. Zhao Feng lapped up the attention like a thirsty man at a spring. Every smile, every bow, seemed to inflate him further, until he practically floated toward the main table. Feeling magnanimous in his triumph, Zhao Feng chuckled and said in a voice loud enough for those around him to hear, "Tonight, I shall invite a few of you to my manor. I'll ensure you're well entertained with some very special services." A Chen, catching the meaning without missing a beat, leaned in and said smoothly, "Rest assured, young master. I have already prepared a new selection, some fresh flowers, well tamed and trained, awaiting your pleasure." Zhao Feng gave a smug nod, though he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. "Make sure they're top-notch this time." The last batch was a disappointment. A Chen bowed his head respectfully. This humble one understands. Finally reaching the main table, Zhao Feng sank into the seat reserved for him, lounging comfortably like a king surveying his court. The seat was at Kong Rong's right hand, a place of prominence that made it clear to all exactly where the power in the room now leaned. The majority of the guests had arrived, their laughter and clinking cups filling the vast hall. It was time to officially begin. With a sweep of his flowing official robes, Kong Rong emerged from behind the ornate screen at the head of the hall, climbing the short steps to the raised platform. He lifted a jade goblet high in greeting, his face adorned with a wide, welcoming smile. "Honored guests, friends, esteemed nobles," he proclaimed, his voice carrying easily across the hall. "On this joyous occasion of the new year, let us give thanks for the blessings we have received and for the prosperity yet to come." A polite chorus of applause echoed through the chamber. Kong Rong turned slightly towards Zhao Feng, his tone growing warmer, almost oily. "We are especially honored by the presence of young Master Zhao Feng, representative of the illustrious eunuch faction. His attendance blesses us all with opportunity and renewed strength for the future. The nobles turned their heads towards Zhao Feng, some raising their goblets, others nodding in respect. Zhao Feng, basking in the attention, barely suppressed a smug grin. He lifted his own goblet lazily in acknowledgement, letting the admiration wash over him. Kong Rong, sensing the crowd's mood, continued, "Let this banquet be a symbol of new beginnings, a brighter tomorrow for Beihai and all those who gather here." He ended with a theatrical flourish, prompting another wave of applause. Satisfied, Kong Rong descended from the platform and took his seat next to Zhao Feng. At his signal, the festivities properly began. Servants flooded the hall like a well-rehearsed army, carrying platters piled high with steaming delicacies: a roast duck glazed in honey, spicy beef strips, delicate pastries shaped like flowers, silver goblets brimmed with sweet wine. And then, as the musicians struck up a lively tune, a troupe of dancers swept into the center of the hall. Their clothing was scandalously thin, their painted faces smiling seductively. With every twirl and sway, their revealing garments fluttered like petals in the wind, drawing appreciative whistles and hungry stares from the assembled nobles. The music, the wine, the laughter, it all flowed together into a heady river of indulgence. As music floated through the air and servants bustled about presenting steaming dishes, the female side of the banquet hall unfolded into a more subdued but no less intricate affair. Here, the atmosphere was one of delicate propriety. Women were seated according to strict hierarchy, wives of magistrates and officials arranged according to their husbands' ranks, with the most honored guests positioned nearest the host. At the head of this refined gathering sat Lady Kong, wife of Governor Kong Rong. Dressed in elegant but modest silks embroidered with peonies and cranes, she held court with a graceful air, her every movement measured and dignified. Beside her sat the highest-ranking madams, daintily sampling platters of sweet fruits, golden pastries, and lightly seasoned meats, carefully prepared to suit a lady's tastes. Low conversation hummed among them, a soft laughter, the clink of porcelain cups, and whispered exchanges over marriage prospects for unmarried daughters. As a young girl in flowing white robes plucked the strings of a kin and another accompanied her with the soft trill of a flute, the matriarchs of Beihai exchanged knowing smiles. "My second daughter is of age this spring," murmured one madam in lilting tones, "and quite accomplished in poetry, if I may say so." "Indeed," another chimed in, fanning herself leisurely. "Perhaps a match can be made before summer. These times are too uncertain to delay." Meanwhile, the younger misses gathered in small, giggling groups at the edge of the hall, adjusting their hair ornaments, rehearsing their performances, or murmuring lines of poetry. Each girl hoped to leave a favorable impression tonight, whether through a song, a painting, or a recited verse. Their excitement was palpable, a stark contrast to the tense undercurrent that ran through the gathering like an invisible thread. Yet, not all present shared in the youthful anticipation. One figure sat apart, noticeably isolated at a side table draped in white silk. A slender young miss, clad in a light blue dress embroidered with modest silver threads, sat quietly between two maids. Her head was slightly lowered, her delicate fingers listlessly tracing the rim of her teacup. Her face was pale, her small mouth pressed into a thin, resigned line. The two maids flanking her, both wearing the Kong family's emblem, stood stiffly, their expressions void of sympathy, their eyes cool and detached. They occasionally leaned down, murmuring perfunctory reminders. "Young miss, you should partake in some fruits," one said in a soft but insistent tone. "Or at least drink some tea," urged the other. The girl gave a slight nod but did not reach for the dishes laid before her. She lifted her teacup slowly, as if it weighed more than she could bear, and merely sipped without tasting. Her presence had not gone unnoticed. Several of the seated madams, curious about the solitary young lady, leaned in and whispered discreetly to Lady Kong. One of them, a sharp-eyed madam dressed in plum-colored silk, asked in a voice low enough to escape casual ears, "Who is that child sitting alone, Lady Kong?" Lady Kong, smiling with the practiced ease of a hostess accustomed to political intrigue, responded with quiet poise, "That is Luciani, daughter of Inspector Liu Zi. She will be entering younger Master Zhao Feng's manor tonight." At her words, a ripple of understanding passed through the group. A few of the madams exchanged meaningful glances, lips curling into polite but knowing smiles. "Ah, what a brilliant move," one madam praised, her voice dripping with veiled admiration. "Truly, the governor's wisdom is unmatched," another added, raising her cup in a subtle toast. They knew well an order for marrying or gifting daughters to powerful figures was an age-old method to secure favor. With the eunuch faction rising, this was nothing less than a strategic sacrifice. Meanwhile, Luciania sat in silence, each polite whisper and knowing glance hammering into her heart like cold nails. She lowered her eyes, trying to shut out the reality around her. Her mind drifted anxiously, wondering if the secret letter she had sent had reached Liu Ouyang, if her father had even received her desperate warning. And then, unbidden, another image entered her mind. A young man's face, calm, composed, with eyes that had shown a rare trace of kindness toward hero Zhao Ming. She had barely spoken to him, had scarcely exchanged more than a few words. And yet, for a girl so sheltered and inexperienced with men, that small moment of courtesy had etched itself into her memory. "It doesn't matter now," she thought bitterly, her slender fingers tightening around the warm porcelain cup. "Tonight, I will belong to Zhao Feng." Her chest tightened with a mix of helplessness and dread. She turned her head slightly to look out through the open windows. The sky above was clouded, an ominous shade of grey tinged faintly with red, a strange, unnatural hue for a day not yet at noon. It was as if the heavens themselves reflected her despair. Unseen by the guests still basking in music and wine, the world outside was beginning to shift. And somewhere beyond the gilded walls, chaos was stirring. One that would turn this night of revelry into a nightmare. The icy breath of winter hung heavy over the refugee camp. The sun, pale and hidden behind thick grey clouds, offered no warmth as the noon hour arrived. Smoke curled sluggishly from a few scattered fire pits, the thin soup and boiled roots offering little comfort to the gaunt figures huddled around them. At the center of this grim settlement, a crowd had begun to form, murmuring with nervous energy. Old Zhang, a stooped man with wiry gray hair and sharp eyes, stood atop a battered crate, addressing the growing throng with a voice that carried through the biting wind. A group of men, roughened by cold and hunger, approached him first. Their faces were hollowed by famine, their hands calloused from days of hard labor and nights of clutching their children close against the chill. "Old Zhang," one of them called out, half weary, half desperate. You really think we can riot?" "Look at us." He gestured to the pitiful array of weapons they held: wooden clubs, rusted hoes, kitchen knives dulled from years of use. "We have nothing but scraps." "They have soldiers, spears, armor." A ripple of fearful agreement ran through the crowd. Old Zhang fixed them with a piercing gaze, a fire burning in his sunken eyes. "You have something greater," he said, his voice firm. "Your cause is just. Heaven watches. Heaven helps those who dare to act." There was a hesitation, a wavering like the last flicker of a dying flame. Doubt gnawed at their hearts, fear whispered louder than hope. Seeing this, Old Zhang swept his arm wide, commanding, "Gather at the communal center, bring everyone." The guards, lulled into laziness by the New Year festivities and the false security of the newly installed steel fences, barely spared the refugees a glance. Many lounged indoors by their fires, unwilling to patrol in the bitter weather. Within the hour, hundreds had assembled at the worn square of the communal center. Ragged clothes, pinched faces, the smell of damp and smoke here all bore silent testimony to their suffering. Old Zhang climbed atop a raised platform, a broken stone foundation from a collapsed shrine, and addressed them in a loud, carrying voice. "Are you content," he shouted, "to live like penned animals behind these iron bars?" A murmur of resentment trolled through the crowd, low and rumbling. "Are you happy," he cried again, "to see your daughters disappear into the night, one by one?" A sharp cry broke from somewhere in the crowd. An old woman, her face lined like cracked porcelain, covered her mouth and wept. Another mother, cradling a ragged doll in place of her lost child, collapsed onto her knees. "Every day," Old Zhang continued, his voice raw with passion, "the young are stolen, the weak are left to rot. Our children die for want of a warm meal, Our sick are cast aside like garbage. Tell me, is this how you were meant to live? Shouts erupted angry, despairing. No, enough. They treat us like beasts. But still, some clung to their despair. But what can we do? A man cried, lifting empty, calloused hands. We are nothing but refugees. Powerless, helpless. Old Zhang's eyes gleamed. Helpless? He echoed. Then watch and remember. He turned and beckoned forward the thin figure one all in the camp knew well. A man, barely more than skin and bones, hobbled forward with agonizing slowness. His legs were twisted unnaturally. Each step was a battle against pain. Gasps and murmurs followed him. Everyone knew his story. His wife had vanished one night, and when he had dared question the guards, they had beaten him so savagely that he would never walk properly again. Worse still, his newborn child had died in the cold soon after. The sight of him, broken and bowed, drew fresh tears and heavy sighs from the gathered crowd. Old Zhang whispered something, words in a tongue none of them understood, and then, in one swift motion, splashed clear water from a worn gourd onto the man. A sharp, tense silence fell. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if a great weight had lifted from his body, the crippled man straightened. His legs no longer trembled. His back no longer stooped. With a bewildered cry, he took a step then another until he was standing tall, the sunlight catching the stunned tears on his cheeks. The crowd erupted into chaos. Cries of wonder, gasps of disbelief, and even prayers rose into the icy air. Some fell to their knees, pressing their foreheads into the frozen dirt, worshipping old Zhang as a messenger of the gods. Others wept openly, their hopelessness cracking into raw, desperate hope. Old Zhang raised his hands, commanding silence once more. His voice, when he spoke, was thunderous. I am but a wandering Taoist priest, he proclaimed, his weathered robes snapping in the cold breeze. I have walked the mountains and rivers, and seen the injustice heaped upon the common folk. Heaven has sent me here not for idle comfort, but to lead you. He pointed to the steel fences that caged them. Today we rise. Today, we seize our fate from the hands of tyrants. No more waiting for mercy that will never come. If you have a hoe, ear swing it. If you have a knife, ear raise it. If you have only your fists, clench them. Heaven favors the righteous. The crowd, whipped into a frenzy of pain, rage, and fragile hope, roared in response. The long smothered spark had ignited, and with it, the camp stirred toward rebellion. The spark old Zhang had ignited spread like wildfire. From the communal center where he stood, angry shouts rose to the gray winter sky. The refugees, armed with whatever they could find, a battered hose, splintered wood, chipped kitchen knives, poured through the camp like a swelling river. Women, men, even ragged youths with stones in their fists surged forward, their eyes blazing with fury. The chaos didn't stay contained. It rippled outward, sweeping through the neighboring camps as desperate souls, hearing the noise, abandoned their fear and joined the revolt. At the main entrance of the camp, the guards barely had time to react. The first line of defense, a pair of sluggish men, were quickly overwhelmed. One was dragged down by a mob of furious refugees, disappearing under a mass of kicking feet and striking fists. The other managed to flee, blood streaming from a cut across his cheek. Panting and wild-eyed, he sprinted toward the nearest outpost, to a squat, timber-built structure surrounded by a low fence. Inside, the atmosphere could not have been more different. The captain lounged in a heavy chair, a jug of warmed wine in one hand, his armor discarded in a careless pile at his feet. Draped across his lap was a young girl from the refugee camp, no more than 15 summers old. Her thin shift was pulled half off her trembling body, and her cheeks were stained with silent tears. The captain's rough fingers pawed at her, groping without a shred of gentleness. His heavy breathing filled the room, and when he squeezed her bruised breast, the girl whimpered a pitiful, broken sound that escaped her lips despite her terror. Good little rabbit, the captain chuckled darkly, his breath reeking of sour wine. Make that noise again. His hand slid lower, greedily, and the girl, too afraid to resist, gave another helpless moan. Then a bang. The door burst open. The captain's head snapped around, his face contorting with rage. Who dare, sir? He roared. His hand lashed out, sending a half-empty cup of wine crashing to the floor. I should gut you where you stand. The guard, pale and panting, slammed a fist against his own chest in a hurried salute. "Captain, urgent. The refugees are there rioting. The camp it's out of control." The captain cursed vilely, shoving the girl roughly from his lap. She crumpled onto the bed, sobbing softly, trying to pull her torn clothes over herself. Grimacing with disgust, the captain stood, yanking on his armor piece by piece. As he strapped his sword belt to his waist, he threw a warning glare back at the girl. "Don't you dare run," he growled. "I'll be back soon enough. And then, we'll finish." The girl, shivering, pulled the thin blanket over her nakedness, her eyes wide with terror. The captain stomped toward the door, yanking it open. And two shadows dropped from the rafters above. A flash of steel. The captain barely had time to widen his eyes before a short blade plunged deep into his throat. He gurgled, blood spurting in thick, hot streams over his armor, and staggered backward. The second assassin, moving with ruthless precision, drove his sword through the heart of the guard who had brought the news. Both bodies crumpled to the floor in a sickening heap. The girl screamed, a thin, piercing wail of horror. The two figures turned toward her, their faces half hidden beneath battered cloaks. One was a burly man with a jagged scar running from his temple down to his jaw. A second brother. His eyes were hard and cold, like stones that had weathered many winters. The other was younger, wiry, and wore a yellow headband tied tightly around his forehead. A third brother. He grinned wickedly as he approached the terrified girl. "Pretty thing, isn't she?" Third brother snickered, reaching out a hand. Before he could touch her, second brother barked sharply, "No time for your games." Old Jang's already lit the fire. "We move now." Third brother clicked his tongue in mock disappointment but obeyed. He grabbed the girl by the arm and tossed her roughly onto the bed. The girl whimpered, curling into herself like a wounded animal. "Stay there if you know what's good for you," third brother muttered. Wasting no more time, the two brothers knelt by the bodies of the dead captain and the guard, quickly stripping their armor. Blood stained the polished plates, but it mattered little. They needed the protection and the disguise. Second brother buckled on the captain's sword belt, his movements swift and sure. Third brother fitted a dented helmet onto his head, flashing a wolfish grin at his reflection in a shattered mirror. "Time to hunt," he whispered. Together, like shadows slipping through a crumbling fortress, the brothers moved out into the chaos, blades ready. The rebellion old Jang had sown was just beginning, and now, it would be watered with blood. The winter air, once still and brittle, now trembled with the roar of chaos. Smoke rose from the refugee camps, black plumes coiling into the gray sky like the fingers of angry spirits. Outposts were aflame, their wooden structures crackling and collapsing as looters swarmed through the wreckage. Refugees, once starving and weak, now moved like a living tide, ripping down the new steel fences that had caged them like animals. Here and there, they hefted real weapons as spears, sabers, bows torn from the hands of fallen guards. Others dragged sacks of grain, bundles of clothing, and whatever valuables they could seize from the outposts before setting them ablaze in acts of furious vengeance. The guards stationed at the southern gate peered out nervously, gripping their weapons tight. Beyond the inner perimeter, they could see the distant fires flickering like ominous stars. Shouts and cries echoed over the frozen fields, carried by the cold wind. A sergeant among them spat nervously onto the ground. "Damn it all. What's going on over there?" he muttered, shifting from foot to foot. The men around him looked to one another, unease growing in their ranks like rot. Suddenly, several figures came running up the road toward the guards, their armor battered, their faces bloodied and frantic. "Open the gate!" one of the wounded men shouted, waving his arms desperately. "Hurry! They're rioting. The refugees have gone mad." The sergeant cursed, but his instincts overrode his caution. "Open it!" he barked. "Quick, before the rabble overrun us." With heavy grunts, the gate guards heaved the wooden crossbar aside and unlatched the iron bolts. The gates creaked open just enough for the bloodied guards to stagger through, clutching their sides, gasping for breath. The refugees must have truly gone mad, the gate guards thought. They didn't even notice when the newcomers spread out slightly, as if positioning themselves carefully. One of the gate guards turned toward the sergeant. "We have to send a report to the city watch immediately. If the camps fall, They'll come for the city next." The sergeant nodded grimly. "Sound the alarm, Thena." He never finished the sentence. With sudden, brutal speed, the wounded guards drew hidden daggers from beneath their cloaks and drove them deep into the backs of the gate guards. The sergeant stiffened, gasping, as cold steel pierced his ribs. Around him, his men collapsed one after another, too shocked to even cry out properly. The attackers shed their stolen helmets and tossed aside their bloodied cloaks. It was second brother and third brother, their faces grim with purpose, leading a small vanguard of rebel fighters dressed in looted armor. "Move!" barked second brother, wiping his blade clean on a fallen guard's cloak. "Clear the locks!" Third brother laughed, exhilarated, as he and another rebel hauled the thick crossbar completely off its hinges. With a great groaning noise, the south gate swung wide open, the iron-bound doors yawning like the mouth of a beast. Beyond the gate, on the trampled fields, a sea of refugees surged forward. At their head, atop a battered horse draped in a torn guard's cloak, rode old Jiang. His white hair streamed behind him like a banner, his face flushed not with age but with burning fervor. In his hand, he held high a crooked wooden staff that seemed almost to gleam under the pale sun. His voice rose above the thunder of feet and the crackling fires. "Brothers, sisters, the heavens have opened the way. Today we reclaim our dignity." A great cry answered him, a sound that shook the ground beneath their feet. The mob poured through the gate, a living river of rage and desperation. Those with weapons brandished them high. Those without seized whatever they could, broken farming tools, heavy stones, even fire-hardened sticks. As they surged past the fallen guards, second brother and third brother fell into step beside old Jiang, their eyes glinting fiercely. The city beyond lay unprepared, its leaders fat and complacent behind thick walls and warm hearths. They had looked at the refugees and seen only vermin. Today, old Jiang thought grimly, they would see something else entirely. Today, they would see the wrath of the people made flesh. The rays of morning filtered through the paper-paneled windows of Murong Prosperity Hall, casting long golden slants across the polished floor. Inside the main chamber, Zhao Ming stood beside Murongda, both men silently sipping tea as they awaited the dawn reports. The silence was thicker. Anticipation hung in the air like the scent of smoke before a fire. A sudden, deep gong rang out from the city, echoing like thunder. It struck once, then again, an urgent rhythm no merchant or official could mistake. Moments later, the sound of galloping hooves tore through the morning quiet. A city guard on horseback raced past the main street, shouting with a voice full of alarm, "Rebels! Riot in the south! They've breached the gate! Get to the governor's office!" Zhao Ming set down his teacup with a sharp clack. "It's started." Murongda's expression darkened as he stood. South gate had broken bar. He stepped toward the outer balcony, the cold morning wind tugging at the hem of his cloak. Below, Murong family guards were already lining up in their winter armor, eyes sharp, weapons drawn. "Fan out and prepare the inner perimeter," Murongda commanded, his voice clear and measured. "Follow the contingency plan. Block all alleyways around Prosperity Hall and leave no path unchecked." "Yes, young master," the guards chorused before dispersing. Zhao Ming turned to shopkeeper Wu, who had been listening silently at the doorway. "Send word to the estate. Have them ready defenses and seal the side gate. No one enters without signal." Wu nodded briskly and vanished into the hall with the swiftness of a seasoned veteran. From the balcony, they could now see the southern streets beginning to boil. Refugees no, rioters poured in from the south like floodwaters unleashed. Many were wielding scavenged weapons, rusty spears, stolen swords, broken farming tools. Some ran toward the shops along the main avenue, smashing windows, dragging goods into the streets. Others torched wooden storefronts, the firelight painting their faces with wild, desperate glee. Smoke spiraled into the sky. The city was being swallowed. Then the chaos turned its eye toward Prosperity Hall. A cluster of rioters rounded the bend of the main road, shouting, stumbling, eyes wild with fury or hunger. Some ran only because the crowd behind pressed forward, unable to escape the human wave. Ahead of them, the narrow alleyways had already been barred by heavy wooden barricades built during the night. At one junction, several rebels slipped on a sheen of oil poured across the cobblestones, tumbling to the ground in curses and cries. Those that managed to keep footing found themselves facing rows of Murong guards, calm, armored, and ready. Take them alive if they crossed the line, Murongda ordered from above. Those who hesitate, warn them. The first few men who stumbled past the barricade were instantly surrounded and wrestled to the ground. Shouts rose up as torches flared from above, illuminating the cramped alley like a furnace. Behind the trapped rioters, more people surged forward, but now they could see the glint of drawn bows aimed squarely at them. "Stop where you are," Zhao Ming's voice rang out sharply from the second-floor balcony. His robe fluttered as he leaned forward, his eyes cold with authority. "If you value your lives, turn back. One more step and you'll burn or bleed." The rioters froze in their tracks. One man near the front raised trembling hands, his lips quivering. We didn't mean to come this way." "There's no room behind us." "Then make room," Zhao Ming shouted. "Or face the consequences." The message was clear. Faced with mercenaries and well-armed guards, the untrained rioters hesitated. Fear overtook their frenzy. Like a stampeding herd seeing fire, they began to scatter, some shoving backward, others squeezing through side lanes in retreat. Just as the crowd broke apart, Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes. Among the disorganized mob, a few stood out, not by their weapons or strength, but by their calm demeanor. They did not panic, nor did they scream. They were giving orders, gesturing, shouting brief commands, urging the rest to move in certain directions. Yellow bands tied to their arms or worn around their necks marked them clearly. Zhao Ming's brows drew together. "There," he murmured. "They're not all refugees. Someone's leading them." Murongda followed his gaze and scowled. "The yellow scarf is a broken bar." Zhao Ming's expression hardened. "Then this isn't just a riot. It's a rebellion." Down below, Prosperity Hall stood untouched, surrounded by a ring of steel and discipline. But beyond its borders, the city had begun to burn, and the battle for Beihai had just begun. The fires still raged in the distance, their glow flickering against the early morning haze. Shouts echoed down the alleyways, the sharp ring of steel clashing here and there as Prosperity Hall stood firm against the swelling tide of chaos. Zhao Ming stood on the balcony with Murongda, watching the unrest unfold. His eyes were calm, but the tension in his jaw betrayed the weight of calculation behind them. "These rioters aren't soldiers," Zhao Ming said quietly, arms crossed over his chest. "They're disorganized, panicked. The real threat is the ones with yellow scarves. They're pushing the chaos to unravel the city's defenses." Murong nodded, arms behind his back, posture straight and alert. "Then we hold the perimeter. No matter what happens outside, Prosperity Hall will not fall. If they want to run wild, let them do it somewhere else." Zhao Ming didn't answer immediately. His gaze drifted southward, toward the distant, burning horizon where the governor's estate lay. A thought surfaced, and with it, resolve. "I'll go to the governor's office," Zhao Ming said suddenly. Murongda turned to him with a sharp look. "Alone?" "Yes." Zhao Ming turned his full attention to him. "There are documents or evidence of Governor Kong's dealings with the eunuch faction. I need to find them before anyone burns them, and a broken bar." Murongda raised a brow. "And a broken bar, and I want to find Lukiani. If she's still inside the estate, I'm going to get her out." Murongda stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly a grin spread across his face. "Ha!" He laughed, shaking his head. "I knew it." "Forget the documents, so you're just rushing off to save a beautiful girl." Zhao Ming's brow twitched. "That's not the main reason." "Oh, of course not." "It's just the noble thing to do," Murongda smirked. "Still, you remind me of a young me, rushing into danger, heart pounding for a woman you barely understand, greedy for beauty in your arms, playing the hero to a damsel in distress." "Typical." Zhao Ming exhaled through his nose, clearly unamused. Murongda gestured to one of his guards. "Bring a common cloak and a straw hat." He turned back to Zhao Ming, tone now a touch more serious. "Change your outer robe, you look like one of the refugees. Wrap a scarf around your face. If you're going to sneak into the estate in the middle of a riot, you'd best not look like the young master of Prosperity Hall." The guard soon returned, handing Zhao Ming the disguise. As he started changing into the plain cloak, Murongda chuckled again. "You're lucky I like you, nephew-in-law," he said. "Though I should be helping you secure your standing in the family, Here I am aiding you to chase another woman." Zhao Ming shot him a glare. "Then why don't you just go ahead and charge into Lady Yu's chambers and have the rice cooked already?" Murongda's face froze. "A broken bar tch." He stamped his foot and turned away, clearly flustered. "You little bastard." Zhao Ming smirked in triumph, tying the scarf over his lower face and settling the wide straw hat over his head. His lean frame was now hidden beneath the rough fabric, just another commoner in the chaos. As Zhao Ming moved toward the side door, Murongda stayed behind, arms crossed, brows furrowed in thought. "Lady Yu, a broken bar," he sighed. "Damn him. Now I'm thinking about her again." The thick, fragrant smoke curled through the inner chamber of the Jade Elegance Pavilion, winding like a lazy serpent toward the rafters above. The room was dimly lit by a soft lantern glow, its amber light flickering across the silken screens and lacquered furniture. Sitting cross-legged atop a cushioned dais, Lady Yu exhaled slowly from her long, slender pipe. Her assassin garb, a black silk layered with crimson embroidery, clung to her form with effortless grace, like the final petal of a deadly blossom. The medicine Zhao Ming had concocted filled her lungs with warmth and clarity, numbing pain and sharpening her senses. Standing by her side were Yulan and Yum, both clad in tight-fitting operatives' attire, their hair pinned up for combat, eyes sharp and ready. A row of short blades rested in their belts. Every girl in the pavilion had already changed into their night operations gear, and the perfume of rouge and powder had long been replaced with a metallic scent of hidden steel. The chamber doors slid open with a rustle. Yu Ying stepped in briskly, her cheeks flushed with urgency beneath the faint sheen of sweat. "Mistress," she reported, falling to one knee, "the riot has begun." Just as Zhao Ming predicted, it started at the southern refugee camp and has now spread through the eastern market and western quarters. The guards are in chaos. Lady Yu's eyes did not blink. She inhaled once more, held the breath, then tapped the pipe gently against the porcelain tray beside her. With a soft clink, she set it down. Rising to her feet with fluid grace, she walked toward the window and drew aside the silken curtain. Beyond the windows, the dawn light painted the city rooftops gold, but plumes of black smoke rose in the distance, curling from the direction of the south. The city was beginning to burn. "We are in the north," Lady Yu said calmly, her tone like a razor's edge wrapped in velvet. "For now, the flames have not reached us, but they will soon." Turning back, her sharp gaze swept across her women. "Yu Ying," she commanded. "You'll come with me. We're going to the governor's office. That bank or broken bar, it might still be intact, but I want to know who's still sitting at the table as the house burns down." Yu Ying nodded, eyes steely. "Yes, mistress." Lady Yu turned to Yulan and Yum, who stepped forward at attention. "You take several girls and direct a wave of the riot westward. Fan it near Zhao Feng's manor. Amid the chaos, breach the estate and extract the girls he's kept locked inside. We'll let the fire expose his sins." Yum's lip curled in satisfaction. "Consider it done." Like peeling a silk curtain, Yulan added, eyes gleaming with promise. Without another word, the two girls bowed low, then swiftly exited the chamber, their footsteps soft but sure. Moments later, the sound of their operatives following behind echoed through the hallway like the brush of wind in reeds. Left with only Yu Ying, Lady Yu reached for her twin daggers, curved, wicked things with black lacquered hilts, and secured them across her lower back. She moved with elegance honed by violence, her every motion honed through years of practice. "Come," she said quietly. Then, in a flurry of movement, she leapt from the window, her figure soaring like a shadow across the tiled roof. Her lightness skill was exquisite. Barely a sound followed her passage as she touched down on the neighboring roof and bounded again, cloak billowing behind her like dark wings. Yu Ying followed close behind, her form more forceful but just as nimble. From behind them, several more women from the Jade Pavilion emerged, silent, deadly, disciplined. They moved across the rooftops in a flowing line, weaving through the rising smoke, heading straight for the governor's office. The Jade Pavilion was no longer a house of rouge and fans. It had become a nest of Bladisa, and the city was their stage. As Zhao Ming darted across the crumbling rooftops and narrow alleys of Beihai, his lightness skill barely left a whisper on the tiles beneath his feet. He moved like a shadow at dawn, slipping through gaps, vaulting over fences, pausing only to assess the situation unfolding below. Beneath him, the city was unraveling. Cries of panic and the crash of splintering wood echoed between stone walls. Commoners were dragged from their stalls and homes. Rioters in yellow bands stormed through the streets, their eyes wild with fervor and hunger, wielding makeshift weapons. Flames licked at eaves. Smoke rose from scattered buildings, blackening the sky above. Zhao Ming's breath tightened. He had studied chaos in books or anarchy in theory, but these a broken bar. This was raw, primal. The order that once held people together had snapped. Now, the city was eating itself. He heard a woman scream, followed by the brutal sound of a slap and a child sobbing. His fists clenched. But he couldn't stop, not now. There was a mission ahead, and every second mattered. He gritted his teeth and pressed forward, ducking behind chimneys, slipping past guards who had abandoned their posts to flee or fight in vain. Eventually, the din began to dim. Ahead, the governor's office stood atop its hill, the high walls and ornate tiled roofs still untouched by the spreading madness. He slowed his pace, narrowing his eyes at the guards posted outside the front gate. Surprisingly, they stood relaxed, some leaning lazily on their spears, others chatting. One even sipped tea, utterly unaware of the storm rushing toward them. What? Zhao Ming frowned behind his scarf. Did the mounted messenger with the gong not reach them? He crept closer, weaving between flowering hedges near the outer courtyard, scanning for an opening. Just as he was about to scale the stone wall, a ding sounded in his head, a clear, chime-like tone only he could hear. A translucent window flickered into view before his eyes. System quest activated. Main tasks: rescue Luciani, 01, ensure the safety of your attendants, 06, kill Zhao Feng, 01, discover Kong Rong's plan, 01, stop the riot, 01, identify and expose the Yellow Scarves leaders, 03. Note: partial rewards will be granted based on task completion. Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes at the list. His heartbeat quickened, not just from the chaos surrounding him, but the weight of choices now laid bare. So many goals, a broken bar, he murmured under his breath. But it's not all or nothing. I can choose. The reward structure was clearer: select the most crucial objectives and earn accordingly. But the temptation of doing a broken bar, that was what gnawed at him. His thoughts were cut short by distant shouting. Closer now. The riot was approaching. From the base of the hill, smoke and dust stirred as dozens or perhaps hundreds of rioters surged forward. The guards at the gate finally noticed. Panic snapped them out of their stupor. Close the gates, one officer bellowed, his voice cracking. Carriages were already preparing to leave the banquet. Servants and minor officials screamed and scrambled toward the office, hoping the high walls would offer safety. The gateway quickly became cloyed, horses neighing, servants dripping, guards shouting orders that no one followed. Zhao Ming saw his chance. Cloaked, scarfed, and blending in with the panicked rush, he slipped among the crowd. A guard squinted at him, suspicious as Zhao Ming was too calm, too quiet. Hey, you! Stop there! But before he could finish, another carriage barreled forward, nearly trampling a group of servants. The guard was pulled back to handle the chaos. Zhao Ming vanished into the inner courtyard. He dashed across the garden, bypassing stone lanterns and decorative bonds, moving like a fox through a vineyard. A narrow corridor loomed ahead, its double doors slightly ajar. He slipped inside. Behind him, the outer gate slammed shut with a resounding clang. The guard who had spotted him hesitated, but the cries of his captain drew him back. Zhao Ming had made it in. Now, he pressed his back to the wall, catching his breath. His next steps had to be swift and precise. Somewhere inside this vast complex was Luciani, perhaps still trapped in the banquet hall, a broken bar, and further in, Kong Rong's recorder and Zhao Feng. The clock had begun ticking. The golden lamps in the governor's banquet hall flickered, casting long, uneasy shadows across the polished floor. The clamor of distant shouting had finally broken through the walls of wine and flattery. Kong Rong, seated at the head table, stiffened as a breathless messenger burst into the hall. My lord of the southern gate has fallen. Rioters have entered the city. The words echoed like a gong struck in the heart of the room. Gasps, clattering cups. Nobles jolted upright, their faces paling. The scent of roasted pheasant and sweet lotus soup was overpowered by fear. "What nonsense is this?" shouted Minister Liu, already half rising. "This city is fortified. How could mere peasants?" "They're not mere peasants anymore," the messenger panted. "There are hundreds of them, maybe more. They've overrun the eastern market and are pushing west." Panic ignited. Several nobles scrambled to their feet, nearly tripping over their robes. The harmony of flutes and zithers abruptly ceased as the musicians fled their platform. "Where's my carriage? I must return to my estate. My family is near the Riviera. Let me out." "Get the guards. Call the army." And then, loud and arrogant as always, came the voice of Zhao Feng. "Enough of this cowardice," he bellowed, slamming his jade goblet to the floor. "Gather the troops. I'll lead the charge myself. I'll gut every last rebel and hang their corpses from the gates." Kong Rong's fingers twitched around his wine cup. His composed face barely hid the irritation rising within. The hall had already descended into disarray, and Zhao Feng's posturing only fanned the flames. "Zhao Feng," he said coolly, "this is neither the place nor the time to shout empty threats." Zhao Feng rounded on him, face flushed from wine and pride. "You dare mock me? I am the nephew of Grand Eunuch Zhao. You think I'll hide like a woman while these rats gnaw at our walls?" Kong Rong exhaled slowly through his nose. His patience cracked. "A Chen," he said calmly, "escort young master Zhao to the western safe house. Ensure his protection." A Chen, a lean man with quick eyes, stepped forward and bowed. "At once, my lord." "What a question mark?" Zhao Feng blinked. "You're sending me away?" "It's for your safety," Kong Rong said curtly, already turning away. As Zhao Feng was dragged toward the side corridor, still shouting about honor and vengeance, the other nobles began murmuring. "Why is he being sent to safety? If Zhao Feng goes, why not us? We demand an escort as well." Kong Rong raised a hand but his voice, though calm, was laced with steel. "No one leaves the banquet hall until the situation is secured. Guards seal the exits and hold the perimeter." The clang of doors shutting silenced the protests for a moment. Then, all at once, the room erupted in shouting, complaints, threats, insults. A few even tried to push past the guards, only to be shoved back. Kong Rong, unfazed, stepped off the dais and exited the hall through a side passage, his robes brushing the floor like a calm wave amidst the storm. There was no time to argue with fools. Plans had to be made, and fast. In the adjoining women's hall, the chaos had rippled in slower, gentler waves. Whispers passed from matron to maid. The tremble in the servant girl's voice when she spoke of the rats spread like fire through dry grass. Silk fans stopped fluttering. Teacups were abandoned. Heads turned in search of answers. "Where is Lady Kong? What is happening? Is it true they've entered the city?" Tears welled in the eyes of young ladies, and older madams clutched their daughters. Fear did not discriminate by rank. Then, Kong Rong himself entered, flanked by two guards. His face bore the same serene expression he wore during court debates, but this time, it was a mask. He walked to his wife, Lady Kong, and lowered his voice. "Take Luciani, bring her to the western safe house." Lady Kong nodded immediately, grasping the gravity in her husband's eyes. Her gaze turned to the girl beside her, pale-faced, silent. "Come, child," she said gently. "You'll be safe with me." Kong Rong turned to the others, projecting his voice to fill the chamber. "Remain calm. The guard will keep this place secure. Please do not leave the hall." As the guards moved to block the exits, a collective wail rose from the noblewoman. "I want to see my husband. My son is outside. Why are we locked in?" It was like trying to trap frightened birds in a burning aviary. Luciani, pressed between two maidservants, kept her gaze lowered. Her heart pounded. She followed Lady Kong's lead, but her mind raced. "Zhao Feng is already in the safe house?" The words she overheard chilled her more than the riots. As they hurried through the corridor toward the exit, Kong Rong pulled aside a curtain and spoke to his wife and Luciani quietly. "I must see to the troops. The city is crumbling faster than expected." He looked at Luciani, his tone neutral but his meaning pointed. "We must ensure young Master Zhao is protected. His uncle's support will be broken bar necessary in what's to come." Luciania said nothing, but her hands curled into fists inside her sleeves. Lady Kong nodded briskly. "We will be swift." With that, Kong Rong turned on his heel and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor, his guards trailing behind him like ghosts. The halls of Behai's seat of power now rang with the uneasy steps of nobles, soldiers, and fate. The sun hung high in the sky, casting sharp beams of light down onto the courtyard, where the air shimmered faintly from the midday heat. The estate's once lively walkways were now deserted, the quiet broken only by the occasional shout in the distance and the flutter of startled birds taking flight. Zhao Ming moved like a shadow against the stone walls, his figure nearly unrecognizable beneath a wide straw hat pulled low over his face and a scarf wrapped tightly around his mouth and neck. Only his eyes were visible, narrowed and alert. He knew the route well from earlier visits and quiet observations. Now, retracing those steps, he advanced toward the banquet hall, careful to avoid the open paths. The embroidered robe he wore was plain, dull gray, blending easily with the neutral tones of the estate's corridors. When he reached the last turn, he paused. 2 guards stood stationed outside the massive doors. Their armor gleamed beneath the sunlight, their expressions grim. From behind the door came muffled commotion of frantic voices of nobles locked inside, some shouting for answers, others wailing in panic. Zhao Ming didn't waste time. He slid along the corridor wall, staying hidden behind the low stone ridge, and waited. The heavy doors creaked open. Kong Rong stepped out, flanked by 2 guards. His face was pale but composed, his scholar's robes now slightly rumpled and tucked into a thin leather belt. A short sword bounced at his hip, an unfamiliar sight for a man of calligraphy and Confucian lectures. He turned away from the hall and strode briskly toward the women's side. Zhao Ming followed, keeping a careful distance. When they reached a courtyard with trimmed hedges and a large decorative rock formation, Zhao Ming ducked behind it, heart pounding, not from fear, but from focus. He scanned the area. The noblewoman and their attendants had already been confined to the main hall. The estate's outer buildings were eerily silent, with no servants lingering about. Most had either hidden or been evacuated. The only movements were the guards shifting positions under hurried orders. Then came the moment he waited for. Kong Rong returned, his wife at his side, walking swiftly and composed despite the tension. Behind them walked a familiar figure, Lu Qianyi, her delicate frame wrapped in a sea-green silk cloak. She walked with her head slightly lowered, guarded by 2 maidservants. Zhao Ming's gaze locked on her. Even in the daylight, her features seemed like a calm lake amidst the storm. But her posture betrayed tension, her shoulders stiff, hands clenched around her sleeves. They moved westward toward the secluded section of the estate that housed the safe house. Zhao Ming moved again, trailing them through a narrow hedge path. The midday sun cast clear shadows. He kept close to the walls and under the eaves, his steps light and measured. High above, atop a rooftop pavilion draped in flowering vines, Lady Yu reclined against a stone railing, idly toying with her painted fan. Still noon, and yet the drama begins, she murmured with a pleased smile. Next to her crouched Yu Ying, peering down at the scene unfolding below. Lady, she whispered, pointing discreetly, that person in the straw hat, a broken bar, it's him. That's young Master Zhao. Lady Yu's lips curved. So it is. Disguised, of course. The scarf is clever. Yu Ying blinked. He's not trying to sneak in anymore? No, Lady Yu said, her tone amused. He's come for the girl. Yu Ying's eyes drifted to Lu Qianyi, and everything clicked into place. So he wants to rescue her. Should we help? Help? Lady Yu let out a soft laugh, the fan snapping open with a flick. No, number. We watch. Let's see how gallantly our little hero performs today. Yu Ying looked uncertain. But if he gets caught? Lady Yu waved a hand. We'll intervene if it gets messy. For now, let him earn his moment. Ready the flare. Just in case. Yu Ying nodded and quietly prepared a small cylindrical flare, the tip coated with red powder. Back on the ground, Kong Rong halted at a garden path split. Turning sharply to his wife. Take her, he said lowly, his voice edged with urgency. Go ahead. I'll return to reinforce the courtyard. Lady Kong didn't question him. She reached for Lu Qianyi's hand. Stay close, she murmured. We're almost there. The guard assigned to Thema, a single, wiry man in leather armor, nodded and took the lead. Kong Rong turned and vanished down the corridor with his guards, heading back toward the chaos. Zhao Ming took a breath. This was the moment. As the group turned past a hedge, Zhao Ming struck. He lunged forward, a blur of motion. With one swift strike of his elbow to the back of the guard's neck, the man dropped with a strangled grunt. The maids screamed. Lady Kong stumbled back in alarm. Luciania gasped as a gloved hand snatched her wrist and yanked her into the bushes. "Why?" "Let go!" she cried, struggling against the grip. "Quiet," Zhao Ming hissed, his voice muffled beneath the scarf. "I'm getting you out of here." Her eyes widened. "Who are you?" But she couldn't see his face, only the gleam of his eyes beneath the straw hat. Behind them, Lady Kong's voice rang out in panic. "Guards! Someone has taken Qianye." Moments later, Kong Rong reappeared with more soldiers, weapons drawn. "There!" "Toward the side garden!" shouted one of the maidservants. Kong Rong's expression darkened. "After them!" "Bring Qianye back unharmed, do you hear me?" Back on the rooftop, the flare hissed and sparked as Yu Ying lit it. Lady Yu's eyes danced with amusement as she leaned forward. "Now the game truly begins." A broken bar. The sound of approaching boots echoed behind them as Zhao Ming tightened his grip on Luciania's hand, pulling her along the narrow corridor. "Faster," he urged under his breath. "I'm trying," Luciania gasped, stumbling slightly as her silk gown tangled around her legs. "I can't run in these!" Zhao Ming glanced over his shoulder. The guards were closing in. Without hesitation, he halted for half a breath, bent down, and swept Luciania into his arms, lifting her in a smooth motion. She squealed, her arms instinctively circling his neck as she was lifted into a princess carry. "What are you doing?" "Stop wriggling," he muttered, voice low through the scarf. "You'll fall." She blinked rapidly, staring up at him beneath the shade of his straw hat. His voice was familiar. Her heart skipped. "Zhao Ming?" she asked softly, voice trembling. His steps didn't slow, but he gave a short nod. "Yes." Her lips parted in shock. "A broken bar. You came for me?" "A broken bar." "Don't say thanks yet," he said, eyes sharp as he turned a corner. "We're not out of this mess." The corridors twisted and turned as he ran, dust rising from his feet. The east courtyard loomed ahead of his destination. Zhao Ming knew there was a narrow servants' side gate at the far wall, often left unguarded during the day. He could almost see it now, tucked behind the laundry alcove. But shouts rose behind him. "Don't let them escape!" The guards rounded the far corner, gaining ground fast. Zhao Ming ducked low and darted through the corridor. A silver glint caught his eye. A throwing knife spinning through the air. He twisted mid-stride, shoulder dropping. The blade whistled past, embedding itself in the wood beam with a heavy thunk. "Watch it!" Kong Rong's voice snapped from behind. "You fool, sir, don't hit the girl!" The guards halted their throws, cursing under their breath. "Split up!" a sergeant barked. "Surround the courtyard." From above, on tiled roofs and narrow ledges, shadows began to move. Guards taking position, forming a loose encirclement. Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed. No way through. He pivoted into a narrow side passage. The walls tight on either side. Dead end. He clicked his tongue and turned around. "Hold on," he said, gently setting Luciania down behind him. "Stay behind me." She didn't argue this time. Her hands clutched her cloak, eyes wide and unsure. Moments later, the guards filled the entrance of the corridor. Their armor clinked as they raised spears and blades. Kong Rong stepped into view, his face pinched in frustration. "You've caused quite the disturbance." "Who are you?" Zhao Ming tilted his head slightly, straw hat shadowing his eyes. "Just a wandering sword." "Spare me the poetry," Kong Rong said coldly. "Seize him." The tight space worked to Zhao Ming's advantage. Only one or two could come at him at a time. He took a breath, crane between bamboo sword technique, single feather return. He drew his sword in one smooth motion. The first guard lunged with a spear as Zhao Ming sidestepped, blade flicking like a whisper. The shaft split midair, and the guard went sprawling. The next came with a curved saber. Zhao Ming deflected it upward and twisted his wrist. The saber clattered to the ground, followed by the sound of the guard groaning and falling back. His movements were fluid like a crane weaving through bamboo, never lingering, never forced. Each strike was deliberate, his steps as light as falling feathers. Luciania stared, speechless. "Has a broken bar, incredibly broken bar," she murmured. "Two more cameo, then three." Zhao Ming danced through them, blade gleaming under the noon sun that filtered through the courtyard lattice. The guards faltered, falling back one by one. Kong Rong's lips curled. Enough, archers. From behind the walls, archers took position. Bows creaked. Arrows were nocked. "Redieu," a voice interrupted, trembling. "Sira, what if the girl gets heat?" Kong Rong's eyes flashed with irritation. "Then bandage her later." Fire. Just as the order rang out, boom, an explosion erupted from the far side of the estate. Smoke billowed from the direction of Kong Rong's office, the sound of shattering wood and grumbling stone ringing through the air. Kong Rong spun in shock. "What in heaven's name?" Zhao Ming didn't hesitate. He turned, grabbed Lu Qianye's hand again. "Time to move." Just as Zhao Ming turned with Lu Qianye in tow, ready to make their escape amidst the closer, a shadow barreled toward him. The guard captain, a man built like the wall, with broad shoulders and the weathered face of a seasoned warrior, came charging in, sword drawn and armor clanking with every step. His eyes were locked on Zhao Ming, unwavering and full of grim determination. "You're not going anywhere," he barked. Zhao Ming's brows furrowed. He pushed Lu Qianye gently behind him again, then braced himself. Their blades clashed with a deafening clang. The force of the blow nearly knocked Zhao Ming off his feet. The captain was stronger, brutally stronger, and each swing of his heavy broadsword sent tremors down Zhao Ming's arms. He met each strike with precision, using the agility of his crane between bamboo technique to weave around the powerful blows. But this was no mere foot soldier. This man had faced death on the battlefield and come back hardened. Steel met steel again, sparks flying. Zhao Ming managed to nick the captain's shoulder, but it barely slowed him. The next strike sent Zhao Ming stumbling backward, his boots scraping against the stone floor. Kong Rong's voice rang out behind the smoke, furious. "Captain Zhu, secure him." "Now." Zhao Ming grit his teeth. His knees bent, one touching the ground. He was losing ground. His arms ached, his breath came faster. The captain raised his blade overhead. "End of the line." Kida! PFT. A knife whistled through the smoke, piercing the air with eerie precision. It struck the captain squarely in the shoulder joint just between the armor plates. He jerked, eyes wide, and his arm immediately seized up. "What?" he gasped, stumbling back. His legs gave out next. A familiar voice purred behind Zhao Ming. "Such a young hero, a broken bar, and you still need help rescuing a beauty." "I'm disappointed." Zhao Ming turned his head just in time to see Lady Yu descending through the smoke, her embroidered cloak billowing behind her like wings. Yu Ying followed close behind, landing silently with a dancer's grace. Zhao Ming exhaled. "You're late." "Fashionably," Lady Yu replied with a smirk. "Besides, you looked like you were holding your own." "I was about to lose," Zhao Ming muttered, pushing himself to his feet. "Oh? Then perhaps you'll accept help from a mere woman, just this once?" He didn't argue. "Fine, just get her out of here." Lady Yu flashed him a wink. "Knew you'd come round." Without another word, she swept up Lu Qianye in her arms. "Apologies, Miss Lu. I'll be handling your escape today." "Wait. What?" Lady Yu vaulted toward the courtyard wall with practiced ease, Lu Qianye gasping all the while. Before Kong Rong could issue another order, Lady Yu flung another smoke bomb directly in his direction. It exploded in a thick plume of black and violet smoke, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. From above, archers began coughing violently. Some dropped their bows. Eyes watered. A second wave of tear gas spread over the rooftops. Chaos erupted. Zhao Ming and Yu Ying moved quickly, darting through the mist. The side wall loomed. With a running start, they leapt over the wall and into freedom. Once safely out of the compound, Yu Ying walked beside Zhao Ming in quiet stride, her expression unreadable. "You handled yourself well," she said. "Your swordplay is refined, but your movement skills are broken bar even better." Zhao Ming grunted. "I had no choice." Lady Yu, still carrying Lu Qianye effortlessly, called over her shoulder with a grin. "Seems our young master has as many secrets as he does lovers." "Can we not start with that right now?" Zhao Ming snapped, glaring at her. Lu Qianye, still breathless in Lady Yu's arms, murmured, "Wait, a broken bar lovers?" Lady Yu smiled sweetly. "Oh, dear. We'll have so much to talk about once you're safe." The streets of the Eastern District were far calmer than the chaos erupting behind them. Smoke still rose faintly in the distance, casting long shadows against the buildings as the sun began to dip ever so slightly westward. The group moved quickly, their cloaks and robes blending into the crowds of merchants and commoners who had wisely begun retreating indoors. Zhao Ming kept pace beside Yu Ying, glancing at Lady Yu ahead as she carried Lu Qianyi like a featherweight bundle of silk. Still catching his breath, Zhao Ming finally asked, "That explosion at Kongrong's a broken bar, that was your doing, wasn't it?" Yu Ying gave a small nod without breaking stride. "Yes, we planted the charges in advance. The riot created enough confusion to slip past his inner guards. We took the opportunity to secure what we needed." "What exactly did you take?" "Ledgers, letters, personal documents," she said plainly. "Enough to hang him for 10 crimes. If not 20. We found them hidden in false drawers inside his study and the cellar beneath the guest wing." Zhao Ming let out a breath through his teeth. "You planned all of this?" Yu Ying's mouth curved into the faintest smirk. "That's what Lady Yu does best." They turned down a quieter alley, then onto a narrow street lined with shopfronts and overhanging wooden signs. In the distance, the sounds of shouting and clashing wood still echoed, but the noise seemed to be swelling from the northwestern quarter. Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes. "The riot broken bar, it's shifted northwest." Yu Ying's gaze flicked toward the smoke. "That's deliberate." "We steered the most agitated crowds toward the northwestern district." "Zhao Feng's manor is there." Zhao Ming stopped for half a step. "You planned to use the riot to get to Zhao Feng?" Yu Ying nodded again. "We plan to infiltrate his estate and free the women he's been keeping. When the dust settles, we'll have proof that both Zhao Feng and Kong Rong were behind the refugee disappearances. We'll burn the rot out of Biahu starting with them." They were nearing the Jade Elegance Pavilion now, the quiet far tilde Section 8 of the store standing untouched behind closed shutters. For a brief moment, all seemed peaceful. Zhao Ming exhaled and glanced to the side. Ding! A faint chime echoed in his mind. A translucent window floated into view, visible only to him. Mission progress update. Rescue Lu Qianyi, 1-1, as ensure the safety of your attendants, 06, AO kill Zhao Feng, 01, unavailable. Discover Kong Rong's plan, 1-1, as stop the riot, 01. Zhao Ming stared at the screen, the notifications shifting slightly with a pulse of red light. The kill Zhao Feng task was grayed out to unavailable. For now. No surprise, that target was currently out of reach. But what caught his eye was the second task, ensure the safety of your attendants, 06. It was blinking. Bright red. Attendants a broken bar? He muttered aloud. Yu Ying gave him a sideways glance. What? He didn't answer immediately. 6 attendants. He thought quickly, then his stomach turned. The maids a broken bar, he whispered. The girls at my courtyard. There are 6 of them. His expression darkened. That blinking radar was a warning. The realization struck him like lightning. It wasn't an assassination squad or Kong Rong's guard, so it was the rioters. In the chaos, they must have breached the Murong estate. If the crowd had been redirected towards Zhao Feng's manor, some might have broken off, heading toward nearby wealth and power. The estate would have been an easy target. 6 unarmed maids, alone in the courtyard. He stopped dead in the middle of the street. I have to go back. Yu Ying blinked. What a question mark. I have to go back to the Murong estate. They're in danger. Waiter Zhao Ming. But he didn't wait for further discussion. With a sharp inhale and a surge of inner strength, Zhao Ming leapt up onto the rooftops, his feet touching down with practiced balance. He was already moving or vanishing across the tiles in a blur of urgency. Lady Yu, still carrying Lu Qianyi effortlessly in one arm, turned her head just in time to see the silhouette disappear into the hazy afternoon skyline. Well, she murmured with an amused sigh. There he goes again. That boy is either going to die a hero or a romantic fool. She shifted her gaze to Yu Ying, who was already stepping forward, muscles tense. Go after him, Lady Yu ordered gently. He'll need someone to cover his back. Yu Ying nodded. Be careful. Lady Yu grinned. Always. With a whisper of wind and a leap, Yu Ying disappeared, moving swift as shadow in Zhao Ming's wake. Lady Yu turned, eyes narrowed toward the still smoking skyline, and gently shifted Luciania in her arms. "Let's get you inside, dear." The real storm's just begun. At the Murong estate, nestled within the eastern wing where Zhao Ming's courtyard lay, a heavy stillness hung in the air. Beyond the estate walls, the chaotic thunder of the riot drew ever closer, its rage swelling like a tide. The sound of distant shouting and crashing drifted in, growing louder as noon passed. In the courtyard's main hall, King, ever the calmest among them, gathered the others with a firm tone. "Everyone, come here. Don't wander off." The 6 maids are King Lian, King He, King Tao, King Ru, and King Zina huddled together, their faces pale, their hands clenched in worry. King He and King Ru clung to each other, eyes wide with fear. "Is that shouting getting louder?" King He whispered, her voice trembling. King Ru nodded, her lips barely moving. "It sounds like they're coming this way." "Our broken bar." "Enough," King said gently, placing a reassuring hand on King He's shoulder. "Panicking will only make it worse. We'll stay together, just like we practiced." King Tao stepped forward, carrying a tray with a steaming clay pot and several cups. "Here, drink a little ginger broth. It'll warm you up and calm your nerves." As the others quietly sipped, King Tao hesitated before asking, "Jia, broken bar, what do we do if they really break in? Do we have a real plan?" King Lian, who had taken on most of the security planning, nodded firmly. "Yes. If anything happens, we go into the storage room behind the drawer in the main hall. The entrance is narrow and hidden. Once inside, I'll block it with my buckler. They won't be able to rush us easily, not in that tight space." "We've stashed 2 poles in the 2, King Zhen added, standing straighter. "If they get through, we won't go down without a fight." The maids exchanged anxious glances, but there was determination too. They had rehearsed this, whispered through contingency plans when Zhao Ming wasn't around. As the sun reached its highest point and the light poured harshly through the windows, they knelt briefly in prayer, whispering hopes that the riot would pass them by. But fate had other plans. A sudden, guttural shout broke through the still air. "Closer now, just outside the outer gate." "Kick it down. This must be a noble's house. There's got to be food and treasure inside." Another voice, more vile, jeered, "Hey, and maids too, maybe even a beauty or two. We'll have some fun today." The blood drained from King He's face. "They are here, broken bar." King didn't flinch. "Inside." Now. She opened the concealed entrance behind the main hall's drawer, revealing the tight, narrow passage into the storage room. One by one, the girls slipped inside. King Lian stayed for last, gripping her buckler with both hands. As she crouched in position, King Zhen whispered behind her, "We're with you." The outer doors creaked. Heavy boots stomped into the courtyard. "Where is everyone?" "Empty," a man growled. "Search. Check the side rooms. Grab anything that looks valuable." Drawers were flung open. Pots overturned, a vase shattered. Inside the storage room, not a breath was heard. The girls held their hands over their mouths, trying not to shake. Only King Lian remained in view, hidden just enough behind the disguised drawer, silent, unmoving, ready to block with her body if needed. The looters were close, very close. And outside, the estate burned with the anger of a city in revolt. The looters were nearly done ransacking the outer hall. Wooden drawers lay broken, cushions torn apart, and decorative vases shattered on the floor. Their laughter rang loud, drunken with the thrill of lawlessness. Just as one of them kicked over a chest of scrolls with a disappointed grunt, another paused, eyeing the low table where the girls had last gathered. "Wait a second," he muttered, stepping closer. His eyes narrowed. "Oi, there's a clay pot here and cups." Still warm. A silence swept over the group. Then another looter, a lean man with a scar across his jaw and the gait of someone who'd spent years in the wild, lifted his head and sniffed the air. "I smell something sweet, a broken bar like flowers." "Girl's perfume." He sniffed again, walking in a slow circle, then stopped. His face twisted into a grin. "They're here." "Hiding where?" someone asked, tightening their grip on a stolen spear. The scarred man turned, sniffing toward the main hall. His eyes gleamed behind the drawer. In one violent motion, he threw the heavy drawer aside, its wooden legs scraping against the floor as it crashed down. A faint gasp echoed from within. "Found them!" he bellowed. Girls hiding like rabbits. Ha! Finally, thought we'd have to go back empty-handed. Voices rose in a cacophony of jeers and vulgar jokes. Bet there's a busty one in there. Let's see if they scream pretty. Inside the narrow corridor behind the secret entrance, King Lian stood firm. Her face was pale, but her grip on the buckler was like iron. She positioned herself squarely in the center of the passageway, blocking the only path in. Behind her, the others pressed close, King wrapping her arms protectively around the trembling King He and King Ru. She's got a toy shield. One looter laughed. Is she serious? She thinks she's a soldier? Another added mockingly. King Lian didn't answer. Her eyes didn't flicker. The first man lunged forward with a shout, only to be met with the solid clang of the buckler ramming into his chest. He stumbled back with a curse. Another looter tried to force his way in, but the narrow corridor allowed only one at a time. From behind King Lian, two poles jabbed out with surprising force, one catching a looter in the stomach, the other smacking a man's hand. Damn it! They've got sticks. Get those from them. The girls gave it all they had, but they were smaller, and not trained. One by one, the poles were wrested from their hands. Still, King Lian held her ground. Then came the worst of them, 3 looters who had stolen spears from fallen city guards. Their expressions darkened. Enough games. Move aside, little girl. No, King Lian replied, voice low and steady. You'll have to go through me. The one in front didn't waste words. He stabbed forward. Clang. The buckler deflected the first jab. Then another cameo thwack. A barely turned aside. A third slipped past, the tip grazing King Lian's upper arm. Blood bloomed on her sleeve, but she didn't flinch. A fourth thrust came faster, and she blocked again, but her breath was coming faster now. One more spear slashed toward the others. King lunged forward, shielding King Tao and King Zhen. The spear hit her forearm, but it skidded against a worn gauntlet one Zhao Ming had once left behind. The impact made her arm ring with pain, but it had saved them. Still, her fingers trembled. Each strike numbed her grip, and the pain crept deeper with every blow. We can't hold forever, King whispered. We don't need forever, King Lian answered, gasping. Just until he comes back. A broken bar. Another shout echoed through the courtyard. Another crash of pottery breaking. More footsteps pounding. The looters were growing impatient. But so was Zhao Ming. And he was already on his way. King Lian's arms trembled. Sweat beaded along her brow, stinging her eyes. The buckler once so solid in her grip now felt unbearably heavy. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps. Each time she raised the shield, her muscles screamed. Look at her, she's losing strength. One of the looters shouted, voice rising with cruel glee. Just a little longer, boys. Another jeered. Soon we'll have our prize, and I'm taking the little one in the back. Someone snarled, leering toward where King He and King Ru were hiding. The spearmen raised their weapons again. Kill the guard dog, take the rest. King Lian clenched her jaw, steadying her shield with both hands. Her legs braced against the stone floor, heart pounding, knowing she might not hold out another minute. Suddenly a bang. The heavy doors to the main hall burst open with a violent kick. A figure stood in the doorway, light casting his silhouette in sharp lines. His robe was travel-worn, dust streaked across the hem, but the sword in his hand gleamed with deadly clarity. Young master. King Ru gasped in disbelief. Before any of the girls could cry out, King held out her hand sharply, her expression stern despite the tears shining in her eyes. Don't make a sound. Let him focus. The looters turned at the noise, startled. Who the hell? They didn't get to finish. With a single stride, Zhao Ming lunged into the narrow corridor, his blade arcing like silver lightning. Schlick. One man dropped, clutching his side. Thud. Another gurgled as the blade met his throat. The third looter tried to scream, but Zhao Ming's foot crushed his knee, sending him sprawling before the sword pierced him clean through. The last 3 with spears backed away, eyes wide. Stay back. One barked. Come closer and we'll gut the girls. Zhao Ming's gaze burned cold. You already did, he said flatly, voice low as thunder. You touched what is mine, and now I'll make sure none of you leave this place breathing. There was no hesitation. He moved. A flurry of steel and speed. One spear flew, and Zhao Ming ducked under it, plunging his blade into the attacker's chest. Another jabbed, and Zhao twisted, slicing the weapon's shaft in half and striking the wielder's neck in one fluid spin. The final looter turned to run, but Zhao Ming threw a dagger from his belt with precise aim. It lodged squarely between the man's shoulders. Silence fell. Only the sound of shallow breathing filled the corridor. Then Zhao Ming exhaled and called softly, "You can come out." "It's over." The hidden panel creaked open, and the girls emerged one by one, their eyes wide with disbelief. As soon as they saw him whole, alive, bloodied but unhurt, they broke. King He was the first to cry, tears rolling down her cheeks as she clung to his sleeve. King Tao and King Zhen followed, their sobs racking their small frames as they collapsed into him, burying their faces into his chest. Zhao Ming, though stiff and tired, lowered his sword and opened his arms, allowing them to weep freely. "Shhh, it's all right now." "You're safe," he murmured, voice gentler than they'd ever heard it. King Lian leaned weakly against the wall, her knees finally giving out as she slid down, trembling. "Yeah, broken bar. I tried to stop them. A broken bar." Zhao Ming knelt beside her, his eyes soft. "You did. You protected them. I saw it." Last to emerge was King. Her usual composure shattered the moment she stepped into view. She walked forward slowly, as if in a daze. Then, without a word, she threw her arms around him and buried her face in his chest, shoulders shaking. "I was scared. A broken bar," she whispered. "I was so scared. A broken bar." "I know," he replied, wrapping one arm around her. "I'm here now." The moment was tender, emotional until another voice broke in. "Well, should I throw myself into your arms and cry too, young master?" Yu Ying leaned against the doorway, a teasing smile on her lips. Her twin blades were still drawn, a few specks of blood on her sleeves from clearing the courtyard. Zhao Ming looked at her, deadpan. "If it'll make you feel better, I won't stop you." Yu Ying chuckled and sheathed her blades. "Nah, I'd rather laugh at your fan club instead." Zhao Ming sighed, surrounded by tearful maids clinging to him like vines. "I can't even move." Yu Ying smirked. "Just bask in it. You're a hero today, remember?" And for once, Zhao Ming didn't argue. He simply stood still, offering his strength and warmth while his girls cried their fear away. As night fell over Beihai, the chaos of the day settled into a tense, hungry stillness. The sky above was smudged with ash-gray clouds, veiling the stars, while faint torchlight flickered across the city ruins like fireflies clinging to survival. At the southern gate, the refugees, filthy, weary, and starved, began to regroup. Their faces were thin, eyes sunken, but relief flickered as they reclaimed their scattered loot, anything from sacks of grain to tattered blankets and rusty pots. In hushed murmurs and clattering hands, fires were lit, and the smell of charred roots and dried fish soon floated in the air. They hadn't eaten properly in days, and even stolen crusts were cause for celebration. Around the gathering fires, men in yellow headbands stood tall, directing the flow like shepherds among sheep. The yellow scarves, once dismissed as rabble-rousers and rebels, now took on the role of makeshift commanders. "You, boy, get those strong enough to hold a blade. Group them in fives. Those who can't fight, put them in the back. We need more help at the stew pits." "They're not soldiers yet, but we'll make use of them," muttered one yellow scarf, eyeing the crowd like a general eyeing green recruits. The weak and elderly were pulled aside gently and set to work boiling water, chopping wild herbs, and scrubbing blood-stained tools. Children darted between legs with messages and bundles of cloth. In the middle of this organized chaos, a quiet reverence followed an older man like a shadow. Old Jiang, hunched, robed in faded hemp, and surrounded by a halo of awe. He shuffled slowly from the healing tents toward an empty stone building, once a merchant's house, now stripped of valuables but cleansed and perfumed by grateful hands. Sig women kissed the edge of his sleeves as he passed. A child whose fever he had broken earlier cried out immortal, before being hushed by his mother. Inside the building, candlelight danced against the cracked walls. Two men sat cross-legged around a low table. Jiang's second and third brothers, both younger, leaner, their eyes sharper and less clouded by the benevolence their elder brother exuded. As old Jiang entered, the third brother rose immediately. "Elder brother," he said respectfully, "sit." "The room's been purified as you requested." Old Jiang let out a weary breath as he folded his legs beneath him, I've used too much chi today. A broken bar, but the people needed it. Second brother leaned forward, voice low. We made progress today. We've reached the outer perimeter of the governor's office. However, the third added with a scowl, something distracted the crowd. Just as we were moving north with the formation, many broke off and headed northwest. Zhang's brows furrowed. Why? They found girls, second brother said grimly. Hidden ones. From the nobler states, apparently. The ones gone missing during the sacking. Once word spread, the men rushed over. Some to rescue, some a broken bar. He trailed off, shaking his head in disgust. They were like beasts. Old Zhang closed his eyes. So broken bar, we lost the moment. Yes, third brother replied. The momentum scattered. We couldn't push toward the governor's compound. Even our own Lolonizizu, Wayne had to turn back to rein in the chaos. Second brother slammed his fist against the table. We were this close. The nobles from the countryside are still inside the governor's office, likely panicking now. If we'd taken it today, the city would already be ours. But it still can be, third brother interjected. Lania was worse, and yet we took it. And now? We have more than zealots and rebels. We have refugees who owe us their lives. You healed their sick. The girls rescued. There can think the yellow scarves are heroes. He looked directly at old Zhang. You are their immortal. Zhang opened his eyes slowly, the flicker of candlelight reflected in their tired depths. And what would you have this immortal do? Second brother leaned closer. Let us rally the people. We don't need a miracle now. We need your voice. Appear tomorrow morning. Stand before the gate and speak. Tell them it's time to cast down the wicked and claim justice. We'll march to the governor's office. Third brother added. Break it down and show those cowering nobles what true power is. Once the city is ours, we can declare it a haven for the poor. A stronghold of the yellow heaven. Zhang didn't reply immediately. He looked to the cracked windows, watching the smoke rise from cooking fires. Screams of the day had turned into sobs of grief and exhausted lullabies. After a long silence, he murmured, the people are suffering. The heavens have turned their faces. If we don't lead them a broken bar, someone else will. Someone crueler. Second brother smiled grimly. Then it is decided. Old Zhang nodded slowly. At dawn a broken bar I will speak. In the quiet warmth of Zhao Ming's courtyard, the terror of the day began to settle like dust after a storm. The girls, still shaken but comforted by his presence, had banded together to clean the main hall. The smell of warm porridge and fried vegetable cakes lingered in the air as they shared a simple dinner. Their laughter timid at first, then growing stronger with each passing moment. Though their smiles hadn't fully returned, the worst had passed. After the meal, the girls leaned against one another sleepily, their bodies heavy with exhaustion. Yu Ying, stretching her arms above her head, let out a small yawn and offered lightly, let's all sleep in my room tonight. It's big enough, and we can keep each other warm. That sounds nice, murmured King He, rubbing her sore shoulder. I don't want to be alone tonight, added King Zhen. No one protested. As the girls scattered to fetch their sleepwear, King remained behind, silently wiping down the table, the flicker of candlelight casting a soft glow on her delicate features. Her fingers moved in slow, practiced circles, but her mind drifted back to the moment she clung to Zhao Ming, her tears soaking into his robe, her heart hammering with both fear and relief. Just as she finished tidying, she turned to go to her room and bumped right into Yu Ying. Oh, King blinked. You scared me. Yu Ying grinned, folding her arms. I put your sleepwear in young master's room already. King froze. What? Why would you do that? Her cheeks flushed with immediate heat. I was going to sleep with all of you! Yu Ying leaned in, eyes twinkling with mischief. Were you? After the way you leapt into his arms? The whole manor saw it. Don't be shy, King. You have feelings for him, don't you? A broken bar, King stammered, her voice dropping. That was different. I was scared. A broken bar. That doesn't mean it wasn't real. Yu Ying winked. Strike while the iron is hot, girl. You think he doesn't notice how you look at him? Just go, talk to him. Sleep beside him if you want to. You don't have to do anything more. Before King could muster a response, King He appeared, brushing her long braid behind her ear. I saw everything too, King He said softly. I know your heart, elder sister. If you care for young masters our broken bar I approve. King stared at her in disbelief. King here broken bar. You've protected me long enough. Let him protect you now. Yu Ying smiled and pushed the door closed, leaving King stunned and cornered. Clutching the edge of her sleeve, King walked slowly across the courtyard, her heart thumping wildly in her chest. The lantern swayed in the cool night breeze. Her fingers trembled as she raised them to knock. But the door was already ajar. Inside, warm lamplight bathed the room in gold. Zhao Ming stood with his back to her, a towel draped over his shoulders, his robe half-tied, the damp fabric clinging to his lean frame. Beads of water slid down his neck, trailing over the curve of his shoulder and chest, disappearing into the folds of his robe. His hair hung in dark, wet strands, and he was tousling it dry with the towel. King froze, her breath caught in her throat, her face going crimson. Zhao Ming turned at the sound of the door. King? His eyes softened when he saw her stunned expression. Is something wrong? She stared at the floor, barely able to lift her voice. Yu Ying a broken bar. She put my sleepwear here. I didn't know until just now. I'll just take it and Before she could turn to flee, his hand reached out, gently taking hers. You don't have to go, Zhao Ming said softly. If you don't mind a broken bar I want you to stay. Just sleep beside me. Her heart skipped. Why young master a broken bar? A broken bar. Seeing her hesitation, he added warmly, don't worry, I won't touch you. I just a broken bar want to hold you tonight. You've been through too much alone. King's lips trembled. She wanted to say no but her body betrayed her, stepping closer, guided by something warmer than fear. I'm not ready, she whispered. Zhao Ming nodded. Then just rest a broken bar in my arms. She looked up at him. His gaze was sincere, calm, patient. A broken bar all right, she whispered. King closed the door behind her and leaned against it, her heart racing. The soft patter of water filled the room as she prepared her bath, hands trembling while unfastening her outer robe. Steam soon rose into the air, but no amount of warmth could calm the storm within her. As she slipped into the water, she pressed her knees to her chest, resting her cheek against them. What am I doing? A broken bar? Her thoughts spun wildly. Why did Yu Ying have to pull something like this? Images of Zhao Ming, his steady gaze, the firm hold of his embrace, the way he'd shielded the miller flooded her mind. Her cheeks burned. She wasn't ready for a broken bar and yet a broken bar. The thought of turning away, of leaving him alone tonight, felt even more unbearable. After drying off, she reached for the sleepwear Yu Ying had set aside for Hera and froze. The fabric was soft, near translucent, trimmed with frilly lace. The neckline dipped far too low, the hem far too high. It was the sort of garment no modest young woman would dare wear outside her dreams. Her fingers trembled as she held it up. That girl, King whispered, scandalized and blushing. She did this on purpose. She nearly threw it back into the drawer, but something stopped her. A flutter of defiance, of longing. With a nervous breath, she slipped into it, wrapping a light robe over it for some modesty. Then, barefoot and pink-cheeked, she padded to the door connecting to Zhao Ming's room. She peeked her head in just enough to see him sitting on the bed, hair still damp from his bath, a book resting in his hands. Can you turn off the candle first?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhao Ming looked up, surprised and amused. He saw her peeking from behind the door, her figure shyly hidden in shadow. A soft smile tugged at his lips. He stood, setting the book aside. "You're already shy before coming in. Are you planning something scandalous, system?" "Don't tease me." "A broken bar," she murmured, hiding half her face behind the doorframe. He crossed the room in a few strides and gently pulled the door open. The dim candlelight revealed the curve of her waist beneath the robe, the outline of her full bosom barely concealed. She twitched and tried to pull the robe tighter, but Zhao Ming had already stepped close, his eyes holding both mischief and tenderness. "So Yu Ying picked this for you," he said with a chuckle, lifting a strand of her still damp hair from her shoulder. "She really is something." King blushed furiously. "I'll change, yeah." Before she could retreat, Zhao Ming leaned down and kissed her. Her eyes widened, but her hands reached up, fingers gently curling against his chest as she returned the kiss, a tentative, soft, full of unspoken emotion. It lasted only a moment, but it melted the last of her fear. Zhao Ming pulled back and exhaled, his hand resting on the back of her head. "Come," he said, voice low. "Let's not let her prank go to waste." He turned off the candle, plunging the room into soft darkness, then led her to the bed. The blanket rustled as he drew it over them, pulling her close into the crook of his arm. Their lips met again in the quiet, darker, gentler, slower this time. Kim's breathing steadied, the last edge of tension fading from her shoulders. She curled into him, nestling her cheek against his bare chest, her fingers gently resting against his ribs. Before long, exhaustion took over. Her breathing deepened, and she drifted into sleep, her body still trembling faintly from everything she'd endured. Zhao Ming looked down at her, brushing a thumb along her cheek. "Sleep well," he whispered. "Next time you're broken bar we'll take our time." He kissed her forehead softly and held her close, letting the night carry them into peace. As darkness blanketed the capital, Luoyang came alive with a different kind of brilliance. The once quiet streets buzzed with carriages, footsteps, and the sharp flickers of red and golden lanterns swaying gently in the spring night breeze. Among the most vibrant quarters was the infamous fragrant Moon Pavilion, the crown jewel of Luoyang's red light district. Tonight, the brothel shimmered like a palace of debauchery. Music drifted lazily from within, flutes, guzzing, and soft drums mingling with peals of flirtatious laughter and teasing calls from painted lips. The air was thick with the fragrance of peach blossom wine, perfume oils, and warm flesh. Girls dressed in silken robes, many sheer and clinging, stood coyly at the threshold or leaned from upstairs windows, their eyes glinting under painted lashes. Some sang little songs to passing young masters. Others simply laughed and tilted their heads just so, letting hair fall across bare shoulders. Each movement was a net, each smile a hook. Within the main hall, the debauchery was in full bloom. Tables laden with meat, fruit, and wine. Young nobles sprawled across plush cushions, clutching courtesans to their sides. A dancer twirled in the center of the room, her translucent robes swirling like mist, bearing the curves beneath with each turn. Gold coins clinked and rolled across lacquered floors as eager patrons tossed rewards mid-performance. At a far table, a group of well-dressed young masters, sons of ministers and generals, sat half-drunk, their cheeks flushed more from bitterness than wine. "Lianru," one of them slurred, banging his cup on the table. "That damned lucky bastard." "Why him, and not me?" She said she wasn't taking guests this week. Another groaned, leaning into a girl who nestled into his lap. "Now look at entertaining someone else in secret." "Maybe he's richer," a third sneered. The girls surrounding them cooed softly, rubbing their soft bodies against their patrons' shoulders and chests, whispering into their ears. "Don't be sad, young Master Li," one murmured, trailing her fingers down his chest. "I'll treat you even better than Lianru, if you let me." Laughter erupted again, and more wine was poured. The bitterness was profitable tonight. The more they lamented, the more they spent. Then, a hush. The main doors opened. In walked a tall figure, clothed in elegant scholarly robes, face partially shadowed by the lamplight. His demeanor was reserved, upright, out of place amid the seductive haze. He carried himself not like a customer, but like a court official walking into a hall of justice. "Is that?" someone whispered, blinking through the smoke. "Luzi," another gasped. "The Grand Tutor?" Even a few old nobles in the back straightened from their wine cups, whispering in surprise. It was Luzi, the paragon of Confucian virtue, the man who once rebuked corrupt ministers in court. His name was revered among scholars and feared by sycophants. What was he doing here, of all places? He must have finally broken, one murmured, between the empresses meddling and the eunuchs squeezing him out. Even the righteous can fall. A few shared knowing glances. He's human after all. But before any dared approach, Madame Wu appeared clad in rich robes and jewels befitting a dowager empress of pleasure. She bowed respectfully and smiled wide. "Lord Lu, this humble madam is honored by your presence." "The room is ready, as discussed." "I trust everything has been prepared?" Lu Zi asked, his voice even but quiet, his eyes unfazed by the stares around him. "Of course." "Fourth floor, just as you requested. Lianru is waiting. The mention of the name caused another small wave of outrage to ripple across the room. A few of the earlier young masters almost spat out their wine. One of them slapped the table again, red-eyed. Even she bows to politics now. As Lu Zi ascended the stairs behind Madame Wu, more heads turned. Girls tittered in disbelief. The older officials watched in silence, a few raising their brows. "Perhaps he's not as incorruptible as we thought," one murmured. "Or perhaps even scholars know when to seek comfort." The fourth floor was quiet, reserved only for the wealthiest or most powerful clients. It exuded refinement. Carved lattice screens, incense burners shaped like dragons, and embroidered wall hangings from the southern provinces. Outside the VIP room, two maids in pale blue robes bowed and opened the doors. "Please, Lord Lu." He stepped inside, and with that, the door closed behind him. Down below, the young masters, helpless in their envy and confusion, drowned their frustrations in gold coins and wine. The girls around them laughed all the harder, their fingers trailing down open collars, eager to turn jealousy into pleasure and profit. And above, in the quietest room of the fragrant moon pavilion, something else was about to begin. Behind the softly sliding doors, the noise of the brothel faded into a murmur of music, and laughter filtered through the carved screens and velvet drapes like echoes from another world. Inside the elegant VIP room, Lianru stood beneath the warm glow of an oil lamp. Draped in a pale pink robe embroidered with plum blossoms, her every movement was graceful, measured, as if the chaos and vanity of the floors below had no place here. "Lord Lu," she greeted softly, offering a small, practiced smile. "Please sit. The wine is sweet, and the honey cakes tonight are fresh. I even had the almond crisps prepared. Your favorite, is it not?" Lu Zi paused just inside the door, his eyes taking in the carefully curated elegance of the room. A vase of white orchids rested on the low table. The tea set was pristine, blue and white porcelain, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted from the incense burner near the window. "I prefer tea tonight," he said simply. Lianru's smile didn't falter. Of course. With a light turn, she knelt at the table and began preparing it herself, her fingers deftly rinsing and warming the cups before pouring the jasmine leaves into the pot. The sound of water pouring filled the silence. Lu Zi sat down across from her, folding his robes neatly, his posture straight even in a brothel. A knock came, soft and deliberate. The door opened to reveal Xiao Lan, Lianru's most trusted girl. She stepped in, bowed her head once toward Lianru, and closed the door again behind her. That single look was enough for Lianru. Now knew the outer corridor was cleared, the curious eavesdroppers gone. "By first light," she said in a low voice, passing the tea to Lu Zi. "We'll leave by the east gate. A carriage has been arranged, and the guards bribed." Lu Zi gave a single nod, his fingers wrapped around the teacup. "And your destination?" Lianru tilted her head slightly, her long earrings swaying like silver petals. "I don't know yet. Perhaps Beihai. I heard it's peaceful." And she smiled again, this time with a glimmer of fondness. "There's a young master there whose poem still lingers in my mind. I think I would like to meet him again." Lu Zi drank the tea slowly, saying nothing. The fragrance was delicate, calming, but his mind stirred. Zhao Ming, the young scholar who had, without ever raising a sword, helped him escape Luoyang, writing a letter, delivering it by way of Lu Qianyu herself. That single act had saved Lu Zi's neck, even if it couldn't preserve his power. He looked at Lianru over the rim of his cup. That boy. Even far away, his ripples reach far. To pass the time before the pavilion closed for the night, Lianru spoke again. "You've traveled to Beihai, haven't you, Lord Lu?" "What's it like?" "I've never seen the countryside beyond the capital." Lu Zi's gaze softened unexpectedly. For a moment, her eager tone, the light in her eyes, reminded him of someone else. "Qianyu." He placed the cup down and leaned back slightly. "The road is long, but beautiful." "Tell me." He spoke, his voice calm and deep, carrying her gently out of the gilded cage of fragrant moon pavilion. "You'll cross the Yellow River first. Wide as the sky. In spring, it churns with muddy power, but in autumn, it runs gold and lazy. Then Mount Tai rises not far off. If the mist clears, you'll see the temple on its peak. Pilgrims walk the path at dawn, lanterns in hand. She listened, wide-eyed, like a child hearing her first fairy tale. Further east is Xiapi. He continued. Flat green fields stretch out as far as the eye can see. In the harvest months, they turn gold, waving like a sea of grain. Then, finally, Beihai, a small city, but refined. The governor built academies, and merchants pass through the porter silks from the south, grains from the plains. Lianru rested her chin on her hand, eyes sparkling. It sounds free, peaceful. For now, Luzi said softly. Time passed. Outside, the pavilion began to settle. The music grew quieter. The dancers retired. Courtesans carried their patrons to bed or bid them farewell at the doors with sultry smiles and lingering touches. Some men left glowing, drunk on soft caresses and flattery. Others stumbled out with hollow eyes, still pining for Lianru, their coin purses much lighter, their egos bruised. On the lower floors, whispers continued. Did you hear? Luzi spent the night here. Impossible. I saw him myself. Went to Lianru's private room. Looks like the sage of the court has fallen after all. But up on the fourth floor, there was no lewdness, no wine-slicked hands or seductive giggles. Just the quiet sound of teacups being set down, of someone breathing easier in a fleeting moment of stillness. When the oil lamp burned low, Lianru stood and drew the curtain over the window. You should rest, Lord Lu. You'll need your strength before dawn. Luzi gave a faint nod. He did not say that this brothel room, for all its decadence, felt more honest than the court halls he once walked. He simply leaned back and closed his eyes. The night wore on. And outside, Liu Ouyang continued to turn air filled with wine, whispers, and rising winds of change. A cold mist clung to the streets like a silken veil, shrouding the capital in pale gray. The morning fog was thick, softening the outlines of the buildings and muffling every sound as if the city itself still slept. Lanterns flickered faintly behind papered windows, their glow swallowed by the damp air. In front of the fragrant moon pavilion, a plain, covered carriage stood ready. Two sturdy horses stamped the stone road impatiently, their breath visible in the chill. A cloaked driver sat atop the seat, glancing about with vigilance as if watching for shadows in the fog. From the pavilion's ornate entrance, the doors opened quietly. Luzi, dressed in simple traveling robes, stepped out first, a hood drawn low over his head. Beside him, Lianru emerged in a soft lilac cloak trimmed in fur, her face half hidden beneath a thin veil. Xiaolan followed close behind, carrying a modest travel bundle. Behind them, the warm lamplight of the brothel spilled out into the mist. Mama Wu stood with several of Lianru's closest sister women who had shared her laughter, tears, and endless nights in painted silks. Some were finely dressed, others not yet ready for the day, their eyes swollen with sleep or unshed tears. The fog blurred the lines of everything except emotion. Jai Iji, one of the younger girls whimpered, rushing forward to hug Lianru. You're really leaving? Lianru smiled gently and opened her arms. One by one, her sisters circled her, embracing her tightly, whispering their farewells into her ears. Some cried openly. Others cracked jokes to hide the sting. So who's taking over as Trop Flower now? One teased through her tears, voice wobbly. I vote for Yanyan. Another sniffled. Like hell. Yanyan snapped back, half laughing, half sobbing. Let her go first, then we'll fight for the throne. Lianru's laughter mingled with theirs, light and bittersweet. Just a few steps away, Mama Wu turned to Luzi, her voice low but steady. Lord Lu, I'm entrusting her to you now. She's a free girl, our first time in her life. Out there, the world isn't kind to women like her. Luzi's expression remained solemn. I will keep her safe. You have my word. Mama Wu exhaled, a breath full of weight and memory. Be careful yourself. You know what we're doing for you. Fragrant Moon Pavilion has many friends who officials, eunuchs, and shadows. We'll manage. Someone will leave the pavilion later this morning, dressed like you, to stage a robbery near your estate. The guards will see blood and torn robes and think you're dead. Luzi gave a deep nod, his voice hushed. I owe you all more than I can repay. Mama Wu's lips curved into a rare, true smile. Then live, Lord Lu, and if fate is kind, help us when the time comes. Lianru finished hugging her sisters and turned toward the carriage. Her eyes shimmered in the faint light. She stepped into Mama Wu's arms. Be careful, girl, Mama Wu murmured, holding her tightly. Out there, no one will call you Lianru the courtesan. You're just a woman now. And alone. Keep your wits. Keep your heart. I'll never forget you, Lianru whispered, choking back emotion. Nor the pavilion. Nor your grace. She bowed low, deeply, as was owed to her matron and savior. The horses pawed the cobblestones again, impatient. Luzi had already entered the carriage and waited within, silent behind the drawn curtain. Mama Wu stepped back and touched Lianru's shoulder one last time. Go now, she said. Before sunrise. Let this place forget you, and let the world remember you anew. With Xiaolan's help, Lianru lifted the ropes and boarded the carriage. The driver flicked the reins, and the wheels creaked into motion. The carriage disappeared into the mist, headed toward Liuoyang's east gate. Behind them, the doors of Fragrant Moon Pavilion closed with a soft thud, sealing the memory of a courtesan's farewell. One chapter ending before another could begin. The morning mist had thickened by the time the carriage reached the east gate of Liuoyang. The ancient stone walls loomed silently over the narrow road, their silhouette barely visible through the veil of fog. Pale torchlight flickered along the battlements, casting long, uncertain shadows across the damp flagstones. Two gate guards, cloaked in fur-lined armor, stepped forward with spears in hand. Halt! One of them called out half-heartedly, his voice low, more out of formality than suspicion. The carriage drew to a stop with a gentle creak. Hooves tapped the ground, restless. The lead guard glanced at the coachman, then the seal Mama Wu had discreetly arranged days prior. He nodded subtly. This was one of those carriages of the kind that wasn't meant to be truly inspected. With bribes exchanged in coin and favors, the gatekeepers had long known to look the other way. Just as he was about to wave them through, a sharp whistle cut through the fog. From the side alley near the guard post, a solitary rider emerged, his horse moving at a calm, measured pace. The mist that clung to the cobblestones shifted softly around them, parting with quiet deference as they advanced. Clad not in armor but in the flowing silver-black silks of the Silver Falcon clan, the man sat tall in the saddle, his posture both relaxed and unmistakably commanding. There was no need for escort. A Sparrow was known well enough. His mere presence on the castle grounds stirred the guards to straighten unconsciously, their gazes flicking to him with a mix of respect and unease. No one knew his real name. Even those within the palace referred to him only as Sparrow. Lean and sharp-eyed, his face remained impassive beneath the morning light. He did not shout, nor glare, but his very stillness carried weight. Stories of his unyielding honor, rigid discipline, and the quiet ruthlessness with which he handled treachery had passed among the city guard like whispered warnings. As he strolled through the castle paths on horseback, he offered no greetings, no commands. He simply moved a shadow wrapped in silk and reputation, and the space around him responded in kind. Guards stepped aside. Servants held their breath. Even the air seemed quieter when he passed. The two gate guards paled instantly, their breath catching. One stammered, "See Captain Sparrow." A broken bar. Sparrow raised a hand, signaling his men to halt. "What's this carriage doing outside the gate before the sun's up?" His voice was low but clipped, a blade sheathed in silk. The guards fumbled for words. "Just a broken bar, a minor merchant's departure, sir. Urgent trade error. Perishable goods, sir." "Perishable goods?" Sparrow repeated, unimpressed. He dismounted in one smooth motion and strode to the carriage. Inside, Luzi had remained still, his hands folded in his lap, as Lianru and Xiaolan held their breath. The sudden encounter had tightened the air like a bowstring. The flap opened. Sparrow's sharp gaze swept the interior, and for a moment, his eyes widened with quiet shock. His posture straightened immediately. "A broken bar, mentor," he said softly, saluting with a clenched fist across his chest. Luzi met his eyes calmly, voice quiet. "So it's you, Sparrow. I didn't expect to see you here." "I couldn't sleep," Sparrow said, his voice low and tight, carrying the quiet strain of a man who bought too much and spoke too little. "The court is in Koza." Broken bar, tensions between the factions arising again. He didn't elaborate further. He never did. But the fatigue beneath his eyes and the clipped edge in his tone said enough. He had risen before the sun, the palace air too heavy with schemes and whispers to allow rest. So he had mounted his horse and left the walls behind, letting the cold air of the waking city clear his thoughts. Now, in the pale dawn near the eastern gate, he found himself face to face with another kind of unrest, to one not born in marble halls, but in the streets and hearts of men. Lizzie gave a faint nod. "I've no doubt." A beat passed. Then, in a quieter voice, Sparrow asked, "A broken bar, are you escaping the capital, Master Lu?" Lizzie didn't evade. "Yes, I see no other path. The Empress's faction and the eunuchs have cornered me. If I remain, I'll only bring ruin to those who support me." Sparrow exhaled slowly. His hands clenched at his side, but not from resistance or from frustration. "I always believed they would come to their senses. But what they've done to a broken bar, it is a disgrace to the court. I've been forced to stand and watch." He looked away briefly. "I cannot stop a broken bar, but perhaps, this time, I can help someone who once helped me." Liz's gaze softened. "Will you let us pass?" Sparrow returned his eyes to him, firm. "Of course." Turning sharply on his heel, he addressed the trembling gate guards. "I will overlook this violation at once. The next time I catch you letting anyone pass before the appointed hour, without direct royal seal, you'll be scrubbing latrines in barrack. Am I understood?" The guards snapped into bows. "Why yes, Commander." Sparrow raised a hand, his voice cutting through the fog. "Open the gate." With a heavy groan, the iron-banded wooden gates creaked open. Cold mist poured inward from beyond the walls, curling like fingers into the city. Sparrow stepped back, watching as the carriage began to roll forward once more. Inside, Lianru peeked from behind the curtain, catching a last glimpse of the officer standing with the discipline of a soldier and the sorrow of a son watching his father leave. As the wheels passed the threshold, Lizzie met Sparrow's eyes one final time. "Thank you," he said. Sparrow did not smile, but raised his fist again in a salute, firm, respectful, absolute. "A broken bar. Farewell, Master." The carriage disappeared into the fog of early dawn. Sparrow remained motionless, watching the path as the mist swallowed them whole. Somewhere in his heart, he knew why they might never meet again. But for this moment, he had done what little he could. For honor, for loyalty, and for the man who once taught him to wield his sword not just with strength, but with purpose. Morning at the Murong estate, Zhao Ming's courtyard. As the first golden threads of sunlight slipped through the carved wooden lattice of the bedroom window, the chirping of birds began to echo gently from the garden trees. The warm light filtered through the gauzy curtains, washing the room in soft amber. Kim's eyes fluttered open, her breath slow and even. For a moment, she simply lay there, her head resting on a familiar warmth of Zhao Ming's bare chest, rising and falling rhythmically. His arm was tucked under her, a sturdy yet gentle pillow through the night. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze tracing the contours of his sleeping face. His features were relaxed, eyes closed, hair slightly tousled. Her cheeks warmed as she felt his scent linger on her skin. "He's still asleep," she thought, a shy smile forming at her lips. With a soft hum, she nestled closer, burying her face lightly into his chest, her fingertips gently clutching the front of his robe. Her heart beat fast, the fluttering of nerves still not fading. "I didn't go all the way last night." A broken bar. Her thoughts drifted guiltily but sweetly. "But next time a broken bar. Next time I'll have the courage. I want to become his woman." A broken bar fully. What King didn't know was that Zhao Ming had awakened long before her. Lying still, he kept his breath steady, curious to see what she would do. Feeling her press close, sensing the soft tension in her body mixed with growing affection, his heart stirred with warmth and satisfaction. "She's not running away," he thought with amusement. "She's slowly accepting me." As King shifted, lifting her head from his chest and brushing strands of hair behind her ear, Zhao Ming opened his eyes, then, without a word, leaned in and caught her lips in a gentle kiss. "My broken bar." She gasped softly at first but then melted into it, her fingers curling against his chest. Their morning kiss was unhurried, sweet and warm, like the rising sun. King's breath hitched slightly as they parted, and when she pulled back, her cheeks were rosy and glowing, her eyes dazed and sparkling. It's morning," she mumbled, half a scolding and half a whisper, before quickly getting up and pulling her cloak over her thin nightgown. Zhao Ming chuckled lowly, sitting up and stretching lazily. So diligent. Are you going to dress me now too? Still red-faced but smiling, Kim came over and helped him slip on his outrobe. Her fingers quick and practiced. The intimacy of it are such simple actions made the air between them hum with quiet joy. Before they could say another word, a voice called out playfully from behind the door. Master and Madam, Yu Ying's teasing tone rang through. Would you like your bath drawn now or shall I wait until your legs can stand straight again? The door creaked open before either could protest. Yu Ying stepped in with a wicked grin on her face. Kim's jaw dropped. Whoa! She flushed bright red, remembering the prank Yu Ying had pulled the night before with the incense and accidental forgetting of certain bedclothes. Her glare was sharp, but not truly angry, just indignantly embarrassed. Zhao Ming arched a brow with amusement. Seems like Madam has reason to punish a certain maid, he said, voice amused as he used his light footwork to appear behind Yu Ying in a blink. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he smiled. What do you say, King? Catching the signal, King stepped forward eagerly, grinning now despite herself. HMPH. I'll show you what happens to naughty girls. No, Mercia! Yu Ying squeaked as King pinched her waist, not once but twice, her nimble fingers finding just the right spot to make Yu Ying squeal and squirm. I bruise easily. This delicate skin, master. Madame, have mercy on a poor maid. Zhao Ming laughed softly. Then stop stirring trouble so early in the morning. Yu Ying pouted, rubbing her side. Yes, I'll go prepare the hot bath a broken bar before Madam finds a stick instead. With a mock bow and a dramatic exit, she darted out of the room before either of them could retaliate further. The room quieted again. Zhao Ming turned to King, his voice dropping to a whisper. Since the bath is ready a broken bar, shall we take it together? King froze, then looked at Hema, his eyes playful but tender. Her heart skipped again. Slowly, she nodded, her voice nearly inaudible. A broken bar, all right. Her blush deepened again, but this time, it wasn't from embarrassment it was from anticipation. The scent of warm congee, steamed buns, and stir-fried greens drifted softly through the quiet halls of Zhao Ming's courtyard. In the open-air corridor just outside the main room, Yu Ying, King He, and several other girls busied themselves with laying out the morning meal, their movements swift yet light-hearted. Fine porcelain bowls clinked softly on the lacquered table, while baskets of fresh mantou were placed beside pickled vegetables and thin slices of pork. Laughter flitted through the morning mist. Careful, don't drop the vinegar dish again, Yu Ying teased King He, who stuck out her tongue in return. Before they could say more, footsteps sounded from the inner chambers, and all heads turned. Zhao Ming stepped out, his posture relaxed, his long robe freshly donned. Beside him walked King, her eyes lowered, lips tinged with color, her fingers lightly clutching the sleeve of his robe as if seeking cover from the gazes. The courtyard fell silent for a moment, before the silence was broken by knowing giggles. Well, a broken bar, Yu Ying smirked, folding her arms as her eyes sparkled with mischief. Good morning, a broken bar, madam. The other girls joined in with soft laughs, all exchanging amused glances. King flushed immediately, the color rushing from her cheeks to her ears. She moved a little closer to Zhao Ming, trying to hide her embarrassment behind his arm. Stop that, Zhao Ming said with a chuckle, giving the girls a mock stern look. Let's eat. It's not good to start the day with gossip on an empty stomach. Yes, young master. The girls chorused playfully. They all took their seats around the long, rectangular table set under the veranda. Steam rose from the dishes, and chopsticks clicked as bowls were passed around. King sat quietly next to Zhao Ming, occasionally sneaking glances at him, her heartbeat still a little fast from the teasing. As they ate, the mood gradually settled into a sense of familiarity and comfort until Yu Ying, chewing on a mouthful of pickled cabbage, broke the silence with a more serious tone. Young master, she began, what do we do now? The rioters are still running wild in the city. A broken bar and Bihai's army hasn't moved at all. We can't just stay here forever. The others nodded in concern, their faces showing hints of unease. Zhao Ming put down his chopsticks and leaned back slightly. I've been thinking about that, he said. Yu Ying, what about moving the girls to Jade Elegance Pavilion for the time being? Yu Ying hesitated, her brows furrowing. Crossing the city from here to the pavilion would be risky now. Normally, we'd go through the Northern Noble District, but since the scandal with Zhao Feng's manor came to light, her broken bar, the riots are worst in that direction. She glanced toward the outer courtyard, her voice lower. Looters are roaming freely around that area. It's cozier. Some people are even pretending to be guards. Zhao Ming frowned. He tapped a finger against his teacup in thought. What about Prosperity Hall? It's well fortified, and we have allies there. It's safer than most places, Yu Ying agreed, but it's near the southern gate. If the Yellow Scarves attempt to infiltrate through the south, it could turn dangerous fast. Zhao Ming nodded. Still, it's our best option for now. We can't risk staying here if the estate becomes a target. Let's move to Prosperity Hall first. Tell everyone to pack only essentials, clothes, documents, and any valuables that can be carried easily. The girls exchanged glances, but nodded in understanding. King He stood up, her expression determined. We'll start packing right away. Good, Zhao Ming said. Make sure we're ready to move within the hour. The fewer trips, the better. The breakfast ended swiftly after that, the easy laughter replaced by a quiet focus. Bowls were cleared, and the group began to disperse to their tasks. King and Yu Ying followed Zhao Ming back to his room, where they immediately began to prepare his belongings. Do we bring the silk robes? Yu Ying asked, holding up a finely embroidered one. Zhao Ming shook his head. No need for showy things, just the comfortable ones. Pack the scrolls and my inkstone too. King silently folded a set of his outrobes, carefully tucking in sachets of medicinal powder and a change of boots. As she brushed past his desk, her eyes lingered briefly on the folding fan he had once gifted Hera, painted with peonies and butterflies. She placed it delicately in a side pouch of the luggage. Moments later, their preparations finished, they stepped into the carriage waiting in the courtyard, flanked by a few guards Murongda had lent them earlier. Behind them, the other girls followed in another cart, each one carrying bundles and satchels. The gate of the Murong estate creaked open and they departed, heading toward Prosperity Hall under the heavy morning mist, uncertain of what awaited them, but together. Outskirts of Bihai. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced the grey clouds, filtering through the haze of wood smoke that drifted over the sprawling refugee camp. The scent of thin porridge and boiled greens wafted from a large communal kitchen, where volunteers, are mostly tired but willing women, are hurried to ladle meager portions into clay bowls. A long, winding line of people snaked through the center of the camp, barefoot children clinging to their mothers, elderly men leaning on walking sticks, and hollow-eyed youths waiting silently for their turn. Those who had already received food sat along the dirt paths, some cross-legged on woven mats, others hunched against broken carts and crates, slurping their rice gruel in silence. Here and there, mothers carefully spooned broth into their children's mouths, while a few strong young men handed blankets to the older, shivering survivors, wrapping them gently like they were their own kin. The atmosphere was subdued, fragile, like a single spark could either ignite hope or set the entire camp ablaze. Then the door to a low wooden house creaked open. Old Zhang emerged, wearing plain robes of hemp, his long white beard swaying with each step. He had no air of grandeur or authority, and yet, the moment he stepped into view, heads turned. A hush fell over the camp. Some stood in awe. Others fell to their knees. Immortal Zanga broken bar, immortal Zanga broken bar. The whispers turned into murmurs of reverence, and before long, dozens knelt, their foreheads nearly touching the ground. Even those too weak to kneel bowed their heads to them. He was no longer just a man. He was a symbol. He was the one who had healed their sick, spoken words of kindness, offered rice and medicine when no one else did. In their suffering eyes, old Zhang had become something divine, an immortal sent by heaven to guide them. He moved slowly, purposefully, through the camp, the crowd parting like waves before him. In the center of the camp, a makeshift platform had been built from discarded planks and cartwheels. Old Zhang stepped onto it, climbing slowly with the help of a staff. His eyes, sharp despite his age, scanned the mass of human lives before him. When he spoke, his voice was clear, commanding. "How is everyone this morning?" A chorus of voices rose in response, tired, but laced with emotion. "Better, Immortal Jang." "We are fade a broken bar, we are warm." He nodded, solemn. "How are the sick?" "Have they improved?" "They're recovering," came the reply. "The herbs you gave helped them." "And do you still feel oppressed?" His voice sharpened. There was a pause. Yes. The answer came, louder now. "Do you still feel helpless?" "Yes." Louder still. Angrier. Old Jang's eyes glinted beneath his heavy brows. His voice rose not with fury, but with righteous indignation that surged through the crowd like a wave. "That's because the officials are corrupt, because the court is blind, because the nobles and eunuchs feast while our children starve. They do not care about us." He raised his staff high, his robe fluttering with the wind. "But I care. I, too, was once among you. I, too, suffered loss. I have walked barefoot, I have buried my children, I have watched homes burn." The people murmured, stirred. "We can no longer wait for help. We must help ourselves." "It is time, a broken bar for the people to rise and seize their fate." He thrust his staff into the air. "Blue heaven is dead," he roared. The crowd trembled. "The yellow heaven shall rise." The cry burst from him like thunder. And then, from the throats of hundreds, "The yellow heaven shall rise." Their voices echoed over the fields, strong and desperate. A storm of emotion swept through the camp, grief, rage, and the unshakable hunger for change. Men clenched their fists, women held their children close, young boys stared at old Jang with fiery eyes. "Let there be great peace under heaven," he cried. "Great peace," they shouted in return. Then his voice hardened. "Today, we march. Today, we take Bihai." A cheer broke out, a wild and raw. No longer frightened refugees, these were now believers, ready to fight, ready to die. Some picked up farming tools and kitchen knives. Others lifted broken staves and iron hooks. Old Jang turned, staring toward the distant city walls with unshakable resolve. "We rise for the people of this world." And with the camp in uproar, the rebellion surged forward, not just a movement of desperation, but a tidal wave of the forgotten, rising behind the banner of yellow heaven.